Beneath the endless blue, the ocean hides places untouched and unspoken of, realms so forbidden that even the bravest hesitate to uncover their secrets. Tonight we journey into the ocean's most forbidden zones, tales of isolation, strange phenomena, and hidden truths waiting patiently in the depths. Allow these stories to wash over you, gentle and endless. If this brings you peace, let it be your safe harbor. Subscribe and drift back whenever you want. Part 1. The enigmatic angler of the abyss. Far below the sunlit waves, in the crushing darkness of the ocean's vast abyssal plains, lives a creature whose story has intrigued explorers and scientists alike for decades. The enigmatic deep-sea anglerfish. This bizarre and eerie inhabitant of the deep is not just a biological marvel, but a symbol of the ocean's darkest secrets. The anglerfish dwells thousands of meters beneath the surface, in zones where sunlight never penetrates, and pressures rise to extremes that would crush any human vessel instantly. Its most distinct feature is a luminescent lure, a glowing appendage dangling before its gaping jaw, used to attract unsuspecting prey in the pitch-black waters. But beyond its terrifying appearance lies a reproductive mystery that long baffled marine biologists. For many years, researchers observed the stark sexual dimorphism in anglerfish. While females could grow up to several feet in length, their male counterparts were mere inches long, fragile and almost no more than parasites. The truth behind this unusual relationship came into focus only after deep-sea submersible explorations captured startling images. Males attach themselves permanently to females, fusing at the flesh and circulatory system level. Essentially, the males become living appendages, reliant on the female for sustenance, while providing sperm for reproduction. Yet, the dark secrets don't end there. The anglerfish's bioluminescence is produced by bacteria living inside specialized organs. These bacteria generate light through chemical reactions, allowing the fish to camouflage, attract prey, and communicate in the abyss's eternal night. Scientists hypothesize that this symbiosis evolved hundreds of millions of years ago, adapting to the hostile surroundings where survival depends on mastery of every trick. Exploring their shadowed habitat is fraught with difficulty. The abyssal depths are among the most remote and forbidding places on Earth. Temperatures hover just above freezing, and the terrifying quietness is broken only by the creaking groans of tectonic plates shifting. When early expeditions brought back footage of the anglerfish, viewers were captivated but unnerved. This was a creature seemingly born from the ocean's nightmares. One story from a 1970s Japanese research dive perfectly encapsulates the dual awe and fear the anglerfish inspires. The crew was surveilling a hydrothermal vent system for signs of life when their submersible's dim lights revealed a strange dance of glowing flickers moving in the dark. Approaching cautiously, the team discovered a female anglerfish with multiple males attached, a sight rarely recorded. As they observed, the anglerfish's movements slowed, almost as though sensing the intruders. It paused, then vanished effortlessly into the void. Since then, multiple expeditions have sought to unlock further secrets, but each glimpse of the anglerfish remains fleeting, like a ghostly apparition. What other adaptations allow it to survive crushing pressure and extreme cold? How do its bacterial partners evolve in such isolation? These are questions scientists still pursue beneath the waves. As we breathe in this story, the bioluminescent glow in the abyss, the strange union of two creatures in Frankenstein-like fusion, the unexplored territories that hold such marvels, we connect to the ocean's timeless narrative. The anglerfish reminds us that beneath the calm surface lies a world both alien and profoundly alive. And as your eyes grow heavy with the memory of those haunting lights in the dark, know that somewhere far from land and human noise, these strange depths continue to silently whisper their secrets. When your mind feels heavy again, remember this place. Subscribe so you can return to the calm once more. Part 2. The silent caverns of the Scripps Canyon. Far from the crashing surf and sun-drenched beaches lies a realm less known but no less beguiling. The underwater caves and canyons stretching endlessly beneath the Scripps Institution of Oceanography's coastal waters in Southern California. These silent caverns, etched over millennia by shifting tectonic forces and ocean currents, harbor mysteries so profound that they whisper of history and life hidden beneath layers of darkness and stone. Scripps Canyon itself is a gateway to hundreds of submerged caverns, labyrinths beneath the waves that have only recently begun to surrender their secrets to human curiosity. Unlike the deep abyss where light ceases to exist, the upper reaches of these caves are cloaked in a deep blue twilight, a gathering of shadows and muted colors that invite both exploration and contemplation. As sunlight filters faintly through water and rock, it creates a shimmering dance that seems both alive and eternal. For divers and oceanographers, the silent caverns present more than geological interest. They offer a living archive of past climates and ecosystems, captured in mineral deposits and fossilized remnants embedded in the walls. Dating back thousands of years, some caves record a time when sea levels were drastically different, an ancient memory of Earth's ever-changing face. Drip by drip, the stalactites and stalagmites paint a slow-moving symphony of nature's passage, untouched and unhurried. Yet, the true allure lies deeper, in the shadows where biology and mystery entwine. In 2015, a team of marine biologists commissioned by a local university made an astonishing discovery inside one of the deepest chambers of Scripps Canyon. Using remotely operated vehicles with sensitive acoustic sensors, they detected a series of unusual low-frequency sounds emanating from crevices too narrow for human passage. These sounds, an eerie chorus of clicks and hums, bore no resemblance to any documented marine life's communication. They were rhythmic yet unpredictable, carrying an uncanny resonance through the chilly water. The researchers dubbed them the canyon's voices. Intrigued, the scientists deployed specialized underwater microphones to record the phenomenon over several months. What they captured perplexed experts worldwide, a symphony of pulsating patterns that seemed to respond to changes in tide and lunar cycles yet defied known biological origins. Was it an unclassified species signaling territory? An echo from shifting tectonic plates deep beneath the canyon floor? Or something even more elusive, a form of natural sonar exchange evolved eons ago but lost beneath modern oceans? Local folklore, passed down by generations of fishermen and coastal inhabitants, adds a layer of mysticism to the canyon's voices. They speak of the sea guardians, invisible entities said to inhabit the darkness, protectors of hidden treasures and knowledge. Some claim to have heard their whisper carried faintly through the cabin of night fishing vessels, a strange comfort in an otherwise isolated and ghostly seascape. One diver, recounting a descent into the orifices of the canyon, described a moment when the usual hum of underwater gear was overtaken by a profound silence, broken suddenly by a harmonic vibration coursing through the water around him. The sensation was not terrifying but deeply calming, as if the ocean itself was sending a quiet message of welcome or warning. Despite advances in sonar and imaging technology, many chambers within Scripps Canyon remain uncharted, narrow passages twisting beyond the reach of even the most agile submersibles. The physical risks of exploration are matched by the psychological challenge of confronting profound solitude in the abyss, not unlike entering the ocean's vast memory vault, a domain where human presence feels both primal and fragile. More than a decade after the initial recordings, research into the canyon's voices continues, inspiring new projects focused on deciphering the complex relationship between geology, biology, and sound beneath the sea. Each expedition returns to shore with fragments of understanding but also a humbling sense of how much remains unfathomed. As you imagine the silent caverns, darkness punctuated by distant echoes, waters cool and immobile, an ancient world where time slows and secrets gather, allow your thoughts to drift. The ocean's hidden chambers carry stories older than humanity itself, a quiet testament to the mysteries that flourish beneath the waves, waiting softly for those who seek to listen. Breathe deep. Let the quiet of the underwater canyons wrap around you like a gentle tide, and feel the ocean's silent heartbeat pulse beneath your skin. Somewhere in those submerged halls, the voices continue, timeless and eternal, beckoning the curious and the calm alike. Part 3. The phantom ships beneath the Bermuda Triangle. Beneath the turquoise waves and sun-baked skies of the Caribbean lies a stretch of ocean unlike any other, a place long infamous and cloaked in eerie tales, the Bermuda Triangle. This vast, roughly triangular area between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico has fascinated and terrified sailors and aviators for centuries. It's a zone where navigation systems falter, compasses spin wildly, and vessels vanish as though swallowed by an invisible rift in the sea. Though legends swirl free like sea foam, countless recorded incidents bring a rare and chilling certainty to the triangle's mysteries. Among these are stories of phantom ships, ghostly vessels glimpsed deep underwater or haunting the surface, only to disappear before human eyes can fully grasp them. These are not just fanciful ghost stories or sailors' yarns. Many accounts come from experienced mariners and naval crews, sworn to secrecy over what they encountered in those fateful waters. One of the most intriguing reports hails from the mid-20th century, during a US Coast Guard survey in the late 1940s. In search of navigational hazards and to better understand the growing number of maritime accidents, a squadron of cutters set out on a systematic sweep of the triangle. On a mist-blanketed morning, the crew aboard the USCGC Thisbe detected an anomalous object on radar just beneath the surface, near a notorious stretch called the Devil's Elbow. The operators adjusted their sonar, and to their astonishment they registered echoes corresponding to a large, intact shipwreck resting 300 meters down. When divers descended to investigate, what they found was deeply unsettling. The submerged vessel was in remarkable condition, no broken masts, no shattered hull. Its paint was weathered but visible, the deck cluttered with equipment and supplies as if the crew had left suddenly. The ship bore no name or identifying marks, and no record matched its design or configuration. Even stranger was the passage of divers, as they tried to bring cameras and light deep into the cabin corridors. Some reported sudden interference with their radios and lights, while others described a hushed, almost reverent silence below the waves, punctuated by faint echoes that sounded like muffled voices carried on the currents. The ship was dubbed the Phantom Freighter by those involved, a vessel slipping through time and space, adrift between the known and the unknown. Similar sightings have echoed through naval logs and fishing village tales across decades. Fishermen speak of ghostly sails appearing on calm nights, glowing faintly under a gibbous moon, then vanishing without wake or sound. Experienced captains mention instruments malfunctioning eerily and sudden drops in temperature that sweep over decks before the sea returns to warmth. Survivors who have navigated close to suspected phantom ship zones tell of feeling unseen eyes, watching from darkened portholes, and fleeting glimpses of humanoid silhouettes moving inside. Science has struggled to offer unyielding explanations. Some hypothesize that shifting methane hydrate pockets beneath the seabed could erupt suddenly, creating pockets of buoyant gas that cause ships to lose stability and sink silently, leaving later generated gas bubbles and sonar echoes that mimic underwater structures. Others point to complex underwater currents and optical illusions, where bioluminescent plankton and shifting sediments confuse sensors and human sight alike. Yet the precise clustering of these events in this geographic location defies simple answers. Then there is the tantalizing idea of time slips or dimensional anomalies, portals beneath the sea opening between timelines or parallel realities. While this notion slips easily into the realm of science fiction, the endurance of consistent eyewitness accounts challenges outright dismissal. Could these phantom ships be vessels caught eternally between worlds, echoes of journeys doomed and rediscovered in the vast abyss? Among the most haunting stories is that of the SS Cotopaxi, a cargo steamer that disappeared in December of 1925, believed lost in a storm within the Triangle. Decades later, in 1985, undersea explorers discovered a wreck matching its profile resting upright on the ocean floor near the coast of Florida. The mystery deepened. No historical records recorded the Cotopaxi's sinking site there, and divers who approached the wreck told of seeing shadowy figures atop the deck, barely perceptible and gone upon closer inspection, as if the ship itself remembered a crew forever lost to obscurity. For many, the enduring mystery of the Bermuda Triangle's phantom ships lies in a delicate balance. It's a reminder that the ocean still holds secrets beyond human reckoning, places where history bleeds into myth, where technology and tradition collide, and where the boundary between the known and the unknowable is both fragile and profound. As you imagine these ghostly vessels resting on ocean floors dark and silent, or drifting through haunted waves beneath tropical stars, allow their stories to unfold gently in your mind. The sea keeps its own archives, deep and unyielding, where lost ships and vanished souls linger in eternal twilight. In these shadowed waters, the past breathes quietly alongside the present. Every whisper of the wind or flicker of light might be a call from those phantom ships beckoning us toward mysteries still veiled by the ocean's embrace. Part 4. The vanishing islands of the Celtic Sea. Far to the northwest of continental Europe, beyond the well-trodden shipping lanes and fisheries, lies the Celtic Sea, a stretch of deep, mysterious waters bordered by the rugged coasts of Ireland, Wales and France. Amid these chilly waves, sailors and historians alike recount tales both eerie and confounding. The phenomenon of vanishing islands, landmasses appearing on maps for centuries only to disappear without a trace, leaving behind a whisper of their former presence in mariners' lore and chartroom debates. Unlike mythical islands born of legend and fantasy, some of these elusive lands were documented with surprising detail by explorers and cartographers, their existence accepted for generations. Yet, with each passing century, the records grew scarce until, with no definitive explanation, these islands ceased appearing on modern nautical charts altogether. What happened to the islands that once were said to rise proudly from the Celtic depths? How could so much solid ground dissolve into the ocean's grasp, taking with it entire chapters of human history? One such island was known as High Brasil, recorded by Irish monks in medieval manuscripts and shown on maps from as early as the 14th century. It was described as a lush mist-shrouded land west of Ireland, often visible only once every few years, like a secret veiled by the sea's constant shifting moods. The early texts told of a place of profound beauty, home to sages and scholars, a site of pilgrimage and mystical study. Sailors who swore by their lives told of glimpsing its emerald hills gleaming faintly through restless fog, a stepping stone between the known world and the realm of dreams. Despite numerous voyages, no explorer ever returned with firm evidence of High Brasil. Ships that sailed close reported sudden fog banks, swallowing the island whole, while others encountered treacherous reefs and wild currents where land was purported to lie. In some accounts, the island vanished long before the fog, as if pulled like a curtain into the depths below. Modern theories suggest that High Brasil may have been a glacier moraine, a submerged sandbank, or a misidentified phantom mirage created by optical illusions specific to that patch of sea and sky. Yet, its persistent place on maps for centuries suggests there was, once upon a time, something there worth seeing, a truth now whispered only by waves and wind. Then there is the lesser-known story of the Isles of St. Brendan, named for the famed Irish monk Brendan the Navigator, who, according to legend, voyaged across the Atlantic centuries before Columbus. Earlier maps marked these islands far west of Ireland and Scotland, depicted as fertile lands offering refuge to weary sailors. The chronicles of St. Brendan's voyage describe paradisiacal gardens and sacred groves, a land infused with otherworldly light and peace. Modern historians debate whether these islands stemmed from dreams, ancient sightings of North Atlantic disturbance zones, or perhaps lost lands swallowed by rising seas over millennia. Intriguingly, scientific marine surveys off the Celtic continental shelf have discovered submerged plateaus and shoals rising just below the surface, topographies that could have once supported human habitation during periods of lower sea levels in ice ages past. Some geologists speculate that as the post-glacial meltwaters rose, coastal and island communities may have been engulfed gradually, their memory living on in maritime stories and cartographic speculations. Archaeologists ponder what ancient cultures might have thrived, what stories were lost beneath the swell, and how their legacies echo in the tides. The enigma deepens when considering the phenomenon of tidal waves and powerful storms capable of reshaping coastlines overnight, a reality still terrifyingly present in this region. Folklore from coastal villages speaks of sudden disappearances, mysterious lands swallowed by the sea during fierce tempests, leaving only warning tales passed down through generations. Could some vanished islands have met their end by nature's merciless hand, their bones buried beneath sand and silt, hidden from our gaze? Ships traversing the Celtic Sea in stormy weather often report ghostly shapes on the horizon, vague shadows distorting and dissolving as if attempting to reveal a hidden geography. Mariners describe compass fluctuations, inexplicable shifts in water currents, and the soft murmur of voices carried on winds that seem to seep up from the depths. These are not simply tales to frighten newcomers, but living memories rooted in the sea's vast archive of loss and transformation. One notable 19th century expedition, led by British hydrographer Captain William Leverett, meticulously mapped extensive bathymetric data in the Celtic Sea region. His team charted underwater ridges and depressions resembling erased shorelines, prompting speculation that some islands were indeed sunken remnants of Earth crust moved by tectonic shifts or subsidence. Leverett's journals, richly annotated with observations of unusual soundings and fluctuating depths, remain a treasure trove for oceanographers and geologists attempting to unravel this mystery. In addition to natural causes, Some suggest human activity contributed indirectly. Over centuries, mining and extraction along European coasts changed sediment flows, which in turn may have accelerated erosion or sediment deposition patterns offshore. While far from explaining sudden vanishings, these factors compound the complexity of the Celtic Sea's underwater landscape, a living canvas marked by constant change and uncertainty. Ultimately, the tale of the vanishing islands holds an enduring allure because it straddles the border between reality and myth, science and storytelling. It offers a quiet meditation on impermanence, a reminder that the Earth's surface is far from fixed or final, even beneath the steady pulse of familiar waves. These lost lands live in the layered memories of those who look to the horizon and wonder what lies just beyond sight, realms where history's pages were once written and slowly reclaimed by an ever-hungry sea. As the dark waters roll beneath you, imagine standing on the edge of a vanished shore, the salty breeze carrying whispers from forgotten forests and sunken villages. Picture the lost songs of those who once journeyed to those fleeting islands, merging with the timeless rhythm of tides, gentle, relentless and deep. Let the mystery wash over you like a softly ebbing tide, a calm enveloping your mind as calm and infinite as the sea itself. Somewhere beneath the Celtic waves, the echoes of vanished lands persist, waiting, inviting the curious soul to listen closely and dream beyond the horizon. Part 5. The Whispering Depths of the Mariana Trench. Far beneath the restless waves of the Western Pacific lies a place at the very edge of human understanding, the Mariana Trench. This immense and forbidding chasm, plunging nearly 7 miles below the ocean's surface, is the deepest known point on Earth, a vast underworld where light dies completely and pressure crushes with unforgiving force. Within these whispering depths hides a domain so remote and alien, it's a frontier that both beckons and repels explorers daring enough to venture into its abyssal silence. The Mariana Trench has captivated the minds of scientists, sailors and dreamers for over a century. Early soundings in the late 19th century first revealed the staggering depth of this underwater canyon, prompting imagination and speculation about the creatures and secrets locked in its cold embrace. Yet, despite modern technology and robotic submersibles, its vastness and mystery remain largely untouched, a shadowed cathedral of the sea where ancient forces shape the very fabric of life. Journeying into the trench is not merely an adventure, it's an immersion into a realm where the rules of nature seem rewritten. Temperatures hover near freezing, and the pressure is so intense it would instantly crush any unfortified vessel or organism not evolved specifically to endure such extremes. Yet, life persists and even thrives in forms both delicate and strange, adapted to the unrelenting dark and crushing weight. Among the most haunting phenomena recorded in these depths are what researchers call the whispering waters. These are subtle, pulsating vibrations and faint acoustic signals detected by deep-sea monitoring stations planted along the trench's slopes. Unlike the more familiar whale songs or dolphin clicks, these whispers carry an eerie quality, oscillating at a frequency too low for human hearing yet rich in complex patterns that defy explanation. Scientists speculate endlessly about their origin. Some believe the whispers may be the chorus of unknown deep-sea creatures, communicating in a language preserved through eons, evolved to travel great distances in the dense, silent medium of the deep ocean. Others suggest the sounds originate from the geological activity of the trench itself, tectonic plates grinding, sediments shifting, and hydrothermal vents bubbling, producing natural melodies overlaid with hints of something more enigmatic. One of the most extraordinary explorations further fueled these mysteries. In 2019, a private expedition led by oceanographer Dr. Elena Myers deployed the submersible Nautilus X into a seldom visited segment of the trench's western slope. Plunging through the dark, as the sea closed overhead like a velvet dome, the crew encountered bioluminescent blooms of strange jellyfish-like creatures pulsing with soft light in the pitch black. The visuals under their external cameras were both mesmerizing and otherworldly, a living light show unfolding in isolation from familiar surface life. But it was the moments after they passed the 8,000-meter mark that turned the dive from fascinating to inexplicable. The sub's instruments registered a series of rhythmic pulses reverberating through the hull, whispers so distinct they could almost be catalogued as intentional sequences. When the crew played back the recordings for analysis, subtle modulations hinted at a pattern resembling a call and response, like an ancient conversation continuing unseen beneath the waves. Even more astonishing was Dr. Meyer's account of a fleeting silhouette glimpsed beyond the submersible's limited floodlights, a shadowy figure hovering motionless just beyond clear vision, impossible to categorize as any known sea creature. Though it vanished before a closer look, the encounter was recorded in logs and remains an enigma, a ghost in the whispering depths. The trench's alien environment also raises profound questions about biology and adaptation. Researchers have found microbial life thriving in conditions once thought impossible, organisms living on methane hydrates, and unique extremophiles exploiting chemosynthesis near geothermal vents. These microbes form the foundation of a hidden, fragile ecosystem, supporting small, translucent fish, crustaceans, and strange eel-like beings that glide silently into view before retreating into the shadows. These discoveries hint at a delicate balance, a world where the darkness is not lifeless, but humming with quiet vitality, echoing processes that have existed since the Earth's infancy. Some scientists argue that exploring the Mariana Trench is akin to stepping into a living fossil, where evolutionary paths diverged and survival demanded unparalleled ingenuity. Legend and folklore from Pacific Islander communities surrounding the Mariana region add an ethereal layer to the trench's reputation. Stories speak of Atua Moana, the ocean spirits, guardians of the deep who watch over sunken temples and long-forgotten treasures, resting far below the turbulent surface. It is said that these spirits can whisper to those who listen with patience and respect, guiding lost sailors or warning intruders away with deep, resounding calls that ripple through the water like the breath of the sea itself. One particularly enduring tale originates from the Chamorro people of Guam, whose ancestors passed down accounts of strange lights beneath the waves, a vast underwater city shimmering in the pitch black. These stories, woven from oral histories and ancient chants, describe a realm where the boundary between the known world and the spirit plane blurs, a place not meant for ordinary human eyes but alive with ancient power. As modern explorers probe the deepest points of the Mariana Trench, these traditional narratives knit seamlessly with scientific inquiry, suggesting that mystery and meaning coexist beneath the crushing waves. The trench becomes more than a geological marvel, it is a sanctuary of wonder, a place where science meets myth beneath the crushing weight of the planet's oceanic heart. Close your eyes and imagine descending into the abyss, the world above growing faint and distant as you slip deeper through the cold, ink-black water. Feel the pressure mounting, the silence stretching out like a velvet curtain. Here, just beneath the noise of your own breath and heartbeat, the faint and rhythmic whispers of the deep, messages from a realm untouched and timeless. Let the whispering depths cradle your mind, a soft melody flowing through the vast emptiness, pulling you gently into sleep. There, in the silent cathedral of the Mariana Trench, secrets wait patiently, hidden, profound, and endlessly stirring in the eternal dark. Part 6. The haunting depths of the Devil's Sea. Far across the vast Pacific Ocean, southwest of Japan, and shrouded in a mantle of perpetual fog and historical dread, lies a treacherous stretch known as the Devil's Sea, also called the Dragon's Triangle. This area, roughly delineated by the islands of Miyake, Iwo Jima, and the Ogasawara archipelago, holds a reputation equally as enigmatic and unsettling as its infamous cousin, the Bermuda Triangle. Tales of vanished vessels, unexplained phenomena, and whispered warnings persist, weaving a narrative as deep and dark as the ocean itself. From ancient times, mariners navigating these waters sensed an otherworldly presence. Japanese fishermen spoke quietly of strange lights flickering beneath the waves or eerie, mournful songs carried over the wind on moonless nights. These were not seen as mere natural oddities, but manifestations of restless spirits or enigmatic forces tied to the restless spirits of sailors lost to the sea. The waters of the Devil's Sea were considered taboo, a domain where earthly laws and reason gave way to chaos and mystery. The modern era magnified these tales with recorded accounts of inexplicable disappearances and technological failures. In 1952, the Japanese Maritime Safety Agency dispatched a scientific research vessel, named the Kaio Maru No. 5, to survey magnetic anomalies and ocean currents in the region. The ship, equipped with state-of-the-art instruments for its time, vanished without a trace. No distress signal, no debris, no explanation followed. This disappearance fueled a chilling wave of fear and speculation. Was the Devil's Sea a corridor to another dimension, a vortex where ships simply ceased to exist? Subsequent investigations brought their own shares of oddities. Submarine cables laid through the area frequently experienced unexplained damage, as if invisible, massive forces were tearing apart wires laid meticulously on the ocean floor. Compass needles spun wildly, and radios emitted bursts of static that some operators described as unintelligible voices or distorted cries. Mariners began to report time distortions, noting strange gaps or jumps in their log journeys, raising the possibility of temporal anomalies beneath these forbidding waves. Scientists, naturally cautious in their interpretations, proposed explanations grounded in geology and oceanography. The Devil's Sea lies in a region abundant with underwater volcanoes, shifting tectonic plates, and deep ocean trenches. Frequent undersea eruptions can produce sudden methane gas releases, swiftly lowering water density and buoyancy, sending ships and aircraft plummeting without warning. Violent whirlpools, driven by conflicting currents, create treacherous swirling traps capable of swallowing vessels whole. Perhaps most significantly, this area features complex magnetic fields, notorious for disrupting navigation instruments. Yet, the scope and persistence of phenomena here extend beyond easy scientific reasoning. Old naval records hint at unusual energy spikes picked up by instruments, and local folklore tells of guardian creatures, massive sea serpents and spirits clothed in mist, that can manifest alternately as protectors or ushers of doom depending on the mariner's fate or respect shown to the sea. One of the most poignant stories from the Devil's Sea involves the crew of a fishing boat named the Lunar Moth, lost during a calm summer evening in 1978. The vessel's captain had been an experienced sailor reputed for his ability to read the ocean's slightest moods. On that night, he radioed a report of a strange shimmering fog that appeared suddenly, blanketing the sea in a ghostly veil. Moments before the final transmission, instruments began to malfunction. The compass spun, radios hissed an indecipherable hiss, and the water around the boat sparkled with an unnatural phosphorescence. When a rescue team reached the coordinates days later, they found only debris scattered, no survivors, and an unsettling silence that seemed to linger still in the salty air. The Devil's Sea, it seems, remains fiercely protective of its secrets, preserving them beneath crushing depths and shifting currents, rewarding the curious with silence or terror depending on the tides. Scientific expeditions continue, blending high technology with ancient wisdom, as researchers seek to map and understand this paradoxical space between known reality and myth. More recently, unmanned vehicles sent into the deeper trenches offer glimpses of benthic landscapes scarred by vigorous geological activity, where hydrothermal vents spur unexpected ecosystems thriving in hostile conditions. Yet even here, sporadic electronic interferences hint that something beyond tectonic action pulses in the abyss, perhaps remnants of long-forgotten energies, or the echoes of a past that still breathes beneath the waves. When you imagine the Devil's Sea, picture a place where the ocean blends light and shadow in restless patterns, where currents whisper secrets carried from distant shores, and where the boundaries between time, space, and matter seem to waver like heat rising over noonday waves. It is a realm where the dark, infinite ocean invites both caution and reverence, its mysteries deep as the void, and as eternal as the tides. As you drift with these tales, let the rhythm of the sea's capricious heartbeat calm your thoughts. Let the gentle murmur of waves and the distant echo of ghostly songs lull you, carrying you slowly into rest. For somewhere in the haunted depths of the Devil's Sea, the ocean's forbidden truths wait patiently, whispering through the eternal fog, inviting the brave and the curious alike to listen, but always on the sea's own terms. Part 7. The ghostly echoes of the Baltic Sea anomaly. Far beneath the icy waves of the Baltic Sea lies a mystery that has captivated the imaginations of explorers, scientists, and conspiracy theorists alike for over a decade, an enigma that whispers of secrets hidden deep within the ocean's cold embrace. Known simply as the Baltic Sea anomaly, this curious formation rests on the seabed at a depth of about 90 meters, a strange object unlike anything easily explained by conventional geology or marine archaeology. The story begins in June of 2011, when a group of experienced Swedish wreck hunters on the research vessel Ocean X, equipped with sophisticated sonar and underwater drones, embarked on a mission to locate sunken ships and unexplored wrecks rumored to lurk in the Baltic's murky depths. What they found instead was a formation that defied normal categorization, a large circular structure approximately 60 meters across, with sharp edges, geometric patterns, and an unusual dome-like protrusion rising from the sea floor. The initial sonar images resembled a giant submerged disk, sparking immediate debates and speculation. As the team deployed ROVs to capture close-up footage, the eerie features became more pronounced. The object's surface appeared to have carved ridges and smooth shapes, seemingly designed rather than naturally formed. Its outline looked remarkably like a colossal stone wheel, or perhaps an ancient relic left behind by a forgotten civilization. The surrounding sediment showed disturbed patterns, as if something massive had settled and then shifted, pushing silt and debris in unnatural ways. Scientists initially approached the anomaly with cautious curiosity. Some posited that the structure could be a glacial deposit, erratic boulders pushed into strange formation by migrating ice sheets during the last ice age. Others suggested it might be a natural geological formation, a rare example of a concretion or an underwater volcanic feature, though the symmetry and unique composition invited further investigation. However, the unusual features did not end there. Divers reported an unsettling sensation when near the structure, an almost palpable heaviness, as if the water itself carried an undefined weight. Electronic equipment aboard the submersibles and diving suits often malfunctioned or recorded strange electromagnetic fluctuations in the anomaly's vicinity. This technical interference compounded the mystery, leading some to speculate about the possibility of unknown physical properties or sources of radiation emanating from the site. Local fishermen and coastal residents told whispered tales beforehand, stories passed down over generations about lights seen under the water at night, glowing spheres moving erratically near the sea's surface, and a stone giant slumbering deep below. In nearby ports, these legends were often dismissed as folklore, but the anomaly seemed to awaken an ancient narrative, blurring the lines between science and myth. One of the most compelling accounts came from Dr. Lena Anderson, a marine archaeologist who joined the Ocean X expeditions in the early stages. She described swimming along the edge of the formation as something out of a dream world, a vast, ghostly presence suspended in silt and shadow. She recounted moments when the circle's surface seemed to pulse faintly, subtle waves of motion barely perceptible beneath the ROV's cameras. Though the effect could be dismissed as sediment shifts or underwater currents, it left an indelible impression of something alive or sentinel-like, silently anchored to the ocean floor. Alternative theories flourished in independent research circles. Some proposed the anomaly as an ancient alien crash site, a forgotten spacecraft swallowed by Earth's oceans in some lost epoch, its circular shape and apparent damage suggesting impact and deterioration. Others speculated on connections to the legendary lost continent of Atlantis, or suggested it was a remnant of a prehistoric advanced civilization whose knowledge and culture have since vanished beneath the waves. Adding layers to the enigma were nearby sonar readings showing other smaller, irregular objects scattered like relics across the seabed. These formations appeared to be interconnected or part of a larger underwater complex, suggesting the possibility of ruins submerged after dramatic sea level rises or tectonic events thousands of years ago. The full scale of this potential submerged cityscape remains for now a tantalizing secret of the Baltic depths. The Baltic Sea itself is no stranger to secrets. Its brackish waters and low oxygen levels create a preservation environment unique among oceans, where organic materials, shipwrecks, and artifacts survive far longer than usual. Countless medieval vessels dating back hundreds of years lie in cold repose around the sea floor, and the discovery of the anomaly sparked renewed interest in the Baltic's archaeological potential, with hopes of uncovering new chapters of Northern European history and perhaps rewriting parts of our very understanding of prehistoric human activity. Despite repeated expeditions, getting close to the anomaly remains challenging. The harsh underwater environment, unpredictable weather, and complex currents combine with the uncanny technical disruptions to limit extensive study. Underwater drones and sonar mapping continue to collect data, but the mystery endures, a silent waiting presence just beyond the edge of human knowledge. As you imagine descending slowly into the chilly Baltic waters, the horizon darkening with soft blue and grey hues, picture the eerie glow of ROV lights sweeping cautiously across stone surfaces whose grooves hint at long-forgotten hands. Feel the quiet anticipation of discovery mingled with the weight of centuries pressing through the waters. The sea floor holds memories patiently, an archive of puzzles and lost epochs whispered in currents that flow through time itself. The Baltic Sea anomaly calls to the curious and the calm, a forbidden zone where the ocean's dark secrets lie waiting beneath a veil of silence and shadow. It reminds us that even in waters well charted and long navigated, the deep holds fragments of mystery and wonder still undiscovered. And as the night deepens and your breathing slows, let the ghostly echoes of this submerged enigma settle softly in your mind, a silent invitation to dream beneath the endless ocean's embrace. Part 8. The eternal maze of the Sargasso Sea. Imagine drifting into a vast, quiet expanse of ocean like no other, a place bounded not by shorelines or continents, but by swirling currents and ethereal golden masses of seaweed stretching endlessly in every direction. This is the Sargasso Sea, a mysterious region in the North Atlantic Ocean, encircled by the North Atlantic Gyre's powerful currents yet floating serenely within their calm center. Known for its unique ecosystem and eerie stillness, the Sargasso Sea is a natural oceanic labyrinth where secrets accumulate beneath drifting mats of sargassum, waiting to be deciphered by those patient enough to linger in its embrace. Unlike the known boundaries of most seas, the Sargasso has no land borders. Instead, it exists as a sea within a sea, a heart of the ocean defined by the meeting and swirling of massive oceanic flows that draw life and mystery toward its calm center. Early mariners spoke of encountering these floating islands of golden seaweed, a natural phenomenon so vast it could ensnare entire fleets in tangled webs of flora. The seaweed itself acts as a habitat for myriad creatures, tiny crabs that walk along its delicate stalks, fearless fish darting between tannin-soaked fronds, and the rare sea turtle finding refuge in its drifting garden. The mystery of the Sargasso Sea deepens with its legendary historical associations and strange maritime lore. For centuries, sailors whispered of the driftwood's grave areas where ships caught in the slow embrace of the seaweed mats and becalmed water became hopelessly trapped in motionless waters, their timbers slowly rotting amid the thick aquatic canopy. The Buena Esperanza, a Spanish galleon long feared lost, was rumored to have been one such vessel, said to have vanished into the golden tendrils almost 4 centuries ago, its ghostly remains never recovered, its crew and cargo lost to time. Stories told by Caribbean islanders spoke of eerie lamps flickering among the seaweed on moonless nights, phantom lights perhaps, or bioluminescent organisms signaling something yet unexplained in the murky depths. But the true allure of the Sargasso Sea lies not only in its surface mysteries, but in the ocean currents and climates that twist invisibly beneath. The Sargasso acts as a vast biological nursery, a way station in the epic migrations of remarkable marine species. The phenomenal return journey of the European and American eel, for instance, culminates here. After years spent in freshwater streams and rivers, these eels traverse thousands of miles with a singular purpose: to reach the Sargasso Sea's hidden spawning grounds. Here, amid the rolling waves and mats of floating life, they mate and die, their eggs carried by currents to begin the next cycle years later. This natural rhythm remains largely undocumented and shrouded in scientific mystery. No human has yet observed the eels spawning directly, only piecing together clues from larval evidence and tracking studies. The Sargasso's role in this life cycle is vital, paying silent homage to nature's grand, inexorable designs. Further into the enigmatic waters, a chilling secret hides beneath the placid surface, regions known as the ocean plains of still water. These are expanses within the Sargasso where fog forms thick blankets, sometimes for days or even weeks. Sailing ships of old, caught in these heavy mists, struggled to find direction. Compasses spun without reason, and sailors reported hearing strange distant calls that could not be explained by whales or seabirds. The fog was said to carry the voices of the lost, whispers of ships swallowed whole by the seaweed's clutch or scattered storms. In modern times, the Sargasso Sea still challenges understanding and exploration. Advances in satellite imagery and oceanographic research have mapped the extent of its floating gardens and currents, yet the behaviors of life within remain elusive. Scientists studying microplastics in this region discovered a sobering truth amidst the natural wonder: plastic debris, garlanded within the sargassum, creates deadly traps for the sea creatures that live there. What began as one of Earth's most pristine floating jungles now faces a shadow of pollution, an environmental reminder that even the most remote oceanic sanctuaries are not immune to humanity's reach. The Sargasso Sea also holds a more arcane legacy, tied to the legends of the Bermuda Triangle that loom just beyond its southern edges. Some researchers speculate that currents here, tangled within the Greater Gaia, interact to sculpt localized zones of calm, a maritime vortex, where instruments fail and compasses spin erratically. These unique forces may help explain some seafarers' inexplicable disorientations and the many ghost tales surrounding the region. It may also be why deep ocean explorers find unexpected acoustic anomalies echoing from within the Sargasso's tangled depths, an uncharted world humming with the interactions of fauna, tides, and perhaps something still more obscure. One of the most evocative accounts comes from a 19th century British naval officer, Captain James Halloway, who chronicled his voyage through the northern reaches of the Sargasso Sea. His detailed log describes near-motionless seas glistening under a brooding sky and a horizon covered by drifting clouds and thick mats of golden seaweed that seem to stretch eternally. After days trapped in the stillness, his crew heard distant, mournful bell tones emanating over the water, neither wind nor wave producing such sound. The captain wrote of a haunting silence broken only by the music of some unseen mariner, lost amidst these floating isles, a poetic record that has inspired countless oceanic tales ever since. In the quiet of this vast and gentle sea, where the mind can wander, unburdened by rushing tides or storm-swept waves, there is an invitation to patience and reflection. The Sargasso Sea teaches that some mysteries are meant not to be conquered, but embraced as part of the ocean's slow and profound rhythm. In its golden grasp, life thrives and transforms in ways both delicate and enduring, a testament to resilience dancing eternally on the edge of knowing. Close your eyes and envision yourself adrift among the endless swaths of glowing seaweed, the sun fading softly on the horizon, the water cool and steady beneath your hands. Listen attentively for the slow pulse of the currents, the faint rustle of fronds weaving tales of time and tide. Here in this oceanic maze, the forbidden zones meet the quiet beauty of the unknown, whispering slowly, gently, with a voice as old as the sea itself. Part 9. The black water swallowers of the Tasman Sea. To the southeast of Australia and New Zealand, stretching out between these vast landmasses, lies the tempestuous and enigmatic Tasman Sea, a region where the ocean can shift from tranquil calm to violent storm with little warning, where ancient tides tell stories older than the coastal cities that fringe its shores. Beneath its rolling waves and restless surface dwell mysteries that confound even the most seasoned mariners, stories woven from the deep currents and shadows that churn far below. Here in these often overlooked depths, the Tasman Sea guards its darkest secrets, tales of vanished vessels, strange phenomena, and the elusive black water swallowers that claim unwary travelers to the depths. The name black water swallowers first emerged in whispered accounts from fishermen and offshore oil rig workers in the late 20th century. These shadowy entities were described not as living creatures in the usual sense, but as vast, shifting expanses of inky blackness beneath the water's surface, dense patches of ocean so dark and thick they seemed alive, swallowing light, sound, and sometimes the very essence of boats and crews. While skeptics dismissed these stories as folklore or exaggeration, too many independent eyewitness testimonies persisted to ignore the phenomenon entirely. One of the most enduring accounts comes from the 1983 disappearance of the fishing trawler Ocean's Vale. The vessel departed from Hobart, Tasmania, with a seasoned crew accustomed to the fickle moods of the Tasman Sea. Days into the voyage, radio contact abruptly ceased after a last cryptic transmission. "We're caught in black water. Lights gone, engines failing." Search efforts found only scattered debris miles from the last known position, but no trace of the crew or the main hull was ever recovered. Rescue teams reported an unusual absence of marine life in the search area. No birds overhead, no fish breaking surface, only an eerie, profound silence, as if the ocean itself held its breath. Scientists who later studied this area began to identify unusual biophysical phenomena. Oceanographers noted that certain sections of the Tasman Sea experienced dense aggregations of organic matter, particularly during seasonal blooms of deep water plankton and gelatinous creatures. These blooms sometimes formed immense, near-impermeable mats of bioluminescent organisms, which at night glowed faintly, but by day absorbed and refracted light in strange ways. Satellite images captured from remote sensing identified areas where radar and sonar signals were inexplicably dampened or distorted, zones that seemed to create pockets of acoustic blackout. The most baffling aspect remains that these black water patches are not static but capable of rapid, subtle movement, drifting unpredictably like living shadows across the open sea. Vessels that pass through them often report sudden drops in temperature, compass anomalies, and vivid illusions where the horizon shifts or instruments flicker. Mariners speak in hushed tones of the sea turning inside out, where the surface appears both liquid and solid, swallowing sounds and forms with an unsettling veracity. Biologists studying samples from these blooms found that the gelatinous organisms, a complex web of comb jellies, siphonophores and deep-sea siphon-like creatures, possess biofilms capable of absorbing nearly all visible light, making the water column effectively opaque in places. These biological blinds challenge the idea of the ocean's clarity and suggest a living cloak that could cloak vast expanses in darkness. Yet the sheer scale and density needed to cause the black water swallower effect remain partially unexplained. Beyond the scientific intrigue, the black water swallowers have carved a place in maritime folklore, embodying humanity's fear of the ocean's vast and unknowable nature. Indigenous Maori and Aboriginal Australian communities have long passed down cautions about the devouring waters, an ancient force described in their oral traditions as a shifting veil of darkness beneath the waves, an entity both respected and feared, said to suck in those who disregard sacred boundaries or fail to heed the ocean's rhythms. One Maori elder recounted a tale of an ancestral waka canoe lost to a sudden black wave during a ceremonial voyage. According to the story, the vessel and its occupants vanished without trace, swallowed by a dark mass that seemed to pulse with life beneath the surface. The legend warns of waters not to be crossed lightly, a metaphor for the balance between human endeavor and the ocean's unpredictable power. In the late 1990s, an expedition sponsored by Australian marine research institutions set out to investigate these occurrences with advanced submersibles and mapping technology. During one dive near the popular shipping lanes between Sydney and Auckland, researchers encountered what they described as a black abyss within a bloom, an underwater shadow that absorbed light, swallowed sonar pings, and muffled all external noise. Cameras confirmed the presence of thick bands of transparent, lengthened creatures resembling enormous streams of gelatin, their bodies pulsing softly and refracting faint bioluminescence that barely lit the surrounding darkness. Attempts to penetrate deeper proved impossible, as the submersible's navigation became erratic, communications faint, and external lights dimmed inexplicably. This enigmatic experience solidified the concept that these black water masses are not accidental blooms, but possibly manifestations of unique ecological systems, evolved in the Tasman Sea's nutrient-rich, yet dynamically volatile environment. They may act as living traps, natural filters of organic and inorganic matter, playing roles in carbon cycling and deep-sea nutrient exchanges that are only beginning to be understood. Yet the psychological effect on explorers and mariners remains significant. Those who navigate near or through these areas often report feelings of weightlessness, dizziness, and a sense of timelessness, a disconnection from normal sensory perception. The sea, it seems, can swallow more than ships. It can absorb minds, time, and reality itself, offering a glimpse into a realm where human understanding falters. As you imagine drifting on the surface of the Tasman Sea, the sun dipping low, casting a fading glow on the restless water, picture the subtle shift beneath, the sudden darkening as if the ocean's heart turns slow and heavy. The black water swallowers glide unseen, immense and silent, cloaked in shadows deeper than night, patiently waiting in their forbidden zones. Let your thoughts sink gently into those depths, feel the cool touch of shadowed water around you, the muted whispers of strange creatures pulsing softly in the darkness. Here, where light falters and mystery thrives, the ocean's most secret and ancient rhythms play out, reminding us of the profound depths still beyond our reach and the silent stories still waiting to be told in the eternal sea. Part 10. The vanishing whales of the Azores Abyss. Far out in the North Atlantic, where the restless currents swirl around the volcanic archipelago of the Azores, a mystery drifts silently beneath the waves, an enigma that has puzzled scientists, sailors, and locals for decades. the phenomenon of the vanishing whales. These gentle giants of the sea, majestic and immense, navigate the deep canyons and mountainous underwater terrain that surround these islands, only to seemingly disappear without a trace, swallowed by a shadowed realm that defies human understanding. The Azores lie at a crossroads of oceanic life and geology. Here, the mid-Atlantic ridge rises dramatically from the depths, shaping a fragmented landscape of trenches, seamounts, and abyssal plains. It is a place where the ocean floor plunges thousands of meters below the surface, creating a labyrinth of deep, dark canyons that teem with marine life yet remain largely unexplored. Among those creatures are several species of whales, sperm whales, fin whales, and blue whales, that follow migratory routes so ancient that their paths are etched into instinct and legend. For centuries, local fishermen and islanders have whispered stories of encountering whale pods that vanished suddenly, as if the ocean itself had opened and closed a gate engulfing them whole. On calm days when the sea appears glassy and infinite, boats report spotting a group of whales breaching near the surface, only to find, moments later, that neither flukes nor spouts remain on the horizon. These vanishings are not just fleeting moments but sometimes last for days in certain stretches of water, leaving observers baffled and quietly fearful. The puzzle deepened with advances in marine research during the 20th century. Whale tagging programs introduced by oceanographers revealed that pods entering specific submarine canyons near the Azores sometimes lost all signals, and tracking devices never reconnected. Acoustic monitoring stations reported enigmatic silences in areas otherwise vibrant with cetacean communication. What happened in these shadowed depths where the whales seemed to disappear? Were they victims of natural predators, geological phenomena, or something far stranger? One intriguing theory focuses on the existence of underwater methane hydrate pockets, large deposits of frozen methane trapped beneath layers of sediment on the canyon floors. When these pockets rupture, they release vast bubbles of gas that rapidly reduce water density, creating buoyancy shifts that can disorient and trap marine animals. It is believed such methane eruptions might cause whales to become stranded beneath the waves, suspended in layers of shifting pressure, or trapped within the foam of frothing water. Yet this explanation accounts only partially for the suddenness and total disappearance witnessed by those above. Further compounding mysteries are reports from deep-diving submersibles and robotic explorers sent to map these canyons. In 2013, a European research vessel deployed its latest submersible into the Princess Alice Canyon, a steep, sprawling trench just south of São Miguel Island. At depths nearing 2,600 meters, the crew recorded unexpected stirrings, enormous pods of bioluminescent plankton swirling in eerie cascades, ghostly silhouettes resembling massive, slow-moving shapes flickering just beyond the floodlights. Several scientists aboard reported hearing low-frequency sounds that did not match known whale calls, but rather a complex series of pulses that seemed to respond to their presence, fading and re-emerging as if part of an ancient underwater dialogue. The captain of the research vessel, a seasoned mariner named João Silva, recalled the haunting atmosphere of that dive. "We felt the deep awareness of the place, like descending into a cathedral built of water and stone. The silence was filled with whispers, and the darkness carried a weight we couldn't explain. It was a realm older than us, where creatures lived on rhythms entirely separate from our world." Compelling stories from local Azorean fishermen add layers of folklore to the scientific curiosity. Elders speak of the silent depths, a part of the sea where the veil between the known and the unknown thins. They tell of ancestors hearing whale songs turn into unearthly harmonies just before disappearing, the music shifting pitch, becoming something less animal and more elemental. Some believe these waters serve as gateways between this world and others, domains where souls of lost whales transcend ordinary existence, traversing into places inaccessible to human eyes. Despite their size and the relative intelligence of whales, these vanishings evoke a profound sense of vulnerability and mystery. Whales are known to navigate via sound and Earth's magnetic fields, yet the Azores abyss seems to short-circuit their instincts. Could localized magnetic anomalies, shaped by the volcanic forces beneath the islands, interfere with their internal compasses? Are there undiscovered predators or phenomena lurking in the deep that drive whales into these shadowed pockets? Or might this be part of a larger migratory enigma, an evolutionary behavior honed over millennia but still beyond human comprehension? Efforts to unravel the mystery persist. International teams combine satellite telemetry, underwater acoustics, and geological mapping in hopes of tethering the fragments of the puzzle. Yet, much like the whales themselves, the answers often slip through our grasp, elusive as flukes disappearing beneath a fading horizon. As you envision yourself on a quiet boat drifting near the Azores, the sun casting golden ripples on shimmering ocean surfaces, imagine peering into fathomless canyons cloaked in shadow beneath the waves. Feel the reverence carried on the singing winds, the echoes of vast creatures, ancient and wise, moving through a world largely unseen. Let your mind drift with the vanishing whales, caught between light and dark, surface and abyss, known and unknowable. In this moment, suspended between story and silence, the ocean's most forbidden zones continue their eternal watch, the deep calling softly to those willing to listen in the hush that lies beneath the restless sea. Part 11. The silent depths of the Whitted Canyon. Beneath the shifting waves of the northeast Atlantic, nestled between the southwestern coasts of England and Ireland, lies the Whitted Canyon, an expansive underwater gorge carved into the sea floor by millennia of geological processes, and a realm where silence persists amid shadow and deep current. This submarine canyon, stretching over 100 kilometers in length and plunging thousands of meters below the ocean's surface, is a piece of the ocean's most forbidding underworld, harboring mysteries both natural and eerie, waiting patiently in its cold, dark solitude. While the Whitted Canyon might seem a quiet landscape of rock and sediment, scientists and fishermen alike have long sensed that this underwater chasm is a place unlike familiar seabed environments. Sonar surveys reveal towering cliffs, labyrinthine overhangs, and vast fields of sediment accumulation forming mysterious shapes, while water temperatures hover in the near-freezing territory, shaping a world both hostile and tantalizingly alien. What makes Whitted Canyon especially compelling are its strange acoustic phenomena, a persistent yet elusive silence that defies the expected bustle of oceanic life. Hydrophones placed deep within the canyon's recesses have recorded frequent lapses in natural sound that span hours at a time. The usual hum of crustaceans scuttling, fish calling, or the distant musings of whales and dolphins fades suddenly, as if some invisible force hushes the depths. This absence is not simply a lack of noise, but is charged with palpable weight, echoing a void where life's usual chorus seemingly pauses. Marine biologists initially puzzled over this auditory vacuum. Their presence in the canyon, during expeditions deploying remotely operated vehicles, ROVs and autonomous underwater gliders, confirmed that animal life was indeed present. Schools of deep-sea fish, brittle stars waving in slow currents, and scavenging amphipods crawling over detritus. Yet when the hydrophones registered silence, cameras often showed movement halted, or animals retreating into crevices, as if they too sensed the quietude's strange quality. Further complicating this phenomenon are reports from deep-sea fishermen who frequent the outer edges of the canyon. These men, skilled in reading wind and wave, speak in hushed tones about a sensation often described as the canyon's breath stopping. Vessels have sometimes encountered sudden drops in temperature and a stillness in the air that unnerves even the most seasoned crews. Some recount eerie moments when their engines sputtered unexpectedly and instruments went dark only to flicker back minutes later, accompanied by static hums barely audible through the cab. One unforgettable account came from a veteran trawler captain, Michael O'Shea, whose fishing vessel was conducting a routine sweep over a known squid ground near the canyon's entrance. On a grey October evening, as low clouds descended over the sea, Michael noticed that the usual chatter of seabirds and sonar pings ceased abruptly. The water's surface lay glassy and motionless, while the radio in the wheelhouse crackled with indecipherable noises. Without warning, the entire vessel seemed to become engulfed in an unnatural darkness, as if thick fog had fallen beneath the waves themselves. Moments later, equipment stabilized, and life resumed its normal cadence, but Michael and his crew were left unsettled, carrying a deep impression of having encountered a force beyond explanation. Scientists theorize that this phenomenon could stem from the unique topographical features of Whitted Canyon. The steep rock walls interact with powerful tidal flows, creating complex vortices and silent eddies where sound waves might dissipate or warp. It's also suggested that chemical interactions between cold seawater, organic sediments, and methane seeps could generate pockets of hydrogen sulfide or other gases that absorb acoustic energy, deadening noise in localized areas. Yet these hypotheses only scratch the surface in explaining the profound quiet and its sporadic nature. Adding to the canyon's intrigue is the discovery of unusual biological communities thriving in its depths. Underwater cameras have revealed dense beds of sessile creatures, corals, sponges, and tube worms that defy typical deep-sea patterns by flourishing here in conditions otherwise taxing to life. These biological oases appear to pulse with faint bioluminescence during the blackest hours, casting flickers of ghostly light against barren rock and silt. Here, new species of crustaceans and mollusks adapt to scarce food and crushing pressure, their slow metabolisms weaving a delicate tapestry of existence on nature's edge. One expedition led by Dr. Helen Markham, a marine ecologist specializing in cold water corals, ventured deep into the canyon aboard the research vessel Endeavour in the summer of 2017. Employing an advanced ROV equipped with ultra-low light cameras, her team mapped an extensive coral reef perched on a ledge nearly 2,200 meters below sea level. During the dive, rotations of light revealed a network of narrow tunnels and caves festooned with anomalies and stalked crinoids swaying gently in rhythmic currents. What fascinated the scientists most were brief yet distinct pulses recorded by the submersible's sensors, ultra-low frequency signals originating from fissures in the rock, possibly produced by slow tectonic movements or interactions between seawater and mineral deposits. These geophysical whispers blend into the canyon's enigmatic soundscape, contributing to what some researchers describe as the breath of the deep, a subtle rhythm of the Earth's pulse beneath the ocean's blanket. It's a reminder that the planet's slow forces continue to sculpt these hidden worlds, shaping habitats and shaping mysteries. The Whitted Canyon also holds ancient clues to Earth's climatic past. Sediment cores drilled from canyon floors have preserved dramatic records of glacial and interglacial cycles, capturing microfossils that reveal ancient ocean temperatures, currents, and ecosystems. These layers tell stories of shifting seas and frozen ages, where life endured, adapted, and transformed. Archaeologists and geologists collaborating in the region ponder the canyon's role as a refuge for marine life during dramatic environmental changes, a dark sanctuary where species survived cataclysms that reshaped surface oceans. Aside from scientific fascination, the canyon has an equally enigmatic hold on cultural imagination. Legends from coastal communities echo faintly in this submerged realm. Fishermen of Cornwall and County Cork pass down tales of the Silent Gorge, a place beneath the waves where voices are lost and time itself seems to pause. These stories speak of underwater spirits or ancient guardians who command the deep stillness, warning of respect and caution to those who venture too far into shadowed waters. These narratives resonate with the profound silence recorded in the canyon, an eerie, almost sacred quiet that invites contemplation rather than conquest. It is a space where human understanding meets the stillness of the unknown, where the ocean withdraws its usual clamor to reveal something deeper, slower, and primal. As you imagine descending slowly into the Whitted Canyon, the sun's rays dimming through layers of cold blue water, picture the towering cliffs of stone looming on either side, draped in corals glowing faintly in the gloom. Here, if you can, the pause in the world's breath, the hush before some deep secret stirs or simply remains at rest. Feel the weight of water pressing gently as currents drift past, bearing stories folded into the centuries and the sediment. In this submerged cathedral of silence, beneath the restless surface, the ocean's forbidden zone invites you to listen, not just with ears but with mind and soul, to the voice of the deep. Here, in the stillness of Whitted Canyon, the mysteries of the ocean's dark heart unfold slowly and endlessly, calling forth the curious and the calm, those willing to embrace the quiet unknown. Part 12. The phantom murmurs of the Juan de Fuca Ridge. Far off the rugged coasts of the Pacific Northwest, where the roaring surf meets towering evergreen forests and mist-laden mountains, lies a deep and mysterious stretch known as the Juan de Fuca Ridge. This vast underwater volcanic range snakes thousands of kilometers beneath the ocean's surface, carving a boundary between the Pacific Plate and the smaller Juan de Fuca Plate. A place of fierce geothermal activity and shadowed chasms, this ridge is a frontier both scientific and enigmatic, harboring secrets whispered through tremors and the uncharted dark. Unlike the calm stretches of the open Pacific, the Juan de Fuca Ridge churns with hydrothermal vents that expel superheated water rich in minerals and host ecosystems, thriving against all odds. These black smokers, shimmering towers of mineralized filth, eject plumes of scalding fluid into the near-freezing waters, creating otherworldly oases where life flourishes in isolation. Tube worms, giant clams, and strange crustaceans cluster near vent openings, their existence a testament to nature's resilience and adaptability in spaces utterly hostile to sunlight and warmth. Yet beneath this living furnace, another aspect of the ridge unfolds, a realm of ghostly sounds and baffling vibrations, phenomena researchers have only begun to confront and understand. Since the early 2000s, oceanographers deploying sensitive hydrophones and seismic instruments on the ridge's slopes began recording strange acoustic signals, unlike the normal cracklings and groans of shifting tectonic plates. These anomalous sounds were dubbed the phantom murmurs. The phantom murmurs manifest as low-frequency pulses and rhythmic sequences of clicks and rumbles, often lasting for hours at a time. They ebb and flow with an irregular cadence, sometimes synchronous with local tidal patterns, other times detached and mysterious. Most perplexing is that these sounds do not seem to originate from known geological processes alone, nor can they be entirely attributed to any recorded marine species. Early interpretations ventured into the realm of natural seismic activity, earthquakes, shifting faults, or the cracking and cooling of volcanic crust. While these contributions exist, the distinct tonal qualities and the seemingly purposeful repetition hint at a more complex origin. Some scientists hypothesize that these murmurs may be a form of seismic language emitted by deep-sea creatures, evolved to communicate in an environment where sound travels far but light does not. Others speculate that chemical reactions venting through the ridge floors create rhythmic patterns mistaken for biological calls. The Juan de Fuca Ridge's eerie acoustic landscape took on a deeper dimension following a 2014 expedition led by Dr. Marcus Heller, an expert in marine geophysics. The team deployed a network of underwater listening stations in a grid across a particularly active segment of the ridge. Over weeks, their instruments captured not only the phantom murmurs, but also intermittent bursts of ultrasonic signals surpassing prior frequency ranges ever recorded in ocean basins. Late one night, as fog clung thick over the nearby Washington coastline and waves crashed silently upon hidden rocky outcrops, the team recorded a moment that instantly became legendary in oceanographic circles. Suddenly, the hums shifted into a coherent pattern, distinct pulses arranged in sequences strikingly similar to Morse code. The discovery sent ripples through scientific communities worldwide, sparking heated debates about the nature of deep-sea intelligence and uncharted communication. In the months that followed, researchers attempted translations and pattern analysis. Some suggested the sequences could be environmental feedback, biological responses to specific chemical changes or tectonic events, while others entertained more speculative ideas, such as messages exchanged by unknown deep-sea organisms, or even relics of preternatural forces born of Earth's restless inner layers. Fishermen who ply these coastal waters offer their own, more poetic interpretations. Among veteran crews, tales circulate of nights when the sea itself seems to murmur back, a subtle vibration felt underfoot or heard faintly over the low drone of engines. Stories speak of voices beneath the waves that carry warnings of coming storms or shifting currents, as if the ocean knows and watches with a presence unseen yet deeply felt. One such story, recounted by a longtime captain from Near Bay, tells of a voyage interrupted by a sudden and thick fog that blanketed the sea. As instruments faltered and visibility dropped, the crew heard low rhythmic thumps resonating through the deck, like distant drums beating beneath the water. The captain described the experience as simultaneously unsettling and mesmerizing, a reminder that beneath the known world lies a deeper mystery, alive and unknowable. Beyond their enigmatic soundscape, the Juan de Fuca Ridge's ecological significance remains profound. It serves as a gateway for studying life's origins in extreme environments, offering clues to what conditions might have nurtured early life on our planet, or possibly elsewhere in the cosmos. The ridge's flora and fauna challenge preconceptions, thriving without sunlight and subsisting on chemical chemosynthesis in a world shaped by heat, pressure, and constant geological upheaval. But for many who listen closely, it is the phantom murmurs themselves that captivate, the thought that in the abyssal silence, voices stir, stories unfold, and signals drift through chords of water and rock. These whispers remind us that the ocean is not merely a physical expanse, but a dynamic and responsive living force, ancient and vast beyond measure. As you settle into the quiet of your surroundings, imagine yourself descending slowly into the depths off the rugged Pacific Northwest, pressure increasing, the light dimming to nothing. Hear the gentle swell of waves above melding with distant echoes below, the phantom murmurs threading their way through the darkness like spectral songs. Let the hidden voices cradle your thoughts, a lullaby from a world at once foreign and familiar, inviting you to drift peacefully into rest. In the shadowed halls of the Juan de Fuca Ridge, the ocean's most forbidden sounds continue their endless ballet, quiet, profound, and waiting patiently beneath the ever-moving sea. Part 13. The Forgotten Lighthouses of the Farallon Ghost Isles. Far off the rugged coast of Northern California, shrouded in fog and surrounded by waves that churn endlessly against jagged rocks, lies a cluster of small islands known as the Farallon Islands. To most, these steep, isolated crags are little more than a haven for seabirds or a waypoint for mariners navigating the entrance to San Francisco Bay. But beneath the salty spray and endless mists, a hidden chapter lingers, a story of forgotten lighthouses, lost keepers, and eerie transmissions that continue to puzzle oceanographers and occult historians alike. The Farallon Islands have long occupied a liminal space between land and sea, known by indigenous peoples as a place of spirits and omens. By the mid-19th century, as shipping routes expanded along the Pacific coast, these treacherous isles were marked by the urgent need for navigation aids. In 1855, the first lighthouse was constructed on southeast Farallon, a bleak but critical sentinel designed to warn ships away from deadly reefs and swirling currents. This lighthouse stood as a beacon for decades, manned by hardy keepers who endured savage weather, isolation, and the ceaseless calling of the great ocean's wild heart. Logs from the era tell of storms that struck like living walls of water and wind, of nights spent in silence broken only by the creak of timbers or the distant mournful cries of shipwreck survivors. Yet, amid this harshness, the lighthouse was a lifeline, a solitary light burning defiantly in the endless grey. By the early 20th century, additional towers and signal stations dotted the islands, their lenses polished to shine far and wide across the Pacific dusk. The keepers formed a tight-knit community despite the isolation, bound by rituals, codes, and a shared vigilance over a section of ocean both vital and vicious. It was a world cut off from the mainland, where days blended into nights under the ever-present fog, and the only company was the waves, the birds, and the ghostly histories whispered by the wind. But the story takes a darker turn in the years following World War II. Advances in automation rendered the manned lighthouses obsolete, and by the 1960s most towers were decommissioned and left to the mercy of the elements. Yet, locals and fishermen began recounting strange phenomena associated with the forgotten beacons. On some nights, when the fog draped heavy and thick, glimmers of light appeared where none should exist, flickering lanterns, phantom beams sweeping the ocean, and more eerily, faint radio transmissions emanating from dead quarters. One of the most persistent tales involves a series of distress signals picked up intermittently by Coast Guard stations in the late 1970s and early 1980s. These spectral messages echoed under the static, a series of Morse code-like bursts referencing coordinates near the islands and cryptic pleas for aid. No vessels or aircraft were reported missing at these times, and attempts to triangulate the sources revealed only the same remote islets, the silent graveyards of countless wrecks hidden beneath the waves. Veteran mariners tell of encounters with ghostly shapes seen dancing through the mist, figures in old-fashioned keeper uniforms standing on rocky outcrops or pacing atop cliffs, their presence marked by a chilling drop in temperature and the faint scent of sea brine mingled with aged wood smoke. One lighthouse historian, Professor Evelyn Marks, spent several seasons living aboard a research vessel near the islands, documenting these occurrences. She described an unforgettable night where a spectral light slowly pulsed on a ridge, accompanied by a mournful lament that seemed to thread through the hull's timbers and into the marrow of her bones. Scientific explanations offer some solace but little closure. Electromagnetic distortions, atmospheric anomalies caused by temperature inversions and ionized fog, and residual signals from military exercises in adjacent waters have all been proposed. Yet these theories fail to explain the intricate patterns in the Morse-like radio bursts or the genuine eyewitness accounts of apparitions. Some speculate about a phantom circuit left behind in the island's electronic systems, a spectral echo of human presence lingering in liminal space. a haunting reminder of lives once lived in vigilant solitude. The islands themselves keep their secrets tightly sealed beneath layers of lichens and the spray of ceaseless waves. The steep cliffs and precarious ledges host breeding colonies of puffins and albatrosses, their cries mixing with the ocean's roar. Below, the treacherous reefs remain littered with wreckage, remnants of ships lost to storms, navigation errors, and the relentless hunger of the Pacific. Each vessel vanished here is a story untold, a shadow beneath the depths. With the passage of time, modern navigation rendered the lighthouses obsolete, but it seems the Farallon Isles' spectral light endures, a sublime intersection where history, nature, and mystery converge. In the silence between waves, where fog drapes like a velvet curtain and time bends to the ocean's indomitable will, the forgotten keepers may still watch, their lamps swaying gently as though beckoning sailors home. Picture yourself standing on the bow of a small boat, the cold Pacific wind tugging at your jacket. The island's silhouette looms grey through the mist, cliffs jagged and silent as ancient sentinels. Listen closely, and you might hear the faint tapping of Morse code carried on the salt-laden air, the timeless watch of lighthouse guardians whispering their eternal vigil. Let this tale settle softly within, a beacon in the depths where sea and shadow entwine, the forbidden zones of the ocean reminding us that some lights never truly fade, and some secrets are patiently kept beneath the waves. Part 14. The veiled depths of the Mozambique Channel, stretching between the eastern shores of Africa and the island nation of Madagascar. The Mozambique Channel is a vast corridor of ocean known for its swirling currents, vibrant marine biodiversity, less commonly told, the shadowy mysteries concealed within its deep and layered waters. This stretch of sea, often bypassed by travelers heading toward the Indian Ocean's more famous destinations, harbors forbidden zones that echo with tales of vanished ships, elusive creatures, and phenomena that blur the boundary between nature's wonders and lingering superstition. The channel itself is a complex tapestry of eddies and gyres, where warm tropical waters mix with deeper, colder flows from the Southern Ocean. These shifting currents create isolated pockets and underwater trenches, hidden pockets of ocean rarely touched by human craft, where light fades at a shallower depth than usual, and silence reigns as mystery takes hold. For centuries, sailors and fishermen who braved these waters spoke hesitantly of zones where compasses spun in confusion and voices seemed to carry strangely across the swell. One such corridor off the coast of the Comoros Islands is especially notorious for strange disappearances and inexplicable navigational anomalies. Known among locals as the Whispering Passage, this narrow yet deep stretch has been a waypoint for traders and seafarers for hundreds of years. Yet, it is also a place where ships large and small have slowed into their final voyage, swallowed not by storms but by something more insidious and hidden. Historical records from Portuguese explorers who first charted these waters in the 15th century mention ghost tides that would rise without warning, wrapping vessels in dense soupy fog so thick and still that even the loudest bells seemed muted. These fogs were said to carry faint, haunting chants, sung perhaps by the sea itself or voices lost long ago. Survivors from later shipwrecks told chilling tales of eerie lights flickering beneath the waves, blue and green glows that pulsed as if the ocean breathed with a mysterious life. The modern era brought surveys and oceanographic expeditions equipped to better understand the channel's hydrodynamics. Yet, the Whispering Passage continued to defy full explanation. In the 1980s, a French naval research vessel studying tidal flows reported a sudden and inexplicable malfunction in all sonar equipment and navigation systems as it entered this zone. Crew members recalled moments where sounds became distorted, and whispered voices seemed to echo through the radio static. Though the vessel passed safely and equipment restored outside the affected area, the experience was logged as one of those anomalous deep-sea events that eluded conventional science. Beneath the channel's surface, the geology adds its own layer of enigma. Tectonic fault lines run under the seabed, creating seismic activity along the Mozambique Trough, a depression plunging over 3,000 meters. This vast underwater valley is prone to sudden methane bubble eruptions and hydrothermal venting, phenomena known to disrupt water density and create dangerous bubbles that can destabilize ships or interfere with sonar readings. However, in several shipwreck investigations, there were no obvious signs of collision or capsizing typical of methane-sourced accidents, suggesting other forces might be at play. Marine biologists studying the area have identified unusual biological behaviors as well. Giant squid, long the stuff of maritime legend, appear in greater numbers in the deeper reaches of the channel, their giant eyes reflecting glimmers of faint bioluminescence in the abyssal dark. These elusive creatures rise stealthily toward the surface under moonlit skies, yet are rarely encountered by humans, adding to an aura of the unknown below. One particularly haunting account came from a Malagasy fishing captain named Rovo, who in the late 1990s recounted his near disappearance during a nighttime trek. According to his story, as they sailed near an uncharted seamount, a thick fog enveloped the boat. Suddenly, Rovo's crew heard faint strains of song, a kind of lullaby sung in a language none recognized, floating ethereally over the quiet sea. Compasses swung wildly, and radios fell silent, severing their link to the mainland. Then, as quickly as it came, the fog lifted, exposing calm seas and a fully restored horizon. The crew found themselves hundreds of miles off course, with no memory of the passage in between. Local folklore mirrors these experiences with tales of Mami Wata, a spirit said to dwell within the channel's depths. Revered across coastal East Africa, Mami Wata is often depicted as a beautiful yet enigmatic water woman, keeper of secrets, blessings, and curses. Mariners believe her presence protects or endangers depending on respect shown toward the sea. She is said to control the tides of fate, guiding some to safe passage while claiming others for her underwater realm. These stories are woven into the cultural fabric of towns lining the channel, reminding seafarers of their fragile place in a vast and capricious environment. Scientific efforts to study the region deepen the mysteries. In 2007, a multinational deep-sea exploration aboard the Nautilus Indian Ocean deployed submersibles to the Mozambique Trough. There they discovered unusual magnetic anomalies concentrated around volcanic hydrothermal vents, as well as discrete fields of unusual mineral deposits glowing faintly with chemical luminescence. These deposits showed patterns inconsistent with known biogeochemical processes, prompting hypotheses about unique subterranean reactions or undiscovered microbial ecosystems that communicate via electromagnetic fields. The Nautilus expedition also captured footage of bioluminescent creatures unlike any documented before, translucent amorphous beings that pulsed rhythmically, almost as if in silent conversation. The researchers watched as these creatures manipulated light in ways suggesting advanced adaptation to permanent darkness, sparking questions about deep-sea intelligence and interaction far beyond established marine animal behavior. Yet despite technological progress, the channel's deeper secrets remain veiled. Fishermen report vast silent zones where fish vanish and nets drag nothing but cold, empty water. Some speak of currents that fold onto themselves, confusing navigation and swallowing sound like a cavernous maw. Occasional sightings of strange lights, green, violet, and pale blue, flash beneath boats before disappearing without trace. These unexplained phenomena add allure and caution to a sea that yields its mysteries only in fragments. As you drift in your imagination across the Mozambique Channel, the vibrant surface contrasts against the dark vastness below, a sea alive with hidden currents, ancient tectonics, and restless marine spirits. Feel the warmth of the African sun on your face blending with the coolness slipping from the depths, while beneath you, waves whisper of passages both physical and metaphysical, gateways where the ocean's ancient heart beats in ways humans can sense but rarely understand. In the stillness between tides, listen closely for those whispers, the soft, haunting secrets carried across the channel's folds, urging patience, respect, and quiet curiosity. Here, in the veiled depths of the Mozambique Channel, the ocean's forbidden zones beckon slowly, inviting the calm and the brave to venture and to dream. Part 15. The murmuring depths of the Lubov-Orlova wreck, far off the remote and cold coastline of the Russian Arctic, where the swirling, ice-laden waters of the Barents Sea give way to unyielding winter darkness, lies a maritime secret whispered among sailors and Arctic explorers, the story of the Lubov-Orlova, a ghostly relic seemingly frozen in time beneath unforgiving waves. This derelict cruise ship, abandoned yet persistently drifting, became a spectral icon of the ocean's forbidden zones, embodying both human tragedy and the ocean's enigmatic power to reclaim what is lost. The Lyubov Orlova was once a proud symbol of Soviet maritime leisure, built in the 1970s to ferry passengers along the frigid northern routes, from icy Baltic ports to the desolate fjords along Russia's Arctic frontier. She was named after a beloved Russian actress, her decks graced by families seeking rare glimpses of the Arctic's haunting beauty. But with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the ship's fate took a dark and uncertain turn. By the late 1990s, the Lyubov Orlova had been retired and left to decay in a remote harbor near Murmansk. In 2010, an ill-fated decision saw the ship sold to a salvage company, whose intention was to tow her to a scrapyard thousands of miles away in Turkey. Under tow amid a fierce wintry sea, the ship broke free during a storm and vanished into the murky expanse of the Arctic Ocean. Since then, the Lyubov Orlova has become an eerie wanderer, an abandoned vessel drifting aimlessly, defying geography and logic. Mariners and fishermen navigating the Barents Sea and North Atlantic relay strange encounters with the ghost ship. Some report sightings of a rusting silhouette looming through fog and mist, its decaying hull faintly illuminated by the fleeting Arctic sun or the glow of the northern lights. Others speak of hearing spectral creaks and faint murmurs, voices carried on the cold wind that seem almost alive, as if the ship bears a soul unwilling to rest. Satellite imagery taken years after its disappearance revealed an enigmatic anomaly, an object sprinting with the currents but never arriving at any predictable destination. The Lyubov Orlova's drifting path, analyzed by oceanographers, presents a labyrinth of mystery. Unlike typical derelict vessels which sink or become grounded, this vessel moves unpredictably, oscillating with icy currents, only to appear again thousands of miles away, as if caught in the ocean's own restless heart. Its slow decay seems paused, the ship weathered yet intact, a ghostly echo preserved by freezing waters and endless twilight. While much of the ship's fate is shrouded in shadow, haunting personal accounts from those who worked aboard her have survived. Former crew members and passengers recall a slow decline during the ship's last years of service, moments when the comfort of the ship's cabins masked a creeping desolation. One stewardess recounted the eerie silence that would fall over empty hallways during Arctic nights, broken only by the eerie whistle of wind through broken windows and shifting steel. She spoke of a haunting presence, an unspoken melancholy that clung like frost to the ship's bones. Scientists who have studied similar abandoned vessels in polar regions note that the Lyubov Orlova's persistent drift may be a rare consequence of complex interactions involving temperature gradients, salinity layers, and shifting sea ice. The ship may serve as a floating time capsule, preserved partially by the cold and surrounded by ecological niches where Arctic marine life inexplicably congregates. Seals and seabirds have been seen resting upon its hull during brief summer months, granting it a semblance of life amid the decay. Beyond natural forces, some have suggested darker possibilities, or perhaps deeper oceanic mysteries linked to the ship's strange wanderings. Mariners tell tales of unexplained electronic malfunctions near the Lyubov Orlova's path, compasses erring wildly, radios picking up cryptic transmissions, and even the sudden loss of GPS signals. These disruptions fade as mysteriously as they arrive, leaving navigation teams unnerved but unable to pin down any source. Local Arctic communities regard the ship with a mix of reverence and wariness. Indigenous Sami fishermen speak of the vessel as the frozen wanderer, a silent sentinel cursed or blessed by ancient spirits guarding the northern seas. Elders recount legends of ships claimed by the ice, vessels ferrying souls between worlds, caught between the living and the frozen deep. The Lyubov Orlova thus becomes more than a mere shipwreck. It is a symbol of the fragile boundary separating human endeavor from the ocean's timeless sovereignty. The ship's story also intersects with the broader history of the Arctic's perilous culture. It echoes the countless narratives of exploration, survival, and disappearance in one of Earth's harshest environments. For decades, the Barents Sea has claimed lives and vessels alike, its waters concealing the remnants of daring expeditions and tragic miscalculations. The Lyubov Orlova encapsulates this tradition of mystery and maritime caution, a floating relic of hopes and failures, drifting in rings of ice and shadow. As twilight deepens and the Arctic winter's long night descends, imagine standing on a frost-bitten deck, the horizon a blur of silver-gray indistinctness between sky and sea. Feel the distant rumble of breaking ice and the sharp, cold bite of wind against your cheeks. Somewhere ahead, the ghostly outline of the Lubov Orlova emerges from the mist, silent, drifting, murmuring the stories of those who once called her home, inviting you to listen to the ocean's eternal lament. In this spectral voyage through Arctic waters, the boundaries of time, life, and the unknown blur, revealing a forbidden zone where the sea's darkest secrets flow endlessly, murmuring softly beneath the frozen waves. Part 16. The Vanished Convoys of the North Atlantic. In the shadowy theater of the North Atlantic, where icy winds sweep relentless waves and mist clings to turbulent waters, lies a chapter of oceanic history, as dark and mysterious as the depths themselves. The tale of the vanished convoys. During the brutal years of the Second World War, this ceaseless expanse became a battlefield not only of steel and fire, but also of silence and disappearance, where entire fleets slipped beneath the waves with barely a trace, swallowed by an ocean that seemed to conspire with the night. The story begins with the transatlantic convoys, groups of merchant ships escorted by naval vessels, charged with carrying vital supplies from North America to war-torn Europe. This lifeline was the Arctic's hidden vein, crisscrossing storm-ridden seas and treacherous ice flows, under constant threat from submarines, aircraft, and the ocean's ruthless temperament. Between 1939 and 1945, thousands of ships sailed these perilous routes, yet many vanished into cold oblivion, their fates sealed in secrecy, mystery, and whispered legends. Among the most haunting of these disappearances is the saga of Convoy PQ-17, a tragedy unfolding in the Arctic Circle's margin during the summer of 1942. This fleet of 35 merchant ships, burdened with armaments, tanks, and foodstuffs for the Soviet Union, faced a gauntlet of danger as it steamed northward through icy seas toward Murmansk. Its journey was fraught with unease, the looming menace of German U-boats lurking beneath the surface, the threat of sorties by the Luftwaffe aloft, and the unpredictable Arctic weather cloaking the waters in treacherous fog and freezing rain. In late July, intelligence reports warned of an imminent attack by heavy German surface warships, including the feared battleship Tirpitz. Under mounting pressure and miscommunication, the convoy's escort commanders received a command that would echo in infamy. The convoy was to scatter, leaving the protective screen of warships behind. Ships broke formation, seeking safety in solitude within one of the ocean's most merciless realms. What followed was a nightmare told in fragments and survivor testimonies, a slow, unforgiving attrition, as one by one the scattered vessels were targeted by submarine torpedoes and airstrikes. Some ships exploded in sudden fireballs that lit the night like fallen stars. Others sank quietly beneath waves, their crews swallowed by the cold and darkness. Despite desperate attempts at rescue, only a fraction of the thousands aboard survived. Yet beyond PQ-17's known horror lies a darker enigma, a series of missing ships never accounted for, lost without a trace or debris. Subsequent searches yielded no wreckage, no bodies, no oil slicks, nothing but a silent void beneath the endless grey horizon. Researchers and historians puzzle still over how many vessels truly vanished, swallowed not only by enemy fire, but perhaps by other, less understood forces beneath the waves. Could the Arctic depths harbor currents or underwater trenches that swallowed wrecks whole? Were there sudden methane hydrate eruptions or ice shelf collapses that hastened disappearances in a way soldiers and sailors could scarcely imagine? Further north, whispered tales emerge from a cluster of lesser-known convoys like JW-55B and RA-55A, which navigated the unforgiving Barents Sea. These convoys, too, faced relentless assaults. But what fascinates researchers now are reports from survivors and intercepted communications describing strange phenomena, unexplained light glows beneath the water near sinking ships, sudden drops in temperature, and instances where entire groups of men reported seeing ghostly ships silhouetted on the horizon after their vessels were lost. Some accounts describe underwater voices, faint singing or murmuring heard through the hull in moments of near-certain doom. These eerie experiences suggest that the ocean's shroud held more mysteries than just wartime carnage. Scientists diving decades later to locate wrecks in these areas encountered unexpected challenges. Extreme cold, shifting ice, and heavy silt burial make discovery difficult, but less tangible are the psychological effects reported by deep-sea explorers, feelings of isolation amplified by the deep echoing silence and strange acoustic anomalies recorded by remote cameras and hydrophones. These sounds range from low-frequency groans to subtle rhythmic pulses that some interpret as ambient ocean sounds, but others cannot shake the sensation of an alive presence, a sentinel watching over the lost. The North Atlantic's vanished convoys also carry a spectral legacy in folklore and maritime culture. Fishermen and sailors from Iceland, Norway, and Scotland recount stories of phantom ships glimpsed during foggy dawns, ghost convoys reenacting their doomed passages in silent procession. Coastal keepers have passed down tales of flickering lights seen beneath the waves at shipwreck sites, believed to be lanterns of lost sailors guiding the wayward or warning of lingering danger. Some elder mariners speak knowingly of the sea's long memory, a notion that these forbidden zones remember every tragedy and sometimes echo back with warnings in moments of quiet or storm. There remains an enduring symbolism in these vanished convoys, a reminder of the ocean's dual nature as life-giver and life-taker, as protector and predator. The bravery of those who sailed such dark waters, knowing that the sea could claim them without mercy, resonates deeply amid the vast expanse of the North Atlantic. Their legacy is etched in silent waves and the endless churn of tides that continue their timeless cadence, long after the guns have fallen silent and the hulls have crumbled. Imagine yourself drifting slowly amidst the cold currents of the North Atlantic, the wind carrying the scent of salt and ice, waves murmuring softly under a steel-gray sky. Picture the ghostly silhouettes of ships locked forever in their final voyage, resting in eternal convoy beneath a veil of Arctic twilight. Feel the weight of history pressing gently into your chest, the stories of courage, loss, and mystery flowing as endlessly as the ocean itself. And as the waves lull you into calm surrender, know that somewhere beneath the frozen surface, those vanished convoys lie patiently, silent, solemn, and waiting to share their secrets with those willing to listen in the still, forbidden depths. Part 17. The Lost Library of the Atlantis Reef. Far beneath the restless waves of the Caribbean Sea, near the southern edge of the Florida Straits, lies one of the ocean's most beguiling and lesser-known forbidden zones, an underwater marvel known as the Atlantis Reef. This sprawling coral formation, long revered and shrouded in whispered lore, holds not only breathtaking marine beauty, but a story woven with mystery, history, and the elusive echoes of knowledge swallowed by the sea. The Atlantis Reef's name evokes a romance of lost civilizations and ancient wisdom, a nod to the legendary sunken land first mythologized by Plato millennia ago. But unlike the vast and nebulous search for the mythical Atlantis, this reef is a real place, a submerged labyrinth of coral canyons, caverns, and sandstone ledges stretching across dozens of kilometers, teeming with colorful fish, delicate sponges, and rare species unique to this subtropical realm. Yet it is what lies beneath, and what once lay there, that transforms this reef from a natural wonder into a realm of forbidden secrets. In the late 1980s, marine archaeologists and underwater explorers began documenting scattered ruins within pockets of the reef, artifacts that hinted at far earlier human activity than previously recorded in this part of the Atlantic. Remnants of stonework, carved pillars, and geometric blocks appeared nestled among coral growth, their sharp edges distinct against the organic curves of the seabed. Some pieces bore inscriptions, strange symbols and markings resembling early writing systems, now corroded but slowly revealing their cryptic nature under careful study. Dubbed the Lost Library of the Atlantis Reef by those fascinated with its discoveries, this submerged complex suggested a site of knowledge and gathering, a proto-urban center or perhaps a temple, long claimed by rising seas and tropical storms over thousands of years. Its presence challenged existing timelines, hinting at civilizations lost not only to time but to a cataclysmic upheaval of the ocean itself. One of the most striking discoveries came from an expedition led by Dr. Selena Martinez, a pioneering underwater archaeologist known for her work in submerged Mesoamerican sites. In 1992, while mapping a cavern system beneath the reef, her team uncovered a chamber filled with stone tablets, etched with intricate patterns resembling star charts and complex mathematical symbols. Unlike the usual ceramics or modest relics expected at a site of this nature, these tablets possessed a solidity and preservation that defied explanation, as if protected by an unnatural force within the depths. The tablet's carvings seem to depict knowledge of celestial cycles and oceanic tides far advanced for any culture believed to have inhabited this region in antiquity. Some specialists posited links to transatlantic contact theories, suggesting trading routes or exchanges of wisdom between far-flung peoples, potentially including early African, Caribbean, or even Mediterranean groups. Such a conclusion ignited considerable debate and caution within academic circles, reluctant to accept revisions to established historical narratives without irrefutable proof. Adding to the mystery are tales from local fishing communities and divers, passed down through generations but spoken only in hushed tones. They tell of underwater libraries, places within the reef where whispers can be heard not above the waves but below, as if the stone tablets themselves hum faint knowledge in the heart of the sea. Some fishermen caution against disturbing certain caverns, warning that to upset the sacred ruins invites restless spirits, or worse, the ocean's silence, a stillness so deep it swallows hope and sound alike. Marine biologists exploring the reef noted unique acoustic phenomena near these stone formations. Unlike the natural chorus of fish calls and wave action typical of coral reefs, divers recorded low-frequency humming and resonant vibrations emanating from crevices, persisting even when instruments were turned off. Attempts to replicate these sounds failed, leaving the origin unexplained. Some speculate that the reef's geology and the reef's formation amplify subtle seismic or tidal forces, while others entertain theories of ancient technologies left behind and still active beneath the waves. The reef's shifting sands and growing corals present challenges to systematic exploration. Changing currents deposit sediment that periodically conceals whole sections of the submerged ruins, erasing physical clues only to reveal them decades later. This dynamic hides much from human eyes, maintaining the reef's aura as an ever-changing puzzle waiting for patience, resolve, and reverence. In 2007, a specially funded deep-sea submersible expedition revisited the site equipped with laser scanning and high-definition cameras. The footage revealed vast galleries carved deep into the reef's foundations, spaces far larger than previously known, bearing evidence of walls, doorways, and hollow chambers that may have housed libraries, archives, or ritual chambers. Yet direct human entry into these caverns remains treacherous because of fragile rock formations and the risk of sudden sediment collapses. Perhaps the most enigmatic aspect of the Atlantis Reef's lost library is the question of why such knowledge was consigned to the sea. Sea level rise since the last ice age, combined with seismic activity in the nearby Caribbean plate boundary, likely forced ancient inhabitants to abandon their homes as land disappeared beneath waves. Some theories suggest a deliberate submergence, perhaps an act of safeguarding knowledge from invading forces, or sacred withdrawal into the ocean's depths as a form of spiritual preservation. The reef's story intersects with broader mysteries of the Caribbean's oceanic past, prehistoric cultures whose existence remains partially obscured, sunken cities lost to shifting coastlines, and the intricate rhythms of sea and sky that shaped the lifeways of generations long gone. It is a poignant reminder that the ocean's depths are not merely doors to the unknown, but keepers of humanity's buried memories. As you imagine descending into the turquoise waters above the Atlantis Reef, picture sunlight filtering down through waving fronds of seagrass and glimmering fish darting among coral towers. Now, let your gaze move downward into the cavern shadows, where ancient stones lie silent but potent beneath layers of life and time. Here, in the quiet below, the faint echo of lost knowledge, a whisper carried through the currents, inviting seekers of truth to listen, to dream, and to remember. In this deep cathedral of ocean and stone, the Forbidden Zone endures, not only as a marvel of natural wonder, but as a testament to the enduring human spirit, forever etched between water and starlight, waiting patiently beneath the endless sea. Part 18. The murmuring depths of the Mariana Trench's Challenger Deep, far below the restless waves of the Western Pacific, where the ocean's deepest point plunges nearly 7 miles beneath the surface, lies Challenger Deep, the lowest known spot on Earth, nestled within the Mariana Trench's shadowed embrace. This place is more than a mere geological feature. It is a cryptic oceanic cathedral cloaked in crushing darkness and unimaginable pressure, where secrets murmur in a language both alien and ancient, waiting patiently for those who dare to listen deep enough. The first ventures into Challenger Deep tell a story woven with courage, wonder, and isolation. In 1960, When Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh first descended to this unfathomable trench in the bathyscaphe Trieste, the world glimpsed a location so remote and hostile few believed life could endure there at all. As the vessel sank into the abyss, instruments creaking under the weight, the sea's surface faded into a pale memory, replaced by an endless void vibrating only with the faintest echo of the outer world. Surprisingly, it was within this blackened expanse that the explorers discovered life, strange, ghostly creatures adapted to the savage environment. Amphipods, translucent shrimp-like beings, darted in and out of the gentle silt, their delicate bodies defying expectations. On the rocky walls, odd microbial mats glowed faintly, nourished by geochemical energy seeping from hydrothermal vents hidden in crevices. This revelation toppled old beliefs, proving that even the darkest depths of our planet harbor life, woven into the fabric of Earth's most forbidding places. Challenger Deep's environment is the ultimate test of adaptation. Temperatures near freezing, combined with pressure exceeding 1,000 times atmospheric levels, crush all but the most resilient. Most animals here rely on chemosynthesis, chemical energy from the Earth's interior to fuel ecosystems utterly detached from sunlight and the photosynthetic cycles of surface waters. Scientists have since discovered unique proteins and cellular structures, allowing these organisms to withstand such brute force, their biology a marvel of evolution and resilience. But beyond biological wonders, Challenger Deep speaks in cryptic messages. The soundscape of its depths hums with inexplicable murmurs and pulses. Deep-sea hydrophone arrays have recorded faint rhythmic vibrations, different from whale songs or tectonic rumbles. These acoustic signals cycle through complex patterns, almost like an underwater symphony composed by unseen musicians of the abyss. Some researchers theorize these are the calls of ancient, unknown species, perhaps communicating across vast distances, or even a form of geological feedback from the trench's dynamic crust. Though the full meaning remains elusive, the whispers give voice to a world profoundly alive beneath the inky shadows. One remarkable dive occurred in 2019, when filmmaker and explorer Victor Vescovo returned in the DSV Limiting Factor, the world's most advanced deep submergence vehicle. The descent lasted nearly 4 hours, a slow journey through the turret of dark water pressing down with omnipresent force. During the exploration, the crew witnessed not only curious amphipods, but observed odd debris scattered on the seafloor, fragments of human-made objects, including a plastic bag and a candy wrapper, stark reminders of humanity's reach even in nature's most remote sanctuaries. This intrusion of human detritus into the secluded Challenger Deep evokes somber reflection on the ocean's vulnerability amid its vastness. Clean and pristine only in name, the trench becomes a mirror reflecting the growing footprint we imprint on the world's deepest recesses. Yet, amid this contamination lie stories older than any pollution, stories of seafloor geology in motion, places where tectonic plates dive and fold, forging new crust and reshaping entire ocean basins beneath silent waves. Local lore in the Mariana Islands, steeped in millennia of seafaring tradition, imbues the trench with spiritual significance. Chamorro legends speak of Farnham Kada, the deep underworld where ancient spirits of the sea dwell, guardians of balance and the keepers of hidden knowledge. It is said that only those of pure heart and intent can navigate the metaphysical layer between the living world and these whispering depths. Fishermen share stories of fleeting lights beneath the surface, shadows moving far beyond normal marine life's reach, signs perhaps of these spirits watching, waiting. The mysterious tremors occasionally detected near the trench's slopes bolster the notion that this is a boundary between worlds both physical and symbolic. Earthquakes ripple silently through the surrounding seafloor, shifting rocks and venting mineral-rich fluids. These geological convulsions sometimes trigger mud volcanoes that spew sediment clouds, stirring long-hidden sediments and releasing ancient gases. The disturbances create transient bioluminescent blooms, fleeting fireworks in the abyssal darkness, hinting at intertwined processes of life, death, and transformation in this submerged cathedral. Modern technology continues to peel back layers of Challenger Deep's enigmas. Autonomous underwater vehicles and tethered landers linger in the darkness, transmitting data on pressure, temperature, salinity, and the faint bioacoustics of the trench's living denizens. Deep sequencing of microbial DNA has revealed entirely new branches of life, microorganisms unlike any found at surface level, pointing to evolutionary paths charted in isolation for millions of years. Yet amid these technological encroachments, the trench retains a quality of sacred mystery. It is a place where time slows to a crawl, where human senses fail and the usual boundaries of perception dissolve. Those who have visited tell of a profound silence deeper than the absence of sound, a silence imbued with presence, with the weight of Earth's secrets and the slow, patient pulse of the planet's heart. Imagine now descending through these fathomless waters. The ocean above thins into a pale veil of light, then fades completely as pressure mounts and darkness concludes. Listen carefully in the quiet beneath, the faint rhythmic murmurs, like the breath of a sleeping giant, echoing through ancient stone and shifting silt. Feel the immense solitude as a blanket, calming and infinite, inviting your mind to drift gently in the vastness, cradled by the ocean's oldest, deepest voice. In the depths of Challenger Deep, where human footprint barely reaches, the ocean's most forbidden zone reveals its deepest secrets, not in flashes or clamor, but in soft, enduring murmurs, alive beneath the waves, waiting patiently for those who listen with stillness and reverence. Part 19. The lurking shadows of the Socotra Deep. Far to the south of Yemen, nestled between the Arabian Sea and the Gulf of Aden, lies a place both remote and haunting, the Socotra Deep. This immense oceanic trench plunges more than 3,200 meters beneath the restless surface, carving a formidable scar in the Indian Ocean's floor. Though its name is less commonly whispered than other deep-sea chasms, the Socotra Deep harbors mysteries as profound as its crushing depths. A realm where light never penetrates, silence reigns supreme, and the ocean conceals shadows that have puzzled explorers and scientists alike. The Socotra Deep is named after the nearby island of Socotra, itself a place wrapped in legend and wonder. Known as the Galapagos of the Indian Ocean, Socotra boasts flora found nowhere else on Earth. Twisted dragon's blood trees that drip crimson resin, rare birds, and strange moon-shaped succulents. Yet even amid this terrestrial marvel, the deep abyss offshore holds a profound allure, a forbidding gateway to the ocean's secret domain. The region's geology is complex, shaped by the meeting of the African, Arabian, and Indian tectonic plates. This dynamic activity forged underwater mountain ranges, deep fractures, and hydrothermal vent fields rich with minerals and nurturing unique ecosystems. But unlike the better-charted trenches of the Pacific, the Socotra Deep remains a shadowy frontier, a place where only a handful of expeditions have ventured, their glimpses fleeting and fragmentary. One of the most enigmatic features of the Socotra Deep lies in reports of unusual bioluminescent activity, witnessed at depths where sunlight is absent and pressures are incomprehensible. Mariners sailing the surface waters during moonless nights have occasionally observed shimmering curtains of light pulsing from the depths below, casting eerie glows across the waves. These displays differ from typical plankton blooms or known marine life bioluminescence. More rhythmic, more extensive, and imbued with an almost deliberate choreography, as if the abyss itself dances in silent communion. Scientific missions that deployed remotely operated vehicles, ROVs and autonomous underwater vehicles, have recorded startling footage. Vast swarms of translucent creatures moving in fluid, wave-like formations, their bodies glowing with soft green and blue light. Among them are strange gelatinous beings with elongated appendages, some resembling drifting veils, others like clusters of delicate blossoms unfolding slowly in the blackness. These creatures defy easy classification, offering clues to life's versatility in extreme environments, yet also deepening the sense that this is a world unlike any familiar ocean. Beyond biology, the Socotra Deep has drawn attention for unexplained acoustic phenomena, registered by deep-sea listening stations planted during regional oceanographic surveys. Hydrophones recorded long, low-frequency rumbles and surging pulses distinct from tectonic or volcanic activity. Over time, these signals formed repeating motifs, bursts of sound that some oceanographers described as the lullabies of the deep, haunting and rhythmic sequences that echoed for hours beneath the slow currents. Interpretations vary. Some propose these as geological in origin, patterns formed by shifting plates or bubbling methane seeps. Others wonder if the soundscape might represent vast yet unidentified colonies of deep-sea creatures communicating across fathoms. An ancient language of clicks, hums and pulses evolved to traverse immense distances through dense water. The persistent mystery remains, unconfirmed, yet impossible to dismiss, shimmering tantalizingly beneath the waves. Local lore from coastal communities in Yemen and Somalia contributes its own layer of mystique. Fishermen tell of the lurking shadows, enormous dark shapes glimpsed under moonlit waters near Socotra's shores, silent and vast, moving with portentous grace. These silhouettes are often described as larger than any whale yet unnervingly still, creatures that seem to hover between presence and absence, visible only as fleeting impressions in the water's depths. Such stories are handed down in hushed reverence, warnings to respect the ocean's will and mysteries. One particularly chilling account was shared by a veteran Somali sailor named Abdi Hassan, whose family has fished these waters for generations. Abdi recalled a night when his dhow drifted near the trench's edge, the water calm and glassy. Suddenly, beneath the surface, a ripple raced out, accompanied by a faint melodic hum vibrating through the hull. Moments later, his crew witnessed a gigantic shadow ascending slowly from the depths, massive yet fluid, moving like a colossal serpent or perhaps a drifting garden of tendrils. The apparition vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind a profound silence that settled like fog over the boat. According to Abdi, none spoke, but all felt presence, an awareness of something primordial and indifferent, a guardian, or perhaps a sentinel of the abyss. This story resonates with other mariners' accounts of odd electromagnetic disturbances near the Socotra Deep. Navigational instruments occasionally malfunction in these waters, compasses spinning wildly, radios crackling with indecipherable static, GPS readings fluctuating without reason. Though sporadic, these anomalies align with the ocean's haunting reputation and hint at subtle forces operating beyond conventional understanding. Another facet of the Socotra Deep's enigma lies beneath its floor, a landscape peppered with geothermal vents releasing mineral-rich fluids and nurturing extremophile microbial mats. Researchers have discovered hyperthermophilic bacteria capable of living in near-boiling water, some producing chemical compounds unknown elsewhere. These microorganisms form the foundation of a delicate yet robust ecosystem, an oasis amid crushing pressure and freezing darkness. Explorers hypothesize that such vents could provide habitats for yet undiscovered species, biological marvels adapted to convert the Earth's internal energy into life-sustaining fuels. This discovery parallels similar findings in Pacific Ocean ridge systems, but remains uniquely mysterious in the comparatively understudied Indian Ocean environment. Efforts to map the Socotra Deep have revealed intricate geomorphology, hidden ridges, cavernous trenches, and steep walls carved over millennia by seismic forces and sediment flows. These formations create natural labyrinths that likely shelter unknown biodiversity, as well as complex current systems that affect the broader Indian Ocean circulation and climate patterns. Long-term monitoring projects seek to understand these dynamics, yet the challenges are immense. Political instability in nearby regions restricts research access, remoteness complicates logistics, and the profundity of the trench demands advanced technology and patience. Nevertheless, the allure of the unknown drives scientists onward, toward data collection, remote observation, and eventual manned exploration. As you picture the Socotra Deep, imagine the ocean transforming from sapphire blue to ink-black shadow, the surface warmth fading as you descend into cold twilight. Envision the ghostly glow of bioluminescent swarms below, waves of light pulsing gently like breath, the slow cadence of ancient sound patterns fulfilling the deep's secret song. Feel the pull of a place where human presence is but a whisper in the vastness, where life persists in forms both fragile and fantastic, and where the ocean's most profound mysteries await. Let the ocean's silence envelope you as you drift alongside these unseen depths, the Socotra Deep cradling its dark secrets and hosting the ancient rhythms of a world hidden beneath endless waves, waiting patiently for those who seek with reverence to understand the shadows beneath the sea. Part 20. The Whispering Ice of the Weddell Sea. Far to the south, beyond the frozen continent of Antarctica, lies one of the planet's most remote and forbidding oceanic realms, the Weddell Sea. Encased almost year-round by immense sheets of drifting ice and battered by icy winds from the polar plateau, this vast expanse is a domain where the ocean's deepest secrets remain veiled beneath shimmering walls of crystal frost and shadow. It is a place of extremes, a frozen frontier where silence roars, and the subtle murmurings of ice and water tell stories older than human memory. The Weddell Sea's reputation as an oceanic abyss is both scientific and poetic. Here, the interplay between sea ice, ocean currents, and climate shapes landscapes visible only to the hardiest of explorers and the most advanced of research vessels. Beneath the thick ice canopy, the waters descend into the Weddell Gyre, a cold, slow-moving circular current that holds some of the coldest and most oxygen-rich waters on Earth. This gyre acts as both a cradle and crypt for life, a crucible for unique ecosystems adapted to endure perpetual twilight and crushing pressure where few others thrive. But it is not just the physical isolation or the harsh environment that fosters mystery. From the earliest tales of Antarctic explorers in the early 20th century to recent scientific expeditions using autonomous underwater vehicles, the Weddell Sea has been a theater for enigmatic phenomena, whispers and echoes carried not on the wind, but through the shifting ice and deep waters, stirring awe and stirring questions that linger in the quiet snowfall. One of the enduring mysteries of the Weddell Sea begins with its shifting ice shelves, massive tongues of frozen seawater floating but anchored to land that extend for miles into the ocean. These shelves crack and groan in the polar night, producing low-frequency rumbles that reverberate through the water like the Earth's own heartbeat. Known by researchers as isoquakes, these sounds vary from sudden explosive snaps to slow, mournful moans weaving through the underwater realm. Hydrophones planted beneath the ice detect these vibrations hours or even days after the surface events, creating a haunting soundscape of a land in flux. During Operation Deep Freeze in the 1950s and 60s, researchers first recorded these mysterious acoustic signals, initially baffled by their source and meaning. Over time, they realized that these sounds mirrored the complex dance of stress and relief as ice shelves flexed and fractured, signaling changes in the ocean-ice interface with profound implications for understanding climate patterns and sea level rise. Yet, amid these geological murmurs, tales emerged from scientific teams of moments when the ice seemed to whisper directly to them, not just through noise but through extraordinary sensory effects. In submersible explorations beneath the Filchner-Ronne ice shelf, crews reported sudden shifts in water temperature paired with faint hums of vibration, as if the ice itself were breathing beneath them. Some described a subtle feeling of presence, a near-spiritual stillness that pressed against the confines of their vessels, encouraging silence to listen more intently. Beyond the audible, the Weddell Sea's whispering takes an evocative biological form in its unique marine inhabitants. Antarctic silverfish, krill, and bioluminescent jellyfish, creatures finely tuned to the frigid depths, populate a world lit by faint ethereal glows. These animals communicate with flashes and pulses of light, a fragile language in the dark, glimmers that resemble distant flickering stars caught in the ocean's vast night. Remarkably, some species display rhythmic pulsing patterns that, when recorded and looped, sound uncannily like melodies, ancient repetitive cadences that resonate through this frozen cathedral beneath the waves. The ghostly phenomena of the Weddell also stirred human imagination in 1915, during Sir Ernest Shackleton's legendary Imperial Trans-Antarctic expedition. When his ship, the Endurance, became trapped and eventually crushed by pack ice in these very seas, his crew endured months isolated amid drifting ice floes, surrounded by silence broken only by the crackling of ice and distant seals. Shackleton's journals recount moments when the ice underfoot seemed to sigh and shift, the very air vibrating with strange sounds that deepened the isolation, but also offered an eerie companionship, whispers of nature's power and persistence in the face of human vulnerability. In more recent history, technological advances echoed this call. In 2019, a multinational research fleet ventured into the Weddell Sea, deploying cutting-edge gliders and submersibles beneath the ice shelf. Their instruments picked up faint, continuous pulsations recorded from deep hydrophones, an undercurrent of sound that bore no clear geological or biological source. Intriguingly, the same frequencies fluctuated with tidal cycles and atmospheric pressure, hinting at a complex interplay between sea, ice, and sky. Some scientists propose that these acoustic patterns arise from subtle interactions between under-ice water currents and the ice's microfractures, a symphony created by the planet's coldest, most extreme environment. Others speculated about as yet undiscovered creatures dwelling at the ice edge or in hidden subglacial lakes, their movement and communication lost to the dimmest reaches of scientific knowledge. Folklore from the whalers and early Antarctic settlers who braved the Weddell Sea added another layer to this mystery. Stories told around flickering campfires spoke of the singing ice, a phenomenon where on rare calm nights, the ice seemed to emanate harmonies that seeped into men's dreams. These lullabies of frost were said to carry messages from the sea's eternal watchers, guardians of balance between ocean and continent. Many believed that to hear these whispers was a blessing and a warning, urging respect for a frozen world both beautiful and brutal. Nature itself added to the Weddell's allure through enigmatic biological phenomena such as the elusive Weddell seal's haunting calls, complex vocalizations that echo beneath the ice, constrained yet reaching far. These massive pinnipeds are known to dive under ice shelves for extraordinary lengths of time, navigating unseeable labyrinths, their calls mixing with the ice's own murmurs in a haunting biophonic ballet. Scientists monitoring these vocalizations over seasons have noted patterns that mirror changes in ice thickness and water temperature, suggesting a profound link between life and the shifting frozen landscape. It's a communication not only of species but of ecosystem, a reminder that beneath layers of snow and ice life pulses stubbornly, and those pulses speak in codas and whispers. The whispering ice also manifests dramatically during sudden calving events, where giant chunks of ice shelves break away into the sea, sending waves rippling through the water and sonic booms echoing beneath the ice canopy. These cataclysms are violent yet strangely rhythmic, punctuated by a crackling symphony that speaks to the ocean's restless transformations. For biologists and oceanographers, understanding these events is key to predicting future changes in the polar environment. But for those who listen deeply, it is also a meditation on impermanence wrapped in crystalline beauty. As you imagine drifting amidst the Weddell Sea's frozen expanse, envision the endless white stretching into pale horizons, the cold air shimmering with faint light refracted by drifting snowflakes. Hear the distant crack of ice, like the slow breathing of the world itself, and feel the quiet pulse of the ocean beneath, a deep thrum spreading through water and stone. Let the whispering ice wrap you in its hush, a gentle lullaby threading through eternity's cold embrace. Beneath the silence and edge of frost, the Weddell Sea holds its secrets patiently, ancient murmurs of ice and ocean intertwined, stories spun from frozen whispers, inviting all who listen to enter a timeless world where darkness glows softly and the sea's forbidden depths call quietly, endlessly, into the night. Part 21. The Vanished Expedition of the Endurance Tow. In the remote frigid expanse of the Southern Ocean, where the icy waves lash endlessly against the vast ice shelves guarding Antarctica, lies a tale that has been whispered through generations of explorers, sailors and historians, the haunting story of the Endurance Tow expedition. This ill-fated voyage, shrouded in shadow and mystery, disappeared without a trace in the mid-20th century, leaving behind only fragments of rumor, unanswered questions, and a chilling reminder of the ocean's merciless hold over human ambition. The expedition began in the early 1950s, inspired by the legendary journey of Sir Ernest Shackleton and his ship, the original Endurance. The planners of Endurance Tow sought not only to retrace Shackleton's path, but to push beyond it, mapping uncharted channels, studying marine life under Antarctic ice, and attempting the first full circumnavigation of the continent beneath the frozen canopy. Funded largely by a consortium of scientific institutions and private enthusiasts, the expedition promised a new chapter in polar exploration, blending cutting-edge technology with timeless human courage. The Endurance Tow was a powerful icebreaker, outfitted with reinforced hulls, advanced navigation instruments, and a crew of seasoned explorers, scientists and sailors. Captained by the experienced Arctic veteran Richard Harkness, the ship departed from South Georgia Island in late 1951, bound for the Weddell Sea, ready to face the relentless winter and the shifting glaciers that had confounded generations before them. At first, the journey seemed promising. The crew charted new passages through the ice, documented rare sightings of whales and seals, and collected invaluable oceanographic data that would later inform climate science. Radio transmissions reported calm seas and general optimism, peppered with the usual frustrations of polar travel, sudden storms, icy decks, and the unyielding monotony of white horizons. Then the transmissions ceased. Despite repeated attempts to reconnect, the Endurance Tow seemed to vanish into the polar silence. Search parties launched from nearby research stations combed the seas for signs of the ship or its crew, but no wreckage, no distress signals, and no survivors ever emerged. The official record declared the expedition lost under extreme environmental circumstances, but the truth, like the shifting ice itself, was far less clear. Months turned into years without word, yet tales drifted back from scattered sources, whispers among whalers, fishermen, and isolated Antarctic personnel, of ghostly lights flickering through fog over the pack ice, the sound of distant engines muffled beneath the wind, and strange silhouettes glimpsed near glacier mouths. One whaler from South Georgia recounted a chilling encounter in 1953, claiming to have seen a solitary figure clad in heavy cold weather gear standing atop an ice floe, waving a tattered flag emblazoned with the expedition's insignia. When approached, the figure vanished as if swallowed by the mist, leaving behind only a fleeting echo of human presence amid the frozen wasteland. Speculation swirled around the fate of the Endurance tow. Some suggested that the ship became trapped in an overwintering ice pack, crushed beneath the inexorable pressure of the Antarctic floes, much like its predecessor had almost 4 decades earlier. Others theorized that magnetic anomalies common to the Weddell Sea affected the sophisticated compasses and navigation devices, leading the vessel perilously off course into uncharted crevasses beneath towering icebergs. A more eerie notion held that the ship sailed too close to areas of strange acoustic interference, the singing ice fields, where instruments failed and strange noises disoriented even the most experienced. Among the many enigmas tied to the expedition were reports from later exploratory ventures that discovered makeshift camps on small shifting ice islands in the region. These rudimentary shelters, constructed from canvas and snow blocks, bore signs of human habitation, personal items, fragments of journals, and equipment stamped with the Endurance tow's logo. Yet no bodies or formal records accompanied these finds, as if the crew had vanished or been carried away by the ocean's relentless march. Marine archaeologists and oceanographers, who returned to study these zones, spoke of unusual seafloor topography, consistent with massive iceberg, scouring and chaotic sediment flow, a tumultuous seafloor rendered unfit for long-term wreck preservation. Remote sensing did reveal metallic debris buried beneath layers of sediment, but their exact origin remains uncertain, with skeptics attributing them to transient fishing gear or military wreckage from the region's Cold War operations. Unfolding alongside these tangible clues were the expedition's most perplexing and haunting mysteries, the whispered accounts of crew members' encounters with phenomena that lay beyond science. In diaries smuggled out before silence fell, some described enigmatic lights dancing beneath the waves, bioluminescent creatures orchestrating an ethereal underwater ballet, and heard faint, melodic pulses resonating through the hull in the dead of night. Many logged strange dreams filled with uncanny sensations of being watched by unseen eyes or guided by invisible forces navigating amid the white wilderness. More cryptic still were the so-called echoes of the deep, recordings recovered from damaged audio logs found on drifting icebergs years after the disappearance, fragments of distorted voices, rhythmic sonar pings, and ethereal harmonics unlike any known marine or mechanical source. Analysts debated whether these were accidental natural interference or perhaps transmissions from the crew themselves, attempting communication from some liminal frozen world beyond normal perception. The ship's story also intersects with the scientific discoveries made in subsequent decades. Research at the Weddell Sea's edges revealed that its ice shelves hide vast labyrinthine channels beneath, some extending for tens of kilometers, carved by hidden rivers and tidal forces. These sub-ice waterways could have provided precarious refuge or perilous traps for any vessel caught within. The dynamic environment is prone to sudden collapses, iceberg carving events fierce enough to spark tsunamis beneath the ice and alter the seafloor landscape drastically. The Endurance tow may have entered one such zone, swallowed by glaciers or submerged in rapidly changing conditions beyond human control. Meanwhile, oceanographers studying marine life in the region uncovered ecosystems thriving near geothermal vents and beneath thick ice, species previously unknown to science that glow, communicate, and move in patterns almost suggestive of intelligence. One wonders, did the expedition's crew witness phenomena that challenged their understanding of life itself, encounters that unsettled and perhaps contributed to their disappearance? Local legends among Antarctic researchers and bases add a surreal dimension. Tales circulate of the ice ghost spectral figures glimpsed through blizzards or storms, apparitions carrying silently across the frozen waves, sometimes appearing near stranded vessels or isolated outposts. They are said to be the spirits of lost explorers, trapped between worlds by the sea's capricious will, wandering eternally in search of a way home. On hushed nights in polar stations, the silence is occasionally broken by mysterious signals, patterns of Morse code or rhythmic tapping on radio frequencies that vanish when sought. Researchers debate whether these are relic communications from lost expeditions like Endurance Tow, the natural resonance of ice fracturing, or something else entirely, an enigma echoing from the ocean's forbidden depths. Imagine yourself adrift among the frozen waves, the bitter wind biting at exposed skin, the stark white horizon blending indistinctly into a grey sky. Hear the distant crack of ice, like the sigh of ages, and watch as fleeting shadows flit beyond sight, the ocean's forbidden zone silently holding its secrets beneath shifting ice and endless snow. Feel the weight of the polar night, a timeless vastness pressing gently on the soul, inviting reflection on courage, mystery, and the fragile human presence in an unforgiving world. In the ghostly silence of Antarctica's most desolate seas, the vanished expedition of the Endurance Tow waits patiently, a spectral echo lost among ice and shadow, a story whispered by the ocean's deepest forbidden zones, beckoning those who listen closely to remember, to wonder, and to dream. Part 22. The Forgotten Labyrinth of the Black Sea Canyons. Beyond the slender straits connecting Europe and Asia, beneath the shimmering surface of the Black Sea, lies a vast and largely hidden network of underwater canyons that weave an ancient maze, forgotten by most yet whispering with secrets older than recorded history. These chasms, carved by millennia of shifting currents, earth movements, and the haunting legacy of vanished civilizations, hold mysteries as deep and dark as their forbidding shadows, inviting a slow descent into realms where time seems to flow differently beneath the waves. The Black Sea has long been a crossroads of empires, cultures, and trade routes from the Thracians and Greeks to the Byzantines and Ottomans. Yet beneath its relatively calm surface hides an environment both unique and treacherous, a basin nearly isolated from the world's oceans for tens of thousands of years, where ancient freshwater rivers once carved canyons before the sea itself swallowed them in a cataclysmic flood. This event, estimated around 7,600 years ago, reshaped the shoreline and drowned entire settlements, leaving their remnants entombed beneath layers of silt and brine. Beneath the current's gentle swells, the Black Sea's canyons plunge hundreds of meters into ink-dark waters anoxic in nature, regions starved of oxygen, where organic matter resists decay, preserving fossils, artifacts, and geological stories in remarkable detail. This oxygen-poor environment creates one of Earth's largest dead zones, a silent, still expanse, where sound travels differently, and shadows seem to linger longer than in any ordinary depth. Explorations into these submerged labyrinths began earnestly in the late 20th century, using cutting-edge submersibles and sonar mapping to peel back the curtain on this watery world. Scientists discovered canyon walls etched with natural sculptures, carved terraces, sharp ridges, and sunken riverbeds, as well as curious sonic anomalies that confounded expectations. Hydrophones captured low-frequency rumbles and distant clicks, resembling a ghostly dialogue reverberating through sediment and rock. But perhaps most captivating are the archaeological revelations. Beneath meters of sediment, stable layers preserved entire forest beds, fossilized trees standing upright as if frozen in time, testaments to the Black Sea's ancient freshwater past. Underwater archaeologists have uncovered drowned Neolithic villages, submerged terraces, and even fragments of early seafaring vessels, confirming oral traditions long dismissed as myth. One remarkable discovery came from a multinational team led by Dr. Elena Petrov, whose expeditions mapped a canyon near the Crimean Peninsula. Using remotely operated vehicles equipped with high-definition cameras, they documented what appeared to be man-made structures, large stone blocks arranged in geometric patterns, walls partially buried beneath sediment, and chambers resembling ancient dwellings. These findings suggested that early coastal communities had been engulfed suddenly, losing their homes to rising tides and cataclysmic waters. Accompanying these relics were artifacts of everyday life, pottery shards decorated with intricate designs, flint tools sharpened for hunting, and remnants of woven fabrics preserved by the Black Sea's unique chemistry. Radiocarbon dating placed these settlements at over 8,000 years old, pushing back the known timeline of human interaction with this enigmatic sea. Yet the labyrinth's secrets extend further into the realm of natural phenomena. The The canyon's steep walls are interlaced with methane hydrate deposits, frozen crystals containing vast amounts of methane locked beneath the seabed. Periodically, these compounds destabilize, releasing gas eruptions that bubble up like invisible geysers through the water column. These emissions can create localized plumes of turbulence and chemical haze that disrupt marine ecosystems and even interfere with instruments deployed on scientific missions. Fishermen in coastal villages along the Black Sea recount tales passed down through generations, stories of sudden whirlpools opening in calm waters, swallowing boats whole and vanishing without a trace. Some speak of sea flames, mysterious flickers of light observed just below the surface on moonless nights, believed to be ignited by methane escaping from hidden vents, or in older lore, the breath of sea spirits guarding these forbidden depths. One particularly mesmerizing account comes from an experienced Romanian diver, Mihai Emescu, who in 2015 recounted an expedition where his team explored a vertical canyon wall near the Danube Delta's underwater shelf. As their submersible descended into the abyss, strings of bioluminescent organisms ignited the darkness in ribbons of blue and green, wrapping the canyon's contours in ethereal light. Then, amidst the silent depths, the instruments registered faint acoustic pulses, rhythmic and ordered-like signals exchanged between unknown deep-sea dwellers. Mihai described the sensation as entering an ancient cathedral, where every sound and shadow felt charged with meaning beyond human understanding. Scientific studies suggest these signals may arise from biological consortia, colonies of microbes or crustaceans adapted to the anoxic environment, communicating via chemical and acoustic means still beyond the grasp of current technology. The possibility of undiscovered species thriving in these forbidden zones adds to the sense of wonder and mystery enveloping the Black Sea canyons. The geological activity beneath the sea floor further fuels speculation and awe. Subduction zones and fault lines crisscross the region, occasionally generating underwater landslides that trigger tsunamis and sediment flows capable of reshaping coastal landscapes over hours. Historical records and sediment cores cite multiple such events, underscoring the dynamic tension beneath the ancient sea. Local folklore intertwines with science in evocative ways. Tales speak of the Weeping Waters zones within the Black Sea, where the ocean is said to mourn lost civilizations, singing lamentations that carry faintly to shore in stormy weather. Elders tell of souls trapped in the sediment, ghosts of drowned ancestors calling out through waves and wind, warning sailors of the sea's capriciousness and the fragility of human endeavors beneath so vast a sky. The Black Sea also holds a spectral dimension through its connection to the mystery of Noah's flood. Some geologists hypothesize that the dramatic inundation of ancient freshwater basins by Mediterranean waters inspired flood myths across continents. The submerged canyons and drowned villages stand as mute witnesses to cataclysmic change, reminders that beneath calm seas lie stories of survival, loss, and transformation on a scale both human and geological. As you let your mind drift into this forgotten labyrinth, picture descending through layers of ancient water, fresh, then salt, passing verdant forest beds fossilized in sediment, watching shadows lengthen in the canyon's embrace. Hear the faint murmur of those deep acoustic pulses, the rhythm of a dark world alive yet hidden. Feel the weight of history pressing softly against your consciousness, a mosaic of natural wonder and human memory folded into the sea's deepest folds. In this submerged maze of rock, mud, and silence, the Black Sea's forbidden canyons hold patiently, waiting for those who journey gentle and still enough to listen to their dark secrets, whispered slow and deep beneath the endless waves. Part 23. The Lost Voices of the Reykjanes Ridge. Far beneath the restless waves of the North Atlantic, stretching majestically from the mid-Atlantic ridge southward toward Iceland's rugged coasts, lies the Reykjanes Ridge, an underwater mountain range forged by the constant battle between tectonic plates. This dynamic span of ocean floor, dotted with volcanic vents and black smoker chimneys, is a place of seething geological power and unfathomable depths. But beyond the roiling geology and extreme conditions, the Reykjanes Ridge whispers a far more elusive mystery, the phenomenon scientists call the lost voices of the deep. For decades, oceanographers stationed near Iceland noticed something unusual. Hydrophone arrays, designed to monitor seismic activity and the natural sounds of the ocean, began picking up faint, rhythmic signals emanating from the ridge's labyrinthine fissures. Unlike the typical groans or clicks of shifting plates and underwater creatures, these sounds bore a startling resemblance to patterned, almost melodic pulses, complex sequences interwoven with long pauses, subtle modulations, and distinct recurring themes. The range and regularity suggested a source more intricate than randomness, more deliberate than erratic. What or who was sending these lost voices? Early theories leaned toward geological triggers, slow-release tremors caused by magma movement, or underwater landslides creating acoustic signals mistaken for communication. However, these explanations faltered under closer scrutiny. The signals showed temporal patterns synchronized with tidal cycles, lunar phases, and episodic bursts correlated to water temperature shifts near hydrothermal vents. Such relationships hinted at an ecological interplay, an underwater performance binding Earth's forces and living organisms. The mystery deepened one chilly summer evening in 2005 during a joint expedition by Icelandic and British marine scientists aboard the RV Sagasund. Armed with cutting-edge hydrophone arrays and remotely operated vehicles, the team positioned instruments near a cluster of black smokers known as the Dragon's Wake, infamous for extreme vents spewing scalding mineral-rich water. As the equipment hummed quietly beneath the waves, researchers documented not only the low rumbles of volcanic activity, but also the unmistakable presence of the lost voices, traces of patterned sounds streaking through the pitch-black water. These sounds carried qualities unlike any known marine mammal or fish calls. They resembled a choir of pulses weaving together in a haunting underwater symphony. The rhythmic sequences often lasted for hours, fading and re-emerging with variations like a song evolving over time. Some scientists initially speculated that this could be a form of communication from as yet undiscovered vent-dwelling species, or large colonies of microorganisms collectively producing acoustic signals through their metabolic processes and mechanical interaction with the surrounding water. Adding to the enigma were eyewitness accounts from veteran deep-sea divers and submarine crews who had operated in the vicinity. Despite the crushing pressures and near-freezing temperatures, several reported hearing faint hums or vibrating tones inside their vessels, sounds unexplainable by onboard machinery or outside activity. One pilot described an eerie sensation of being surrounded by voices from nowhere, a pervasive soundscape that felt both alive and intangible, like the ocean gently breathing secrets through metal walls. Anthropologists and folklorists studying Icelandic oral traditions found curious links to this natural wonder. For centuries, fishermen's tales spoke of Delaware Heron or the Valley of Hearing, a deep underwater canyon near the Reykjanes Peninsula where the sea speaks back. Old sagas described sensory illusions, where one might hear the whispers of the ocean itself, voices guiding lost sailors, or warning of impending storms. Though poetic and metaphorical, these ancient stories unexpectedly echoed the modern scientific discoveries, inviting a bridge between myth and nature. Exploring biological candidates for the lost voices, marine biologists focused attention on riftia tubeworms, giant species that cluster in enormous numbers around hydrothermal vents. These tubeworm colonies, thriving without sunlight and sustained by chemosynthetic bacteria within their bodies, create dense, unique habitats combining biology and geology in an extraordinary symbiosis. Studies revealed that as vent fluids fluctuate in intensity and temperature, the structural movements of these densely packed communities could produce low-frequency vibrations propagating through the water. Even more captivating was the discovery of deep-sea shrimp swarms that synchronized their tail beats in chorus, generating waves of mechanical sound capable of traveling miles through the dense ocean environment. These shrimp, adapted to extreme conditions and residing near the ridges, might be contributors to the lost voices' acoustic tapestry, blending their signals with geological murmurs and other marine life in a cosmic choir beneath the waves. Yet despite mounting evidence, the full truth remains out of reach, partly because the environment is extraordinarily hostile and difficult to study in full. The Reykjanes ridges' ever-shifting geology, sudden eruptions, and the corrosive vent waters create an underwater world of extremes. Remotely operated vehicles can observe only fleeting moments, hydrophones pick up scattered bits of data, and the ocean's vastness dilutes signals over distance, leaving the lost voices as tantalizing fragments of a larger story. In moments of quiet reflection, one can imagine descending through cold cobalt depths toward the Reykjanes Ridge. Amid blackened rocks and vent plumes illuminating swirls of mineral clouds, the water carries a soundscape unlike any other. seconds of silence broken by rhythmic pulses, harmonic bursts weaving an ethereal melody. It is as if the ocean holds a secret song, age-old and ever-changing, an underwater canticle sung by earth and life entwined in endless duet. The lost voices of the Reykjanes Ridge offer a meditation on connection, resilience, and the unknown. They remind us that beneath the turbulent surface exists a hidden orchestra, performed in frequencies beyond easy hearing, and composed over epochs beyond human time. Here, where fire meets water deep in Earth's bones, where creatures have adapted to extremes we barely comprehend, the ocean's dark heart beats with whispers of stories yet to be told. As you drift with these thoughts, feel the embrace of deep water around you, the cool touch dissolving boundaries, quieting the mind, inviting you into a dreamlike voyage. In this place where science meets myth, the lost voices call softly, waiting patiently for those who listen, inviting calm, wonder, and the endless journey beneath the waves. Part 24. The shrouded depths of the Scotia Sea. Far to the south of the Atlantic Ocean, nestled between the southern tip of South America and the frozen edges of Antarctica, lies the Scotia Sea, a tempestuous stretch of cold water defined by icebergs, storm-racked waves, and currents swirling with unforgiving force. It is a region rarely visited, except by hardy explorers, scientists, and the occasional intrepid crew aboard research vessels darting between ice floes. Beneath these restive waters, the ocean conceals a forbidden zone, rich with secrets, stories of vanished ships, elusive creatures, and environmental extremes that defy understanding. The Scotia Sea's reputation has long been forged by its isolation and severity. The shifting fronts of Antarctic ice collide here with subantarctic islands, weaving a restless mosaic of marine life and geological complexity. It is a place where weather systems whip into sudden gales, and the ocean's surface churns with broken ice and white-capped waves. But the sea's real allure lies in its shadows, its deep basins, submerged ridges, and canyons carved by millennia of glacial retreat and tectonic upheaval, creating habitats for life and mysteries alike. One enigma centers on the extensive underwater rift system that defines the basin beneath the Scotia Sea. The Scotia Rift forms a network of deep trenches and fault lines, some plunging 5,000 meters below the surface, housing environments unlike nearly anywhere else on Earth. Here, oceanographers have discovered hydrothermal vent fields, where superheated, mineral-laden fluids spur chemosynthetic ecosystems that thrive independent of sunlight. Yet, amid this bubbling underworld, something more profound waits, an acoustic maze of ghostly sounds scientists call the Scotian lament. First heard in the early 1990s during a prolonged oceanographic expedition, researchers deploying arrays of hydrophones detected low-frequency moans and chants emanating from the rift's depths. These were unlike the familiar calls of whales, dolphins, or other marine fauna typical to the Southern Ocean. The lament flowed as a series of slow, mournful pulses, like distant voices sighing through the water's weight. Its origin eluded explanations, sparking theories that ranged from echoes of tectonic activity to a yet undiscovered community of deep-sea creatures communicating over extraordinary distances. Perhaps what makes this acoustic phenomenon more haunting is its apparent response to seasonal cycles. The Scotian lament pulses stronger during the austral winter months, when storms rage overhead and the sun dips behind the horizon for weeks at a time. This pattern led some marine biologists to suggest a biological source, organisms synchronized with environmental cues, producing patterned sounds conveying complex messages or warnings in the ocean's twilight. Yet, exploration of this forbidding domain has been sporadic and perilous. In 1996, a joint British-Argentine research voyage aboard the RRS James Clark Ross attempted a detailed mapping of the Scotia Sea's deep trenches and vents. On one dive, the submersible descended toward a vent field dubbed the Ghost Gardens for the spectral glow of bioluminescent forms dancing amid sulfide chimneys. As the crew hovered near the vents, instruments picked up faint vibrations recorded as a sequence of pulses, distinct from any natural geological noise. The sub's external cameras briefly captured flickering, almost deliberate flashes of light, moving among mineral deposits like signals from unseen dwellers. Returning to the surface, the expedition team pored over data and footage, debating the existence of a newly hypothesized deep song, a vocalization unlike known marine calls. Some privately admitted unease, noting how the deep shadows around the vestiges of vents seemed alive with presence. The idea that life at these depths might have developed an advanced mode of communication fascinated and unsettled them in equal measure. The The Scotia Sea also holds a darker maritime legacy, woven with tales of disaster and disappearance. During the heroic age of Antarctic exploration in the early 20th century, ships ventured into these churning southern waters, battling ice and gale-force winds in search of new land or a path through the polar night. One vessel, the legendary Endurance II, not to be confused with its predecessor, vanished within this maze of ice and tempest in 1934 during scientific survey operations. Despite months of search, neither wreckage nor crew were ever found, swallowed seemingly whole by the unforgiving sea. Locals on South Georgia Island, a windswept outpost rich in whaling heritage, recount whispered stories passed down among generations of seafarers, accounts of eerie lights flickering among the icebergs at night, navigational instruments that suddenly failed, and spectral fogs hugging the water, muting sound and dulling vision. Some fishermen speak of the Whispering Bight, a notorious bay where boats drift endlessly in calm water despite storm conditions, as though caught between currents from worlds apart. One such fisherman, Thomas Reyes, born and raised on South Georgia, recalls a night in 1987 when his sealing vessel was caught unexpectedly near the Whispering Bight. As storm clouds gathered far to the north, the sea around him grew impossibly still, while a thick fog settled low and cold. Instruments faltered, the compass spun erratically, radios crackled with static, and the horizon blurred into a seamless grey. Within the silence, Thomas heard faint, sorrowful murmurs rolling over the drowned icebergs, a sound unlike any known wildlife. Petrified but entranced, the crew huddled below deck, emerging only hours later to find themselves miles from their last known position, with no memory of the journey through the fog. Beyond folklore, the Scotia Sea's physical environment fosters extraordinary life forms uniquely adapted to its extremes. The cold, nutrient-rich waters nurture colossal squids that have been drawn occasionally to the surface, mysterious in their behaviors and physiology, far surpassing common sizes. These elusive giants have contributed indirectly to deep-sea mysteries through recovered specimens bearing unusual scars or injuries that hint at battles with unknown predators or exotic species. Some scientists speculate the presence of undiscovered apex hunters lurking within the rift's shadowed galleries. Ecologists studying the Scotia Sea's biodiversity emphasize its importance as a key corridor linking Antarctic and South American marine ecosystems, a vulnerable bridge housing cold-adapted species, with adaptations millions of years in the making. Discoveries of previously unknown deep-sea fishes, crustaceans, and gelatinous animals have reshaped biological understanding of oceanic biogeography, hinting at life's remarkable persistence amid harsh and forbidden zones. The Scotia Sea also challenges exploration because of powerful tectonic activity. The Scotia Plate is one of the most geologically dynamic regions on Earth, marked by frequent, but often subtle, undersea earthquakes, volcanic activity, and shifting floor morphology. These motions not only generate seismic phenomena, but also influence ocean chemistry and circulation, contributing to the area's mysterious soundscape and unpredictable environmental conditions. As you allow your imagination to drift across the roiling waters of the Scotia Sea, picture massive icebergs carving in the distance, their cliffs glittering under low southern sunlight. Feel the raw, chilled wind, a blend of sea spray and frost, brushing the deck of a ship caught between worlds. Here, beneath the tumult, the deep moans and pulsations of the Scotian lament, ancient voices carrying through sound and silence, narrating tales of life, loss, and endurance found only in the ocean's most forbidden zones. Let yourself sink gently into this tale, a slow voyage through a sea where nature's extremes converge, where the weight of ice and water presses upon the unknown, and where beneath the shadows lies an oceanic world humming softly with secrets, waiting patiently to be heard by those who listen with quiet wonder. Part 25. The silent depths of the Java Trench. Far beneath the tropical surface of the Indian Ocean, running parallel to the southern coast of the Indonesian islands, lies one of the planet's most forbidding and shadowed oceanic zones, the Java Trench. A vast underwater canyon plunging depths exceeding 7,000 meters, the trench is a scar along the Earth's crust, where the Indo-Australian plate dives beneath the Eurasian plate, creating a boundary charged with geological fury and enigmatic stillness. To the casual observer, it is but a hidden crease in the ocean floor, but to those who venture glimpses beyond the surface, the Java Trench is a repository of secrets where nature's extremes unfold silently and the ocean's darkest mysteries slumber patiently in the crushing depths. The Java Trench's location near one of the most seismically active regions on Earth, the infamous Ring of Fire, ensures an environment both dangerous and extraordinary. Earthquakes resonate through the shifting plates, cascading waves of energy that sometimes ripple up to chaotic tsunamis devastating coastlines. Beneath these tremors, the trench itself remains largely unexplored, its shadowed waters too forbidding for all but the most daring or fortunate explorers. Temperatures hover near freezing, pressures reach staggering magnitudes, and light is utterly swallowed in the abyss. Here, where human senses falter, silence is more than the absence of sound. It is a weight, a presence that commands respect and quiet curiosity. The story of the Java Trench is not only geological but biological, interwoven with species astonishingly adapted to the eternal night and brutal conditions. Over recent decades, deep-sea expeditions have peeled back layers of darkness, revealing flickers of life previously unknown or barely imagined. Among these discoveries are enigmatic creatures bearing bioluminescence far more intricate than the mere glowing lures found elsewhere, organisms emitting pulses and patterns evocative of a language, a coded dialogue streaking silently through the deep, dark waters. One particularly mesmerizing discovery came in 2014, when an international team aboard the research vessel Sunday Explorer deployed autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with new generation sonar and camera technologies to scan the trench floor. Their mission was to map the geological landscape, but what they encountered was far richer, a sprawling city of hydrothermal vent chimneys clustered in an area surprisingly vast, home to a community of organisms thriving on the precipice of one of Earth's most hostile habitats. These vents exhale mineral-rich fluids heated by magma far beneath the crust, creating pockets of warmth in the abyss, where unique ecosystems fashion a fragile balance from chemical energy rather than sunlight. Among the vent inhabitants were giant tube worms, vast colonies of shimmering mussels, and bizarre crustaceans whose exoskeletons glimmered with radiant biofluorescence. The scene painted an alien panorama, a world both eerie and beautiful, flourishing in the trench's otherwise desolate depths. Yet the biological whispers of the Java Trench extend beyond mere spectacle. They touch upon deeper mysteries of communication and adaptation. Hydrophone arrays left near these vent fields captured faint but distinct acoustic signals, rhythmic pulses and hovering hums unlike any known whale or fish calls, incomplete, yet patterned in a way that defies randomness. Some marine biologists speculate these could be conversations among vent dwellers, or mechanical feedback from fluid movements refined into intentional signaling. The precise nature eludes certainty, but it hints at a layered ecosystem, dynamic and interlinked in ways we are only beginning to fathom. Geological phenomena add further intrigue. The Java Trench lies under the watchful eye of volcanoes and fault lines that have erupted and jolted nearby islands repeatedly over centuries. Underwater landslides, known as turbidity currents, sweep vast quantities of sediment through the trench's valleys, sometimes causing sonar images to vanish in a haze, other times revealing transient seafloor sculptures formed by shifting rock and mud. These sediment flows can unleash sudden bursts of methane gas bubbles, known locally as pneumatophores, briefly disturbing water density and rising as invisible hazards to vessels above. Fishermen and coastal communities along Java and Sumatra have long whispered of strange lights flickering offshore on dark nights, and the uncanny silence that sometimes settles over fishing grounds. Traditional lore speaks of guardians beneath the waves, spirits or ancient beings dwelling in the trench's abyss, reluctant to surface yet powerful in their reign over the deep. Some fishermen refuse to cross certain channels at night, fearing the silent shadows, invisible presences said to engulf all sound and stifle life itself. Among the more chilling accounts from recent decades is the disappearance of the Indonesian research submersible Baruna 10 in 1998, which vanished during a deep dive near the trench's southern edge. Despite exhaustive search efforts, no wreckage or trace was ever recovered. Witnesses on board the mother vessel reported hearing garbled radio chatter moments before silence, and an inexplicable drop in temperature and pressure readings preceding the signal loss. Speculation ranged from catastrophic equipment failure to encounters with unknown environmental hazards, currents capable of violently pulling a submersible off course or geological shifts, swallowing equipment whole. Scientists, cautious but intrigued, highlight the threat posed by seismic activity and methane hydrate eruptions in the area, but the complete disappearance of Baruna 10 remains a testament to the trench's merciless nature. It serves as a somber reminder that despite technological advances, some corners of the ocean fiercely resist intrusion, claiming those who push too far without understanding the abyss's ever-shifting power. Beyond technology and tragedy, the Java Trench resonates with the profound philosophical and almost spiritual dimensions of the ocean's forbidden zones. Its depths encourage reflection on human limits, the fragility of life, and the silent stories stitched into the planet's hidden depths. The trench's crushing pressure and eternal darkness evoke an otherworldly cathedral where time loses meaning and the past and present converge in sediment and shadow. As you imagine descending slowly into the Java Trench, the sun's rays thinning and fading into profound darkness, picture the towering cliffs of basalt and sediment rising sharply beside you, ancient Earth's bones exposed and waiting. Listen closely in the silence, not the absence of sound, but the subtle, intricate pulse of life intertwined with geology, a quiet symphony vibrating beneath the waves. Feel the weight of water pressing gently as strange shadows flicker at the edges of vision, and flickers of blue and green light trace paths across the black canvas. Here in the deepest reaches of the Indian Ocean, the silent depths of the Java Trench cradle their secrets, vast and patient, waiting for minds and hearts willing to embrace the dark unknown and hear the ocean's whispered truths beneath the restless surface. Part 26. The vanishing voices of the Coral Sea's deep reefs. Far to the northeast of Australia, stretching beyond the famed Great Barrier Reef and spilling into the warm azure expanse of the Coral Sea, lies a network of submerged reefs and deep canyons that harbor some of the ocean's most elusive and haunting mysteries. These depths, less visited and far more secretive than their shallow counterparts, compose a forbidden zone where thriving ecosystems brush against the unknown, and where the ocean's voice sometimes fades without warning, vanishing into the deep, leaving only silence behind. The Coral Sea, a vast and mostly unexplored marine realm, is home to some of the planet's richest biodiversity. From the dazzling colors of tropical fish darting through sunlit shallows to the strange and spectral creatures dwelling in twilight and abyssal zones, it represents a meeting point between life and shadow. Yet beneath this vibrant surface lies a riddle as ancient as the ocean itself, the phenomenon of the vanishing voices. Fishermen, divers and marine researchers who have spent years navigating these waters speak in hushed tones of an eerie phenomenon, a sudden loss of typical marine ambient noise in certain reef systems and deep trenches. The usual symphony of clicks, whistles and chattering pulses from dolphins, reef fish and crustaceans abruptly gives way to a stark and unsettling quiet. These silent patches can last for hours, even days, during which electronic equipment inexplicably falters and the natural sounds of life seem suspended, as if the ocean itself is holding its breath. The earliest documented observations date back to the 1980s, when Australian marine observers conducting long-term acoustic surveys over the remote Osprey Reef noticed strange acoustic dropouts. Hydrophone arrays, designed to monitor reef health through bioacoustic activity, recorded alarmingly low or absent sound signals in areas kinetically bustling just a day prior. These silences defied all known explanations. There were no storms, no sudden water temperature changes, no industrial noises, and yet the reef's usual chatter simply vanished. In 1993, a dedicated research team from the Australian Institute of Marine Science embarked on an intensive study of this silence, dubbing the phenomenon the quiet zones. Their investigations revealed that these mysterious patches often appeared near deep reef walls where sunlight dwindled and water pressures increased. Biologists hypothesized that behavioral shifts within fish and invertebrate communities were responsible, possible mass migrations to deeper or adjacent habitats, triggered by subtle environmental cues or predatory threats. But no clear causal pattern emerged. More unsettling were accounts from divers who ventured into these silent tracts during fieldwork. One such team exploring the abyssal ledges of the Coral Sea Trench described a sudden and overwhelming sensation of isolation as their sonar and communications equipment began to glitch while surveying an area known for vibrant deep-water coral forests. Within minutes, the background ocean sounds dimmed to near silence. Fish that moments before had swarmed around the submersible disappeared, and even bioluminescent plankton ceased their faint glows. Crew members reported a palpable shift, as if the very life force of the sea had paused. The psychological impact of such experiences resonated deeply. Several divers noted feelings akin to disconnection or vertigo, a sense of being watched by unseen eyes dwelling in the surrounding darkness. Oceanographers have since speculated that these quiet interludes may be nature's way of resetting delicate ecosystems, moments when entire communities synchronize their activity or enter states of rest so profound they eclipse standard biological rhythms. Yet, there are darker, more enigmatic interpretations as well. Indigenous Yolngu people whose ancestral lands border these waters carry stories passed down across generations, oral traditions speaking of the spirit silence, times when ancestral voices fall mute beneath the waves. According to these narratives, the ocean chooses moments to quiet its song as a sign of warning or respect, a sacred hush that calls for human reverence and reflection. Yolngu elders recount legends of ancient reef guardians, ethereal beings inhabiting the deep coral forests, wielding control over the ebb and flow of life's chorus. These spirits are said to communicate through silence and subtle signs, orchestrating unseen balances within their domain. Visitors who disrespect these waters or upset the harmony risk inviting the quiet, an absence loaded with power beyond human comprehension. As scientific interest in the Coral Sea's silent zones grew, researchers deployed new arrays of hydrophones, autonomous underwater vehicles, and deep-sea gliders equipped with multispectral sensors to gather more comprehensive data. Over years of relentless monitoring, these instruments captured fleeting sounds, a sudden heartbeat pulse, indistinct clicks resembling language fragments, and in one remarkable instance, a low-frequency hum akin to a whispered chant. This acoustic fingerprint was unlike any known marine call, prompting speculation about the existence of ancient enigmatic species, or perhaps bioacoustic phenomena tied to geological processes within the reef's underlayers. In an expedition led in 2007 by marine biologist Dr. Laura Jennings, research divers observed unusual behaviors among deep-sea snappers and groupers in the vicinity of these quiet zones. The fish exhibited unusual schooling patterns, tight silent clusters moving with uncanny coordination, and ceasing vocalizations for prolonged periods. Locals suggested these fish may possess sensitivities far beyond scientific knowledge, detecting shifts in magnetic or electric fields, chemical changes, or even feelings of the ocean's mood. Another dimension of mystery unfolded with reports of rare bioluminescent lifeforms populating quiet zone edges, creatures emitting faint, pulsing glows seemingly in rhythmic choreography, as though participating in a greater bioluminal concert connected to the deeper silence. Among these were transparent siphonophores and glowing planktonic organisms, whose movements shimmered like cosmic dancers suspended in a void. Geologically, this part of the Coral Sea is marked by intricate canyon systems and tectonic faults. Substrate instability and deep-sea volcanic activity generate subtle seismic hums and pressure waves that may resonate with marine organisms, possibly inducing behavioral changes or cycles of acoustic suppression. Methane seeps and hydrothermal vents dot these undersea canyons, creating microenvironments where life's fragility and resilience intermingle, further complicating the ocean's soundscape. Expeditions have occasionally encountered clusters of deep-sea sponges and corals forming immense cathedrals of calcium growth, structures that trap and mute sound, perhaps contributing physically to the suppression of typical reef acoustics. These natural amphitheaters may also serve as communication hubs or silent sanctuaries for vulnerable species. Local fishermen who ply the Coral Sea's surface recount their own experiences with these marine silences. Some describe eerie moments when radios and fish finder equipment cease functioning as they drift over particular deep reef slopes, accompanied by sudden falls in temperature and wind. Their tales often include shadowy glimpses of vast dark shapes beneath the waves, slow-moving, undefined masses that seem to watch, yet remain hidden just beyond sight. Despite intensive study, the phenomenon of the vanishing voices resists definitive explanation. It defies neat categorization, hovering between the edges of biology, geology, and cultural memory. It reminds those who dare observe that the ocean remains an enigmatic realm, where sound and silence dance in a delicate balance, and where forbidden zones hold stories not just of life's survival, but its profound interconnection. As you imagine descending through the Coral Sea's layered waters, from the sparkling sun-dappled shallows into the dimming blue of twilight reefs, and further into the ink-black realm, where light dies and silence swells. Feel how the ocean's breath slows and deepens, how the chorus of life softens and withdraws. Let your mind rest in that gentle hush, the vanishing voices folding around you like a cool, protective cloak. In this vast living cathedral beneath the waves, mysteries linger, silent, patient, and endlessly inviting those who listen to find peace in the profound stillness of the forbidden depths. Part 27. The murmuring halls of the Kermadec Trench. Far to the northeast of New Zealand, where the vast Pacific Ocean rolls uninterrupted toward distant horizons, lies the Kermadec Trench, a great and shadowed rift slicing more than 10 kilometers deep into the Earth's crust. This immense underwater canyon, part of the enigmatic Ring of Fire, is among the planet's least explored and most forbidding oceanic frontiers, a realm where crushing pressure and endless darkness converge, crafting an environment both alien and profoundly alive. The Kermadec Trench stretches for over 1,000 kilometers along the boundary between the Pacific and Indo-Australian plates. It hosts one of the most geologically active areas on Earth, where tectonic plates collide, dive, and grind in slow, relentless motion. This ceaseless geological unrest gives rise to submarine volcanoes, hydrothermal vent systems, and seismic tremors that ripple both physically and sonically through the trench's forbidding depths. Yet amid this inhospitable wilderness, life not only survives but weaves a complex story of resilience, adaptation, and mystery. For decades, oceanographers and marine biologists have been captivated by the murmuring halls of the Kermadec, a term coined to evoke the enigmatic symphony of sounds and silences recorded in its abyssal shadows. These murmurs are far from the typical marine soundscape. They are intricate and haunting, a chorus of deep pulses, breaths, and whispers originating from both geological and biological sources working in concert beneath the waves. Explorations into the trench's depths have been scant but increasingly revealing. In 2015, a multinational team aboard the research vessel Oceanic Pioneer deployed autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with the latest acoustic sensors, temperature probes, and high-definition cameras. As the submersibles descended into the blackness, the crew was greeted not by emptiness but by a chorus of sounds sweeping the abyss, a mixture of low-frequency hums intertwined with irregular rhythmic sequences, reminiscent of distant heartbeat pulses. Scientists quickly realized these acoustic patterns fluctuated with seismic events nearby, earthquakes and volcanic tremors sending cascading vibrations through the water column. Yet overlaying this geological song was something far more subtle and confounding: organic sounds produced by deep-sea fauna, including unknown species of shrimps and crustaceans whose tail flicks and body movements generated mechanical clicks and echoes that merged into the trench's sonic tapestry. One particularly memorable moment recorded during the expedition involved a sudden surge of bioacoustic intensity while passing near a vent field dubbed the Phantom Gardens. Here, complex colonies of tube worms, clams, and filter feeders thrived in scalding waters enriched by sulfur and minerals. As thermal plumes poured upward through the sediment, delicate pulses of sound arose from the vent-associated ecosystem, soft clicks and glides interpreted as communication or environmental feedback within this shadowed community. It was a reminder that life at these profound depths, while alien, is woven tightly into the geological canvas. But the trench's mysteries went beyond biology and seismology. Remote sensing instruments detected unusual electromagnetic anomalies in localized zones, ripples of fluctuating magnetic fields that interfered unpredictably with comms and navigation systems aboard research vessels. These anomalies sparked speculation about unknown mineral compositions or interactions between the Earth's core and the vast oceanic waters, possibly creating natural sound amplifiers that enhanced or distorted the trench's ambient noise. Local Maori traditions from New Zealand's North Island contain whispers of the Kermadec region's sacredness and mystery. The Kermadec Islands themselves, small and volcanic, form a stepping stone to the trench's abyss below. In Maori cosmology, these lands represent points of passage between worlds, where the realm of Tangaroa, the god of the sea, brushes against the mortal plane. Stories speak of Taniwa, guardian spirits inhabiting deep ocean caves and trenches, protectors of hidden treasures and watchers over those who dare to traverse the perilous waters. According to oral histories, These taniwha sometimes manifest as great shadowy shapes gliding beneath the waves, their movements linked to natural phenomena such as earthquakes, storms, or sudden tidal shifts. The faint acoustic murmurs recorded scientifically align uncannily with the rhythms of taniwha songs recited in ancient chants, a haunting symphony that blurs lines between myth and reality, legend and sound science. One veteran deep-sea pilot, Captain Lisa Thompson, who has logged many dives across the Kermadec region, recounted an encounter during a 2018 survey mission. As her submersible approached a steep canyon wall at nearly 9,000 meters depth, instruments began to record a steady pulse, an unyielding rhythmic throb unlike any known marine animal or mechanical noise. The crew described a palpable shift in the vehicle's internal atmosphere, a sensation of presence that transcended cold mechanics or environmental factors. Cameras briefly picked up elongated, translucent shapes drifting in and out of visibility, organisms or otherworldly phenomena, no one could say, slipping silently through the trench's eternal darkness. These moments linger in the minds of those who witness them, blending awe, mystery, and an almost reverent fear. What secrets lie in wait in the Kermadec's shadowy halls? What ancient conversations course through the water, beneath crushing pressure, and in utter darkness? Further complicating the trench's story is its role in deep oceanic circulation and chemical cycling. The Kermadec serves as a funnel for nutrient-rich waters rising from hydrothermal vents and methane seeps feeding neighboring ecosystems and supporting migratory species, such as deep-diving squid, fish adapted to perpetual night, and the occasional beaked whale venturing into abyssal territories. These creatures' sporadic acoustic signatures add to the trench's soundscape, melancholic calls, clicks, and pulses, underscoring a biological tapestry woven invisibly into the geological surroundings. Marine geology also informs an enduring mystery. The trench's slabs move with seismic unrest that can produce slow slip, earthquakes, subtle tremors resulting in barely perceptible shifts over days or weeks. These quakes generate weak but consistent acoustic pulses that travel great distances beneath the water, contributing to the trench's distinctive murmuring. Unlike sudden, sharp earthquakes, these phenomena suggest a slow dance of Earth's crustal plates, an ancient rhythm whispered only to those who listen deeply. As you envisage descending slowly into the Kermadec Trench, imagine the world above receding into soft blue, then fading into cold gray, and finally into infinite blackness. Hear the gentle tremble of Earth's movements singing beneath distant volcanoes, mixed with the natural clicks and hums generated by life clinging tenaciously to existence. Feel the crushing pressure like a velvet shroud, simultaneously oppressive and protective, wrapping silently around you as the trench's murmuring halls unfold their secrets. In this forbidding cathedral of rock, water, and shadow, the Kermadec Trench holds its forbidden stories, ancient, patient, and endlessly stirring beneath the waves, waiting only for the calm and curious to descend and listen. Part 28. The phantom currents of the Antarctic circumpolar deep water. Encircling Antarctica, like an unseen serpent, flowing ceaselessly beneath turbulent surface waters, lies one of the planet's most elusive and mysterious oceanic phenomena, the Antarctic circumpolar deep water, or ACDW. This vast frigid current pulses silently through the Southern Ocean's hidden channels, carrying with it secrets as ancient and profound as the polar ice itself. It is a forbidden zone without borders, a shadowy undercurrent that hides both life and legend in its infinite cold embrace. The ACDW is more than a deep oceanic flow, it is a dynamic artery of Earth's climate system, redistributing heat, nutrients, and chemical signatures across thousands of kilometers. Born from complex interactions where warmer waters mingle with the melting glacier's cold embrace, it courses beneath layers of colder, denser Antarctic bottom water and over vast abyssal plains, threading through undersea mountain ranges and deep trenches in a slow, perpetual march. Yet despite its vital role, this current remains largely inscrutable, an oceanic ghost hidden beneath storm and ice. Scientific research into the ACDW has revealed astonishing complexity. Its waters carry traces of centuries-old chemical imprints, from volcanic emissions to human pollutants, that chart a traveling history. As these currents circulate, they link remote regions, ferrying microscopic life, nutrients, and suspended particles in a fluid tapestry that sustains ecosystems from the ocean floor to surface dwellers millions of years later. But beyond the data and measurements lies a more haunting story, whispered from the cold depths and the overlying ice. Mariners and polar researchers have long reported anomalous phenomena associated with the regions above the Antarctic circumpolar deep water. Vessels navigating perilous southern routes speak of fleeting visibility, unexpected fog banks emerging in otherwise clear weather, and abrupt shifts in magnetic compasses, events that unsettle seasoned crews accustomed to the ocean's moods. Among the most eerie narratives are those concerning phantom currents, invisible flows that seem to shift without warning, pulling vessels, icebergs, and drifting debris with currents that defy recorded charts. These phantom currents can disrupt navigation, create sudden treacherous eddies, and in rare cases, allegedly cause experienced sailors to lose their bearings entirely, swept into vast desolate stretches where the ocean's voice fades and time itself seems to fracture. The genesis of these phantom currents remains a matter of scientific debate and speculation. Some oceanographers suggest they arise from intricate interactions between the floating sea ice's shifting mass and subsurface thermohaline structures. As ice shelves melt and freeze in seasonal cycles, the density gradients alter, bending and redirecting deep flows in subtle, unpredictable manners. The collision of water masses of differing temperatures and salinity can produce internal waves, gigantic slow-moving pulses that ripple through the ocean's layers with the power to reconfigure currents temporarily. Adding to the mystery are accounts from sonar operators aboard ice-capable research vessels who describe unexplained acoustic shadows, zones of total sonar blackout where radar and underwater mapping systems fail to penetrate. These acoustic blackouts may correspond to pockets of water disturbed by methane seeps or microplumes of cold brine burrowing up through the seafloor, but some remain unexplained, suggesting the presence of eddies or currents carrying suspended sediment in dense clouds that block sound like invisible walls. During the Austral winters of recent years, a series of remarkable observations intensified interest in these enigmatic waters. An international flotilla of scientific vessels, operating as part of the Southern Ocean Carbon and Climate Observatory, recorded episodes where the circulation of the ACDW appeared to stutter, the usual steady flow interrupted by sudden slowdowns or reversals spanning days at a time. These disruptions coincided with strengthened Antarctic winds, altered sea ice patterns, and shifts in ocean temperature gradients, factors linked tightly to global climate cycles yet unpredictable in their precise effects. Among the data's more chilling implications was the identification of cold tongues and warm pulses traveling within the current transient bodies of water far colder or warmer than their surroundings, that traversed thousands of kilometers before dissipating without clear cause. For marine ecosystems dependent on temperature and nutrient stability, such variations could represent unseen challenges or even natural triggers for periodic biological resets. From a human perspective, the phantom currents around the ACDW have inspired legends among Antarctic explorers and seafaring communities in southern hemisphere ports from Ushuaia to Hobart. Whispers tell of ice-breaking ships caught suddenly in unexpected undercurrents ground to a halt amid calm seas while instruments spin aimlessly and cohesion among the crew frays under mounting unease. Some polar pilots recount moments when their vessels seemed held by invisible hands beneath the water, dynamic pressures that shifted like living things, as if the ocean were consciously guiding or warning trespassers. One such story emerged from the 1997 voyage of the research icebreaker Aurora Australis. As the ship navigated a narrow channel near the Ross Sea, the crew encountered a sudden intense fog bank, dense and unyielding. Visibility dropped to mere meters, while the compass swung wildly, radio communication scrambled. For hours the Aurora Australis seemed trapped, drifting slowly against the known current pattern. The ice surrounding the ship shifted unpredictably, giant floes converged and parted like spectral dancers in moonlight. When the fog finally cleared, navigational systems realigned, and progress resumed, crew members were left with haunting memories of a moment when the ocean itself seemed alive, a presence both beckoning and forbidding. Beyond physical and navigational phenomena, the Antarctic circumpolar deep water holds a subtler form of whispered mystery, one embedded in the life it sustains. The ACDW transports rich nutrient loads from volcanic activity and upwelling zones, sustaining flourishing microbial communities that underpin entire food webs. Some of these microbial populations emit bioluminescent signals in rhythmic patterns, creating breathtaking underwater light shows in the cold, ink-dark waters. These displays have prompted hypotheses that the current supports hidden language networks of deep-sea organisms communicating across vast distances, a natural bio-network pulsing beneath the waves. Moreover, researchers have discovered that the Antarctic circumpolar deep water interacts uniquely with Antarctic krill, the tiny shrimp-like creatures forming the foundation of Southern Ocean food chains. Krill swarms exhibit migrations linked to current shifts within the ACDW, moving en masse with the pulse of nutrients and temperature gradients. The dynamic interplay between krill and ACDW offers a living breath to an otherwise alien watery abyss, a reminder that even in forbidding near-frozen depths, life finds patterns and reasons to persist. Ancient ice cores analyzed alongside oceanographic data further reveal the ACDW's long memory. The chemical signatures trapped within Antarctic ice correspond with fluctuations in the circumpolar deep water's strength and temperature over millennia. During past climate shifts, ice ages, warming periods, and abrupt atmospheric changes, the ACDW played a critical role in redistributing heat and sequestering carbon dioxide, acting as an unseen moderator of Earth's fragile balance. The spiritual and cultural resonance of these hidden currents finds voice in the stories of indigenous peoples of the southern continents. Maori narratives speak of Tangaroa's breath beneath the waves, the ocean's spirit coursing unseen beneath ice and storm, shaping life and fate alike. Similarly, the Yagan peoples of Tierra del Fuego recount tales of the deep water's song, a silent melody felt rather than heard, a presence connecting humans to the Earth's secret heart. Imagine now descending slowly beneath Antarctic waves, piercing the cold blue and black layers, feeling the vast silence broken only by the gentle pulse of distant currents. Envision immense fields of bioluminescent plankton, shimmer like stars in an underwater cosmos, the cold water around you flowing in slow, powerful corridors, phantom currents weaving through geological time, carrying stories both ancient and unfolding. The Antarctic circumpolar deep water holds no easy answers, only patient depths and silent rhythms, moving endlessly in the ocean's forbidden zones. In its frigid embrace lie whispers of life, climate, and mystery, inviting those who listen to surrender to the deep, to find calm in the current, and to dream beneath the eternal southern waves. Part 29. The murmuring abyss of the Philippine Trench. Far to the west of the vast Pacific, cradled beneath the Philippine archipelago's sprawling islands and swaying palms, lies one of Earth's most profound and inscrutable oceanic mysteries, the Philippine Trench. Stretching nearly 1,000 kilometers, this colossal chasm plunges nearly 10,000 meters into the ocean's hidden heart, carving a deep scar that few have dared to explore and even fewer have begun to understand. It is a realm where light dies completely, pressure mounts to extremes unfathomable to most life forms, and the water carries whispers both ancient and enigmatic. The Philippine Trench is born of fiery tectonic collision, a dramatic juncture where the Pacific Plate subducts beneath the smaller but resilient Philippine Sea Plate. This immense geological pressure forges an underwater chasm of staggering depth and complex formation, intricately shaped by earthquakes, volcanic activity, and shifting sediments. Surrounding the trench, the sea teems visibly with color and life, from vibrant coral reefs and busy fishing communities to bustling ports. Yet below this surface liveliness lies a forbidding depth that seems almost cut off from the pulse of the world above. Early maritime charts barely hinted at the trench's scope until mid-20th century soundings revealed its staggering depths, places where the ocean floor sinks far beyond the reach of light or conventional exploration. Despite technological advances, many areas remain uncharted, cloaked in a darkness so absolute that only the faintest glow of occasional bioluminescent creatures punctuates the eternal blackness. Few expeditions have ventured into these depths, drawn by a mixture of scientific curiosity and whispered legends of strange phenomena. Acoustic monitoring stations strategically placed across Philippine waters have captured an assortment of mysterious sounds emanating from the trench's hidden hollows, soft rhythmic pulses, faint hums, and low-frequency moans that seem to flow like an underwater symphony. Unlike typical whale songs or tectonic rumbles, these melodies possess a haunting cadence, fluctuating with tidal cycles and seismic tremors, as if the trench itself breathes with an ancient rhythm. One of the most compelling missions took place in 2012, when a joint effort between international oceanographers and Filipino marine researchers deployed deep-sea autonomous vehicles, equipped with sensitive hydrophones and imaging rigs. They descended silently into the abyss, recording hours of footage that revealed an alien world roaring quietly with life. Strange translucent creatures floated with slow, deliberate motion, their bodies bioluminescent pulses faint and almost conversational. Swarms of deep-sea shrimp coordinated flickering signals in unison, forming ghostly patterns that suggested communication beyond mere chance. Amid biological wonders, the expedition uncovered fascinating geological features, a labyrinth of underwater canyons branching off the trench, mineral-rich vents emitting clouds of scalding water laden with sulfides, and vast soft sediment fields disturbed intermittently by sediment slides and seismic events. These tremors, recorded as faint but regular heartbeat pulses on hydrophones, punctuate the trench's soundscape with a temporal weave of natural forces and living responses. Local fisherfolk and coastal communities around Mindanao and Leyte share stories handed down through generations, tales of the silent deep, a region where time seems to dilate and ships sometimes lose contact inexplicably, swallowed by fog and shadow. Legends speak of guardian spirits, the Bafala of the abyss, protectors of the trench who manifest as shimmering lights beneath the water or eerie mists rising from the sea's surface at dawn. Those fishermen wise to the ways of the sea treat these zones with reverence and caution, knowing that the trench's depths guard secrets not meant for casual discovery. One particularly vivid account comes from Captain Ramon Alvarez, a veteran fisherman from the coastal town of Liloan. On a calm night in 2008, as his boat drifted near the trench's edge, Captain Alvarez reported hearing distant melodic bell-like tones emanating from below, rising through the water in gentle waves. Suddenly, instruments failed, radios glitched, compasses spun, and sonar images faded into static. Moments later, the crew witnessed a faint glow beneath the boat, a swirling dance of soft lights pulsing rhythmically before vanishing like smoke. The crew remained silent, enveloped in awe and unease, aware they had brushed against the mysterious veil of the Philippine abyss. From a scientific perspective, the trench's remarkable acoustic phenomena challenge classification. Some hydroacoustic experts consider that tectonic slow-slip earthquakes beneath the Philippine Trench produce vibrational patterns that mimic biological signals to the uninformed ear. Others propose these sounds are bioacoustic emissions from communities of extremophiles adapted to the trench's crushing pressure and near-freezing temperatures, a unique language evolved over millions of years for communication through dense, dark waters. Complicating matters further, the region sits at the convergence of powerful ocean currents and seasonal monsoons. These dynamic forces interact spectacularly with the trench's bathymetry, creating localized vortices and underwater eddies, whose stealthy motions may facilitate nutrient flaws or create traps for drifting organisms, accentuating the depth's role as a biological harborage despite its forbidding nature. The Philippine Trench's depths are also a repository of past cataclysms and clues to Earth's geological narrative. Sediment samples gathered near subduction zones reveal layers rich in ash and mineral deposits from ancient volcanic eruptions and underwater earthquake-triggered landslides, offering researchers precious insight into megathrust earthquakes that have shaped the region's human and ecological history. These samples hint at seismic cycles lasting hundreds to thousands of years, underscoring the trench's ongoing role as both creator and destroyer. Adding to the trench's mystery is evidence of localized magnetic anomalies detected intermittently during various mapping missions. These anomalies can cause navigational instruments to fluctuate wildly, potentially disorienting vessels and marking treacherous zones where natural compasses prove unreliable. For centuries, mariners exchanged whispered warnings of false north regions, pockets where the Earth's magnetic field seemed to twist and turn, sending them off course amid the ocean's embrace. For indigenous peoples like the Tagalog, Visayan, and Moro, the Philippine Trench holds a spiritual significance interwoven with their cosmologies. Stories speak of the sea's deep voices as communication with Bafala, the supreme deity, carrying lessons, warnings, or quiet calls for respect. Rituals sometimes invoke the trench's guardians before long voyages or fishing expeditions, seeking protection and favor from the ancient oceanic spirits believed to dwell in its depths. Modern exploration continues with cautious optimism. Unmanned submersibles equipped with advanced mapping technology and environmental sensors are pushed further into the abyss, revealing fragments of a vast ecosystem resilient in its dark cloisters. These vessels capture glimpses of worms with phosphorescent appendages, soft-bodied fish with translucent skin, and mysterious bioluminescent jelly-like entities pulsing with grace unavailable to surface dwellers. At the same time, there is an ongoing awareness of the Philippine Trench as a fragile and threatened environment. Deep-sea mining interests and expanding maritime activity pose risks to its delicate equilibrium. Conservationists emphasize the importance of protecting this forbidden zone, not only for its intrinsic biodiversity, but for what it teaches about Earth's evolutionary persistence and the limits of life. As you immerse yourself in the story of the Philippine Trench, picture descending through warm tropical waters, the colors fading as the ocean deepens into silent blue, then nowhere at all. Feel the pressure mounting like invisible hands closing around you, the temperature falling to near freezing, and the faint shimmer of bioluminescent life flickering in the pitch dark. Hear, if you can, the soft pulses surrounding you, calls of the abyssal choir beneath the waves, ancient, patient, and humming with secrets yet untold. In this immense and murmuring abyss, the ocean's most forbidden zones sing a quiet song of endurance and mystery, inviting you to listen deeply and drift gently into the dark, where history, life, and the Earth's restless heart converge in endless whispered tides. Part 30. The veiled currents and lost echoes of the Tasman Abyss. Far off the southeastern shores of Australia and New Zealand, where the restless Southern Ocean merges with the vast expanse of the Pacific, lies a largely uncharted domain that few have dared to explore fully, the Tasman Abyss. This immense trench, stretching thousands of meters into utter darkness, conceals within its shadowed folds stories whispered over generations by sailors, scientists, and indigenous peoples alike. It is a place where currents don't just flow, they carry secrets and lost echoes, and where the ocean's deepest voice murmurs with a haunting gravity all its own. The Tasman Abyss owes its existence to tectonic forces that sculpted the seafloor over millions of years, a dramatic juxtaposition of continental plates, slowly shifting, slipping, and sometimes violently colliding. The trench itself descends nearly 6 kilometers beneath the surface, brooding in perpetual night, an underwater canyon so deep that light becomes a forgotten memory, and pressure becomes an invisible tyrant. Yet within this forbidding abyss thrive ecosystems uniquely adapted to this harsh rain, creatures that defy expectation, and phenomena that defy explanation. From naval logbooks to indigenous Maori legends, tales of strange happenings and eerie sensations have long surrounded the region. Maori fishermen speak of the Kaikongawai, the deep waters that hold memories, where voices of ancestors echo silently through water heavier than sorrow. These stories, both poetic and poignant, articulate a profound respect and cautious wariness, marking the Tasman Abyss as not merely a physical place, but a liminal threshold between worlds. Modern exploration began in earnest in the late 20th century, as oceanographers deployed increasingly sophisticated technology, remotely operated vehicles, deep water landers, and acoustic arrays, seeking to unravel the abyss's mysteries. Harrowing voyages into its dark embrace revealed not just geological spectacle, but a realm pulsating with life and shadow. One of the most extraordinary revelations came in 1999 during a 9-day expedition aboard the research vessel Southern Cross. The team set out to map an uncharted portion of the abyssal plain and investigate unusual sonar readings reported by commercial fishing trawlers. Deep beneath the surface, the ocean's floor was etched with volcanic ridges and labyrinthine troughs, harboring hydrothermal vents expelled like quiet geysers, releasing mineral-rich plumes that nourished strange communities beneath the waves. The expedition's acoustic specialists recorded a series of persistent rhythmic pulses emanating from the trench walls, sounds that baffled at first. They were neither typical tectonic groans nor documented marine mammal calls. The pulses had patterns, resembling a cryptic code, interspersed with fewer, softer hums that seemed almost conversational. For weeks, scientists debated their origin. Was this an ancient geological murmur, the song of unknown sea creatures, or perhaps an entirely new acoustic phenomenon, something the ocean had kept secret until now? These Tasman echoes, as dubbed by researchers, were intricately linked to the trench's unique environment. The combination of high-pressure currents, mineral-laden water, and biological activity created complex soundscapes that blurred the lines between nature's domains. Hydrothermal vent communities, including giant tube worms and mysterious bioluminescent crustaceans, interacted in dynamic symphonies of clicks and pulses that traveled hundreds of kilometers in the cold waters. In parallel, deep diving submersibles documented curious biological behaviors. One ROV pilot, Dr. Helen Kimura, recalled descending near a vent field they named the Phantom Grove. Amid the shadows, colonies of luminous anemones swayed in rhythmic harmony, their pulsating glow synchronizing with distant acoustic pulses. Ethereal jellyfish, translucent and delicate, seemed to move in choreography, emitting faint light flickers along complex neural-like pathways that defied current scientific understanding. More unsettling, however, were intermittent accounts from the crews of survey vessels and commercial fisheries operating in the Tasman Abyss's periphery. These mariners frequently reported inexplicable interference with navigation instruments, compasses spinning erratically, sonar systems freezing temporarily, and radio channels crackling with static bursts, interspersed with faint murmuring indistinguishable from human speech. Sometimes, during calm nights when the sea lay smooth as glass, fishermen spoke of voices beneath the waves, harmonizing with the water's gentle sway, sounds simultaneously comforting and chilling. One particular story from 2005 stands out among these accounts. The crew of the fishing vessel Ocean Voyager was hauling nets near the trench's northern ridge when the water suddenly went deathly silent. Birdsong above ceased, the hum of their engines faltered, then resumed with a strange delay. Radios emitted ghostly static intermittently, and the compass needle began to twitch wildly. Then through the fog of interference, a series of low melodious tones emerged, simple yet haunting, a sequence evocative of a lullaby carried from a long-ago shore. Captain Thomas Hayes, a seasoned mariner with 30 years on Tasman waters, described the event with a mix of awe and trepidation. "It was like the sea itself was singing to us," he said later. "A song of the deep places where no one else can go, a warning, a welcome, or perhaps a quiet farewell." The boat's instruments returned to normal shortly thereafter, but the sense that the ocean had momentarily drawn back a curtain stayed with the crew forever. Scientists proposed possible explanations for such phenomena. Some suggested subtle electromagnetic anomalies caused by the interaction of the Earth's magnetic field with ferromagnetic mineral deposits around deep vents might have disrupted equipment and induced unexplained acoustic emissions. Others speculated that vast mats of bioluminescent bacteria or colonies of siphonophores moving in vast pulsating swarms might generate these patterns naturally, though none fully accounted for the reported melodic qualities. Adding another dimension were researchers who discovered that immense biogeochemical cycles at play in the Tasman Abyss influence methane hydrate deposits, chemical time capsules tucked beneath the seafloor, storing vast amounts of ancient gases. Occasional destabilization of these deposits releases bubbles that distort sonar readings, create underwater light shows through chemical luminescence, and cause subtle fluctuations in the trench's acoustic environment. These methane emissions could explain some of the intermittent noises and visual phenomena described, yet couldn't entirely account for the complexity and seeming intent perceived in the sound patterns. From a cultural perspective, the Tasman Abyss intersects deeply with Maori astronomy and navigation, ancient practices that recognized ocean currents, stars, and environmental rhythms as guides in both physical and spiritual journeys. The whispers of the abyss resonate with the Maori concept of Tiaka a Maui, the fish of Maui, the mythical giant fish pulled from the sea, after which New Zealand is said to have been formed. Locally, the abyssal trench is revered as part of the ocean's tapu, sacred and mysterious, its veiled currents thought to connect past and future, life and death, seen and unseen. One elder, Tanwakapapa, spoke poetically of the trench's breath, describing how the deep waters exhale stories carried on the migratory pathways of whales, sharks and seabirds, weaving the interconnected fabric of all living things. For these communities, the Tasman Abyss is a living memory, a vast vessel holding the ancestral knowledge of the ocean and its eternal cycles. Moreover, recent scientific expeditions have begun uncovering evidence of yet unexplored underwater cave systems and deep-sea canyons feeding into the abyss. These labyrinths harbor unique microbial ecosystems exhibiting metabolic processes previously unknown to science, life forms that harness chemical energy from still active volcanic activity or mineral deposits, forming the base of complex, fragile food webs adapted to darkness and crushing pressure. The isolation and extremity of the abyss make exploration slow and resource-intensive, but each expedition deepens appreciation for the ocean's delicate balance and mysterious depths. The Tasmania Abyss pulses not only with biological activity or geological force, but with a subtle, almost imperceptible song, a murmur that binds the known with the unknown, the past with the perpetual now. As you imagine yourself drifting in a small submersible through the silent waters of the Tasman abyss, guided only by the faint glow of bioluminescent creatures and the hum of gentle currents, consider the vastness surrounding you. Feel the weight of water pressing patiently, the eternal dark folding quietly like a shroud. Listen, beneath the silence, beyond the shadows, the ocean's lost echoes call softly, weaving a timeless lullaby in the deep. In this veiled corridor of the deep sea, the ocean's most forbidden zones reveal their profound voice, not in roar or storm, but in whispered currents and half-heard songs, waiting patiently for the calm heart and curious mind to heed their gentle call. Part 31. The silent depths of the Mariana Trench, echoes from the ocean's deepest graveyard. Far beneath the surface, where sunlight never dares to wander, lies one of the ocean's most forbidden and mysterious places, the Mariana Trench. Stretching nearly 7 miles deep in the western Pacific Ocean, the trench is Earth's deepest known point, a place so remote and inhospitable that it has long been the subject of speculation, awe and fear. But beyond its impressive depths and alien environment lies a haunting secret, a silent, shadowy graveyard that whispers of human tragedies and unexplained disappearances that may never be fully understood. The Mariana Trench is not only a monument to nature's extremes, but also a cryptic archive of countless vessels, planes, and even unknown objects lost into its crushing depths over the centuries. These disappearances are shrouded not only in mystery, but in an eerie quiet. No signals, no wreckage found, just echoes fading quietly into the abyss. One of the earliest known tragedies linked to this marine abyss occurred in the early days of deep-sea exploration. In 1945, during World War II's final months, the American submarine USS Tang sank after a rare enemy torpedo circled back and struck it. The Tang went down near the western Pacific, not far from the Mariana Islands, and while most of the crew were rescued, the submarine itself vanished from sight, sunk into the darkness below, and only rediscovered decades later, sitting silently among other relics of war resting at extreme depths. But the Tang is just a fragment of a much larger disturbing pattern. Several other military and civilian vessels bound for or navigating near the Mariana Trench simply disappeared without trace. The Japanese cargo ship Toyofuku Maru vanished in 1948, with no distress call or explanation. Some speculate it too found its final resting place deep within the trench. Perhaps even more chilling are the unsolved disappearances of aircraft in this region. The Western Pacific air corridors, skirting the edges of the trench, have claimed several planes whose last known positions were nearby. In 1965, a Japanese passenger plane carrying 62 people vanished mysteriously during its flight over the Pacific, and despite extensive searches, neither wreckage nor bodies were found. Like the ocean itself, the mystery swallowed the plane whole, offering no clues, no cries for help. Scientists exploring the trench repeatedly find evidence that no matter the technology or preparation, the inherent dangers of the deep sea make recovery or investigation almost impossible. Objects sent down to explore its depths often fail, damaged or crushed by immense pressure or strange geological activity. During one expedition in 2010, a remote-operated vehicle discovered what looked like scattered metal debris at the ocean floor, possibly from a World War II vessel, but failed to retrieve anything due to unpredictable currents and darkness so complete it seemed almost alive, swallowing all light. Adding to this enigma are unexplained phenomena reported by deep-sea explorers and vessel crews. Strange signals have been picked up in the region, unidentifiable sonar echoes that don't match known marine life or man-made devices. Some believe these are remnants of sunken submarines' communications, distorted by underwater conditions, while others whisper of unknown creatures or even secret underwater facilities hidden by military forces, deep inside the trench's cavernous tunnels and crevices. The natural environment itself seems almost alien. Temperatures are freezing, pressures are unimaginably high, and yet a peculiar ecosystem thrives in the Mariana Trench. Strange creatures, bioluminescent and seemingly defying biology, glow faintly in the darkness. This life is adapted to conditions no other creatures can survive. Adding to the eerie atmosphere, it feels as though the ocean keeps its most forbidden secrets precisely because life clings stubbornly to even the deadliest depths. Legends of the Mariana Trench also seep into local cultures on surrounding islands. The Chamorro people speak of ancient spirits dwelling in the ocean's deep, guardians of hidden realms or cursed places. Folk tales describe how strange lights and sounds can be heard on moonless nights, interpreted by elders as warnings from underwater entities, safeguarding hidden passages to the abyss. The tragedy of lost lives, whether war veterans, innocent passengers, or explorers venturing too close, is compounded by the trench's impassive silence. Unlike shipwrecks closer to shore, where debris surfaces and survivors' stories can be told, the Mariana Trench swallows them whole with no trace left behind. It's a graveyard invisible to most, its depths indifferent to human sorrow. In recent times, deep-sea technology has allowed scientists to descend in specially crafted submersibles, venturing into this forbidden territory to record and observe. The footage captured is breathtaking and surreal, majestic yet haunting. Towering underwater mountains, volcanic vents spewing mineral clouds, and strange creatures seem like glimpses into another world entirely. However, what remains unchanged is the ocean's silent hold on its secrets, an eternal reminder that some places on Earth remain largely unexplored, their stories buried beneath miles of crushing water and timeless darkness. As night falls, and you listen to the slow, steady rhythm of waves or the quiet hum of the ocean, imagine those depths, a place where the ocean's most forbidden zones converge, holding their dark secrets in a silent embrace. It's a place that demands respect, humility, and a reminder of how little we truly know about the world beneath the waves, and the countless stories it keeps, locked forever in the silent depths of the Mariana Trench. Part 32. The Ghost Fleet of the Chuk Lagoon. Beneath the glassy, sun-dappled waters of the western Pacific Ocean lies a haunting underwater graveyard like no other, the Chuk Lagoon, formerly known as Truk Lagoon. Hidden deep within the federated states of Micronesia, this tropical atoll is home to a terrifying reminder of one of the deadliest battles in World War II. Yet beyond its historical significance, Chuk Lagoon harbors dark secrets concealed beneath coral-encrusted wrecks, whispered legends of curses, and unexplained phenomena that continue to mystify explorers, researchers, and local inhabitants alike. The story begins in February 1944, when the United States launched Operation Hailstone, a massive attack aimed at crippling the Japanese Imperial Navy's stronghold in the Pacific. Chuk Lagoon was a vital Japanese naval base, serving as a fortress and logistics hub, often referred to as the Gibraltar of the Pacific. Over 2 days, hundreds of aircraft bombarded the lagoon, sinking dozens of warships, cargo vessels, and aircraft. What remained were the rusted hulks of ships, silent, eerie, and resting now in shallow waters perfectly preserved by the slow embrace of the tropical sea. This ghost fleet is made up of more than 60 wrecks, including battleships, aircraft carriers, and supply ships, many of which are still laden with unexploded ordnance, personal belongings, and wartime cargo. Divers from around the world have been drawn to Chuk Lagoon for decades, lured by the chance to explore what has been called the world's largest underwater museum of World War II relics. Yet, the site is not simply an historical treasure trove. It's also a place wrapped in mystery and fear. According to local legend, the lives lost in the devastating attack left restless spirits that continue to haunt the waters. Fishermen speak in hushed tones about strange lights flickering beneath the surface at night, phantom ships appearing in the mist, and chilling apparitions of terrified sailors drifting just beyond the coral reefs. Some visiting divers have recounted unexplained equipment malfunctions, compasses spinning wildly, communication devices losing signal, and sudden cold chills despite the tropical heat, feelings as if unseen eyes are watching them from the shadows. More chilling still are the stories of ghost divers, those who have descended into the depths only to vanish without a trace. Though investigation often reveals that strong currents, dangerous wreck structures, and old unexploded bombs pose real risks, a few disappearances defy logical explanation. In one well-documented case, a seasoned diver reportedly surfaced alone, his dive partner nowhere to be found, despite the two having descended together. The missing diver was never recovered, leaving behind an impenetrable silence that fuels the eerie folklore of the lagoon. Scientists diving in Chuk Lagoon also report unique biological phenomena that deepen the mystery. Certain wrecks are encrusted with coral species not found anywhere else in the world, and bioluminescent plankton light the waters with a ghostly glow, giving the impression that the sunken fleet still shines beneath the moonlight. This strange marine life seems to have adapted specifically to the war-torn environment, but some experts question whether changes in the lagoon's ecosystem are connected to the lingering presence of metal, oil, and war debris, elements long considered hazardous to ocean health. Adding to the lagoon's dark allure is the question of how to respect the site's dual identity as both a war grave and a tourist destination. The sunken fleet is reverently called a water cemetery by locals and many descendants of the Japanese sailors who perished there. However, diving tours have sometimes been criticized for disturbing the wrecks, even looting artifacts, actions considered sacrilegious by those who honor the fallen. This tension between preservation and exploration creates a somber backdrop to every story told beneath the waves. Yet the ocean around Chuuk Lagoon seems to guard its secrets jealously. Many divers report a strange sensation of time dilating or distorting, clocks running slow, watches failing, and a dreamlike sluggishness influencing perception underwater. Some attribute these effects to the strange electromagnetic environment produced by the sunken vessels, while others suggest more supernatural causes. Perhaps most haunting is the testimony of a group of deep-sea divers who were caught in a sudden, unexplainable storm while exploring one of the largest wrecks, the Japanese cruiser Sakawa. After the tempest subsided, they reported seeing shadowy figures standing on the decks of the remains, gazing silently into the stormy sky, only to vanish when a searchlight from their boat swept over the scene. Despite the late hour and years of experience, the divers found themselves frozen in fear and awe. Chuuk Lagoon, with its beautiful blue waters and serene coral reefs, remains a paradox, a place where history and mystery collide, where beauty and sorrow swim side by side in the depths, where forgotten voices echo beneath the waves. It is a forbidden zone, not just because of its dangerous underwater terrain or unexploded bombs, but because it reminds us of the cost of conflict and the enduring enigma of the unknown. To those who venture down to explore Chuuk's ghost fleet, the lagoon does not simply offer sunken ships and war relics. It offers a rare glimpse into a world where the ocean holds both memory and enigma, a depth of silence that carries the whispers of lost souls and secrets that may never be fully uncovered. And for some, the ocean's darkest corners are the most captivating, inviting endless curiosity and respect for the magnificent and forbidden unknown. Part 33. The haunting depths of the Yonaguni Monument. Far beneath the turquoise waters off the southern coast of Japan's Yonaguni Island lies one of the ocean's most perplexing and debated mysteries, the Yonaguni Monument. This submerged structure, first discovered by diver Kihachiro Arataki in 1987, resembles a massive ancient city etched into the ocean floor, and it continues to baffle scientists, archaeologists, and marine enthusiasts alike. Was it shaped by natural geological forces, or is it the remnant of a lost civilization swallowed by the sea? Its presence challenges our understanding of human history and the secrets hidden by the ocean's relentless tides. The monument is a sprawling complex of terraces, sharp angles, stairs, and what appear to be walls and megalithic platforms, stretching across an underwater plateau at a depth of about 25 meters, roughly 80 feet. While natural currents and seismic activity can carve strange shapes from coral and rock, the precision of certain features, like what seems to be staircases with multiple steps exactly the same height, and huge rectangular blocks fitting together in patterns, has fueled intense debate. Some experts suggest that the monument could be the ruins of an ancient city that predates the earliest known human settlements by thousands of years, possibly dating back to the last ice age when sea levels were far lower. The idea of a lost civilization beneath the waves invites the imagination to wander, envisioning ancient peoples harnessing waters once teeming with life, a cultural metropolis now silent and forgotten beneath layers of sediment and marine growth. Yet the Yonaguni site remains off-limits to many casual divers due to strong currents and poor visibility, preserving the eerie stillness of the place. Local fishermen have told stories for generations of strange shapes under the sea, eerie shadows, and a feeling of something ancient watching from below. For them, the monument is more than just a geological curiosity. It carries spiritual significance and warnings whispered through folklore about the ocean's dark hold. In the early 1990s, marine geologist Masaaki Kimura, who has dedicated decades to studying the Yonaguni site, argued fervently for its artificial origin, making elaborate maps and detailed underwater photographs to support his claim that this was a man-made structure lost to time. He hypothesized that an ancient culture, possibly related to the enigmatic Jomon civilization of prehistoric Japan, built these constructions, which were submerged after a sudden rise in sea levels thousands of years ago. However, many mainstream geologists remain skeptical, pointing to erosion patterns and natural fault lines, and caution against reading too much into coincidences of nature sculpted by powerful underwater currents. Despite the division of opinions, the Yonaguni monument undeniably reveals the power of the ocean to hide secrets, both natural and human-made. The site's dark, silent waters seem to whisper ancient tales to anyone who dares to listen. As divers explore the cold depths, surrounded by swaying kelp and darting fish, the monument stands as a titanic, somber remnant of a past obscured by time and water. Some divers have reported unsettling feelings of unease and isolation, as if the place carries the weight of forgotten memories and veiled warnings from a civilization lost beneath the waves. Over the years, expeditions have brought advanced sonar, underwater drones, and even robotics to probe deeper into the monument's mysteries. Each new scan reveals intricacies that defy simple explanation: terraces and platforms covered in coral and barnacles, with depressions that could be doorways or chambers, now sealed by the ocean's claim. The murky depths create a surreal twilight, where every shadow can seem alive, and the slow rhythms of the currents mimic the heartbeat of the sea itself. Stories from local lore add to the monument's mystique. Fishermen have recounted tales of their nets snagging on unseen, unnatural forms and feeling a profound dread near the site. Some speak of ghostly lights flickering beneath the water surface, strange shapes moving in the dark, and a silence deeper than the ocean's own song. These stories echo a universal human sensation when confronting the unknown depths, a blend of awe, wonder, and ancient fear that lingers long after the surface is reached. The Yonaguni monument stands as a timeless enigma, a place where the ocean's deepest secrets and the echoes of a forgotten past converge. It reminds us of how much of our world remains hidden, submerged beneath waves that erase memories yet preserve whispers of history in stone and shadow. As we drift in the calm waters nearby, lulled by the gentle pulse of the ocean, the monument remains a silent sentinel, a connection between human curiosity and the ocean's dark embrace, inviting us to keep searching, to keep wondering, and perhaps one day to uncover the truth hidden in the haunting depths. Part 34: The Ghost Fleet of Truk Lagoon. In the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean lies a place shrouded in both beauty and haunting history. Known today as Truk Lagoon, or Truk Lagoon, this serene atoll in Micronesia was once the mighty stronghold of the Japanese Imperial Navy during World War II. To many it appears as a tropical paradise: calm blue waters, coral reefs, and an aura of tranquility. Yet beneath its waves lies a submerged graveyard, a silent fleet of ghostly warships, aircraft, and relics preserved in eerie stillness for over 75 years. The story begins in February of 1944, at a time when the tide of the war in the Pacific was rapidly turning. The Allies had gained momentum, and control of shipping lanes and naval bases was becoming crucial. Truk Lagoon, once dubbed the Gibraltar of the Pacific, was thought to be an impregnable fortress. The Japanese had fortified the atoll with massive anti-aircraft batteries, a deep natural harbor, and dozens of warships, making it an essential hub for resupplying and launching naval operations in the region. For months the Japanese felt secure, but Allied intelligence had pinpointed Truk as a strategic vulnerability ripe for attack. The US Navy launched Operation Hailstone in mid-February 1944, a massive amphibious strike involving hundreds of aircraft from several aircraft carriers. What followed was one of the most devastating strikes in naval history. For 2 days, waves of American dive bombers, torpedo planes, and fighter escorts swooped over the lagoon. From above, the harbor was transformed from a peaceful anchorage into a fiery hellscape. Explosions ripped through the fleet as bombs and torpedoes found their marks. Ships that had seemed invincible were engulfed in flames, sinking slowly to the lagoon bottom. Countless aircraft were destroyed on the ground, and many sailors lost their lives. In total, approximately 60 Japanese vessels were sunk or badly damaged. Among them were cruisers, destroyers, cargo ships, and dozens of auxiliary vessels. This single strike crippled Japan's naval reach in the region and marked a turning point in the Pacific War. What makes Truk Lagoon so captivating to this day is the haunting underwater time capsule left behind. The relatively calm and nutrient-poor waters slowed decay, preserving ships, tanks, planes, and even the remnants of daily life on these ships, their anchors, artillery, personal effects, and machinery remarkably intact. Divers from around the world now flock to Truk Lagoon to explore this underwater museum. Descending into the depths, they find ghostly hulls resting silently on the lagoon floor, their metal skeletal frames often encrusted with coral and marine life, creating a surreal juxtaposition of nature reclaiming war machines. The eerie quiet below invites contemplation, while the vast scale of the fleet wrecks serves as a sobering reminder of the destructive power of war. But the lagoon's story is not without mystery and dark secrets. One of the more spine-tingling tales involves the unpleasant phenomenon known to divers as the Truk chorus. Many veteran divers recount moments when the clear water suddenly changes. The sound of creaking metal, distant echoes, or ghostly whispers seem to emanate from the submerged ships. Some describe hearing muffled voices or feeling a sudden chill while hovering over certain wrecks. It is as if the lagoon holds echoes not just of metal and machinery, but of the souls of those who perished beneath its waves. Adding to this haunting atmosphere is the true scale of human tragedy. Though the initial attack killed many, others lingered in the aftermath, wounded or missing. The coral-covered wrecks are now grave markers, resting places for countless sailors whose fates remain unknown. Some wrecks, like the tanker Hoyo Maru or the cargo ship Lisbon Maru, occasionally still release trapped oil or air bubbles, a ghostly reminder they are not entirely lifeless. There is also an enduring mystery involving a set of divers who went missing in the lagoon during the 1970s, during the early years of recreational wreck diving. These divers were experienced and well-equipped, yet never resurfaced. Despite search efforts, no bodies or undamaged equipment were found. Some speculate they may have been caught in narrow ship tunnels or air pockets beneath the wrecks, or worse, that they disturbed some unseen underwater hazard. Local lore has it that certain wreck sites possess an unnatural pull, as if the lagoon itself does not want its secrets disturbed. Another lesser-known but chilling element is the threat of unexploded ordnance. Despite the decades that passed, many bombs, depth charges, and torpedoes remain lodged within the wrecks, some sensitive to touch or movement. Over time, corrosion makes these explosives unpredictable and dangerous. In 1988, a small group of divers exploring the cargo ship Kiyosumi Maru accidentally triggered a charge, causing a minor explosion that joltingly reminded everyone of the lagoon's lethal remnants. But perhaps the most mysterious side of Truk Lagoon involves reports from Japanese veterans who returned decades later, haunted not only by what they saw but by experiences they could hardly explain. Some recounted visions or dreams of the lagoon that blended vivid memories with strange apparitions, phantoms of comrades lost in the battle, spectral figures standing silently on crumbling decks under a full moon, or glowing lights beneath the waves that defied any logical explanation. Scientists and historians continue to study Truk Lagoon, hoping to precisely understand the environmental and historical significance of this undersea graveyard. Still, the lagoon holds many secrets resilient to time and inquiry, a place where the boundaries between past and present, between the living and the departed, seem to blur. As the sun sets over this peaceful Pacific atoll, the ghost fleet lies in silent vigil beneath the waves, quiet witnesses to a brutal chapter of history and guardians of untold stories that are still waiting to be uncovered. For those who dare to explore its depths, Truk Lagoon is not just a dive site, but a journey into the heart of war's cost, nature's reclaiming hand, and the ocean's darkest secrets. Part 35. The Vanishing Submarine of the Mariana Trench. Beneath the vast serene expanse of the Pacific Ocean lies the Mariana Trench, the deepest known part of the world's oceans, plunging nearly 7 miles beneath the surface. This mysterious chasm has long fascinated explorers and scientists alike, representing one of the final frontiers on Earth. But within its shadowed depths, where sunlight never reaches and pressure climbs to unimaginable levels, a chilling story lingers, an eerie tale of a missing submarine and the unanswered questions it left behind. In late 1968, the United States Navy launched a groundbreaking mission involving one of its most experimental vessels, a deep-diving submersible named the USS Neptune. This state-of-the-art submarine was designed to explore the trench like never before, equipped with advanced cameras and sonar systems intended to unlock secrets buried under tons of seawater and sediment. The goal was to collect sediment samples and study unknown marine species believed to thrive in the near-abyssal environment. The Neptune's descent commenced off the island of Guam, where the calm Pacific waves betrayed none of the turmoil that would soon unravel below. As the submarine slipped beneath the surface, its crew of 4 seasoned naval officers prepared for what was expected to be a routine journey into a hostile but familiar world mapped by others before them. Yet, this mission was unlike any previous attempt. The crew planned to plunge deeper than most subs had ever dared to, intending to reach depths close to the very bottom of the trench itself. Communication with the surface was strong at first, with routine updates and scientific readings streamed back to the control vessel above. But approximately 2 hours into the dive, as the Neptune negotiated a particularly jagged section of the trench's eastern wall, contact abruptly ceased. The commanding officer on the surface attempted to re-establish the signal, but no response was forthcoming. Sonar scans revealed a faint blip matching the submarine's expected location, but that blip soon vanished, swallowed as swiftly as it had appeared. A massive search and rescue operation was swiftly initiated, involving other submarines, surface ships, and even aircraft skimming the water looking for signs of debris or survivors. Days passed, but not a trace of the Neptune emerged. Not a scrap of metal, no oil slicks, no rising flotation devices. It was as if the submarine and its crew had been engulfed by the ocean itself, erased from the record in the blink of an eye. Speculation ran deep. Some suggested that the immense pressure at the trench's bottom had overwhelmed the sub's hull, causing a catastrophic implosion. Others believed the Neptune had encountered a previously unknown geological event, a sudden undersea landslide or an intense methane gas release that destabilized the vehicle. More outlandish theories circulated in hushed tones, whispers of deep-sea creatures or even secret, unauthorized nuclear tests, sparking inexplicable results. But none of these theories had concrete evidence to back them. What makes the story even more unsettling are the few sonar pulses intermittently detected long after the official search was called off. These faint, irregular signals, miles beneath the crushing depths, bore an uncanny resemblance to man-made rhythmic transmissions. Some experts entertained the grim possibility that the crew, trapped but alive, were desperately sending out faint calls for help in the final hours. Others suggested the noise was simply an artifact of shifting sediments or marine life unknown to science. Despite decades passing, the Neptune remains a haunting enigma. Modern expeditions equipped with remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, have scoured the trench floor, yet no remains or wreckage of the sub have come to light. Given the extreme conditions, any wreckage would have likely been buried under layers of sediment or crushed beyond recognition, but the complete absence only fuels the mystery. The tragedy of the Neptune underscores the ocean's forbidding nature. Even with all our technology and knowledge, the deep seas hold dominions where human presence is fleeting and often ill-fated. The Mariana Trench, home to strange giant amphipods, unidentified life forms glowing faintly in the perpetual darkness, and geological phenomena that could reshape our understanding of Earth's processes, also preserves the silence of those lost beneath its surface. The vanished submarine is a solemn reminder. Some of the ocean's most forbidden zones are places we should approach with reverence, respect, and a keen awareness of the thin line between discovery and peril. The crew of the USS Neptune became part of the dark, eternal secret of the deep, swallowed by the infinite blue and the shadowed abyss, lost to time but never forgotten by the restless sea. Part 36. The Bloop. The mysterious sound from the ocean's depths. In the vast, uncharted expanses of the world's oceans, there are sounds that baffle scientists, intrigue explorers, and daunt even the most seasoned oceanographers. Among these, one sound, recorded decades ago yet still shrouded in mystery, holds a unique place in the lore of the ocean's dark secrets. Known simply as the bloop, this enigmatic auditory signal emanated from the remote depths of the southern Pacific Ocean, sparking decades of speculation, intrigue, and fear. Today, we delve deep into the story of the bloop, exploring what we know, what we can guess, and what remains a suspenseful enigma lying beneath the crushing pressures of the abyss. The story begins in the summer of 1997, when the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, made an unexpected discovery. Using an array of underwater microphones called hydrophones, originally designed to track submarines in the deep ocean, researchers recorded a strange, loud, and ultra-low frequency sound. The sound was unlike any other recorded before, rising rapidly in volume over a minute and then fading away, leaving only a haunting silence in its wake. Curious and cautious, scientists gave the sound a simple, almost playful name, the bloop. What made the bloop particularly striking was its intensity. It was loud enough to be detected by multiple hydrophone stations spaced over 5,000 kilometers apart, deep within the southern Pacific Ocean, an area known for being one of the most remote and forbidden regions on the planet. The source lies roughly near the coordinates 50° S 100° W, close enough to Easter Island for context, but still residing in the cold, dark depths, where sunlight has no reach, and the crushing pressure is unfathomable to humans. As rumors spread through the oceanographic community and beyond, a flurry of theories emerged to explain this mysterious emission. Some proposed it was a type of icequake, the cracking and fracturing of enormous underwater icebergs peeling away from glaciers, pushing and groaning in their slow descent to a watery grave. Others speculated that the bloop might be the call of an unknown leviathan, a creature so large and so ancient that it dwarfs even the blue whale, the largest known animal on Earth. The latter theory captured the public's imagination in a unique way, conjuring up visions of prehistoric sea monsters lurking unmapped, their voices echoing through the abyssal plains. After all, little is known about the deep ocean. More than 80% of it remains unexplored, a vast world that is as alien and mysterious as the surface of distant planets. Could the bloop be the song of a beast lost to time? Yet with the dawn of the 2000s, researchers leaned toward an explanation grounded in the complex physics of ice. In 2012, NOAA finally suggested that the sound likely came from a large iceberg scraping along the ocean floor, or fracturing as it broke apart. Icequake sounds tend to be low frequency and can travel thousands of kilometers across the ocean, fitting perfectly with the characteristics of the bloop. Still, the specifics were elusive. The Antarctic ice sheets and sea ice are constantly in motion, cracking, grinding, and moving. The area recorded by the hydrophones is notorious for seismic activity related to ice movement, and the sound fits that profile. But there are problems with this straightforward explanation. For one, the sound had a distinctly organic tempo and progression, unlike a typical icequake or a fracture, which produces a harsh, sudden, and often irregular noise. The bloop's tone rose and fell more like a living entity's call. The longer the sound went on, the less it resembled a random tectonic event and more like intentional, rhythmic communication. What if it was something alive? A giant cephalopod? A massive unknown creature? Glossary of deep-sea animals points toward candidates that might produce such a signal, but none have matched the intensity or scale of the bloop. The size required to produce such noise would be so immense it rivals or exceeds any known animal, living or extinct. Then, there is the fascinating fact that the sound was only recorded a handful of times, primarily between May and June of 1997, with some related noises recorded during the years before and after, but no direct follow-up sounds matching the bloop's unique signature ever recorded. Begging the questions, was it a one-off event? Is the creature or phenomenon still out there? Or did it come from a transient source like a calving iceberg or a singular undersea event? This riddle remains unbroken, partly because the deep ocean is a forbidding place. Temperatures hover just above freezing, sunlight vanishes at just 100 meters, and the pressure is suffocating. The technology required to dive to these depths and track or record further sound patterns is sophisticated, expensive, and not always precise. Moreover, every mission into these forbidden zones faces the risk of equipment failure or loss, swallowed by the ocean's vast darkness. Despite advances in marine technology and ocean acoustics, the bloop remains a ghostly whisper from the depths, a reminder of how little we truly know about the ocean's forbidden zones. It stands as a symbol of mystery, challenging scientists and dreamers alike, whether a cryptic call from a colossal creature, a massive iceberg's movements, or something else entirely. The bloop stirs our collective imagination. It hints at ancient secrets buried within the crushing depths, waiting patiently for humanity to unlock them. So next time you sit beside the ocean, or watch the waves roll in under the moon, consider the silent depths below. Somewhere, in the cold dark abyss far from sight, the echoes of the bloop still linger, a spectral voice calling out from the ocean's most forbidden zone. Part 37. The silent depths of the Mariana Trench's methane seeps. Beneath the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean lies the Mariana Trench, the deepest known part of the world's oceans, descending nearly 11 kilometers into the Earth's crust. It is a landscape of unfathomable pressure, eternal darkness, and a silence so profound it seems almost sacred. Within this abyssal wilderness, scientists have uncovered some of the ocean's most enigmatic and forbidden zones, places where light never penetrates, and life survives in ways that push our understanding of biology and chemistry. Today, we journey into one of these mysterious corners, the methane seeps, nestled near the bottom of the Mariana Trench. These seeps are ecosystems fueled not by sunlight, but by chemical energy, a phenomenon called chemosynthesis. Here, methane gas bubbles from the ocean floor, creating oases of life in a realm otherwise barren and hostile. It's a strange alien environment with creatures adapted to crushing pressure and frozen darkness, hidden from human eyes for millennia. The first explorations into these methane seeps began in the early 2000s, with autonomous underwater vehicles sent on daring dives into the trench's crushing depths. Initial surveys revealed hydrothermal vents and patches of cold seeps, areas where methane and other hydrocarbons escape from seabed deposits. Unlike the warm, glowing hydrothermal vents found elsewhere, these methane seeps were cold, their temperatures barely above the surrounding waters. Yet they supported vibrant life, strange and foreign to surface dwellers. One of the most remarkable discoveries was that of giant tube worms, organisms that thrive through a symbiotic relationship with methane-eating bacteria living inside them. These worms, growing several feet long, cluster densely around methane seep vents, their bright red plumes unfurling like alien blossoms, a startling contrast to the surrounding abyss. Scientists realized that the methane escaping from the ocean floor nourished not only these worms, but diverse communities including clams, mussels, and even unique species of shrimp and crabs, all evolved to endure the extreme cold and high pressure. What captures attention beyond the unique ecosystem itself is the eerie silence permeating this forbidden zone. Unlike the coastal shallows where marine mammals chatter or waves crash, here there is only a ghostly quiet. The methane bubbles ascend slowly, releasing an almost imperceptible hiss as they break through the sediment layers, creating a deeply calming yet surreal atmosphere. Researchers describe it as a place where time seems suspended and human worries evaporate amid the pure, undisturbed stillness. But the dark secrets of these methane seeps extend beneath their tranquil surface. Methane, a greenhouse gas far more potent than carbon dioxide, is abundantly stored within the sediments here. Scientists are both fascinated and concerned about the possibility that changes in ocean temperature or geological activity could release vast amounts of methane into the atmosphere. Such releases have profound implications for global climate systems, raising questions about the role of these deep ocean zones as either stabilizing buffers or potential triggers of rapid climate shifts. Intriguingly, research uncovered peculiar chemical signatures in the sediments surrounding the seeps, signs of ancient microbial life that may predate what we consider the earliest forms of life on Earth. This suggests that life's origins could be closely tied to places like these, offering a window into the primordial past. These methane seeps may be living reminders of Earth's earliest biosphere, preserved in a locked chamber of water and stone deep within the abyss. Yet, much remains unknown. The depths of the Mariana methane seeps are so extreme that their forbidding nature has kept all but the briefest human presence at bay. Each mission must carefully navigate the challenges of immense pressure and frigid darkness, limited by the endurance of machines built to withstand conditions akin to the surface of another planet. Many unique species here remain undocumented, their rhythms and life cycles invisible to us, whispering secrets only measured through subtle chemical changes or faint sonar echoes. There is a haunting serenity to this hidden world, a place that embraces silence and shadow until the end of time. It's a reminder of the ocean's vastness, its capacity to hide unimaginable mysteries in its darkest trenches, and the delicate balance that sustains life far from sunlight's reach. The methane seeps of the Mariana Trench stand as a testament to survival at the margins, life persisting not through the familiar warmth of the sun but through chemistry's quiet magic, in the heart of one of nature's most forbidden zones. As we leave these silent depths behind, we carry with us a profound respect for the ocean's hidden frontiers, the places where darkness reigns supreme, and where breathless mystery awaits those willing to venture into the unknown. In contemplating the methane seeps, we glimpse not only Earth's ancient past but also the fragile threads of our planet's future, held captive in the cold silence of the Mariana Trench. Part 38. The Silent Abyss. The mystery of the Mariana Trench's phantom sounds. Deep beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean lies the Mariana Trench, the deepest point on Earth, descending nearly 11,000 meters into darkness so absolute that sunlight never reaches its depths. It is a place untouched, a realm that holds secrets humanity has only begun to unravel. But beyond its crushing pressures and freezing cold, the Mariana Trench has given rise to an eerie mystery, one that involves a series of strange, unexplainable sounds recorded by oceanographers, sounds that seem to echo from the very heart of the silent abyss. In the early 1990s, as scientists began to deploy sophisticated hydrophones and sonar arrays in this remote trench, their goal was simple: to monitor seismic activity and marine life in one of the least accessible parts of the ocean. But what they discovered went far beyond tectonic rumblings or whale songs. Instead, mysterious, low-frequency noises began to emerge, sounds that defied classification and seemed almost unnatural. These sounds were deep, pulse-like, and in some cases followed no known pattern. Unlike the rhythmic clicks of dolphins or the melancholic calls of whales, they were more irregular, almost as if the trench itself was communicating in a language long forgotten. Some have likened it to the distant hum of a machine, or perhaps something alive, hidden just out of reach in the inky blackness. The first recording was made in 1993 by a naval research team conducting a long-term monitoring project. What startled scientists and naval experts alike was how persistent these noises were, not only recorded during times devoid of seismic activity, but also at moments that seemed to coincide with unusual deep-sea creature movements caught on remote cameras. These sounds would last for hours, sometimes days, then abruptly stop, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Attempts to triangulate the origin of the noises were met with frustration. The trench's topography is so complex, with deep valleys, underwater mountains, and shifting layers of sediment, that pinpointing a source was nearly impossible. Could it be geological? The movement of tectonic plates grinding beneath the ocean floor, producing faint hums? Perhaps, but geologists pointed out that no recorded tremors or earthquakes matched the timing or intensity of the phantom sounds. Others posited something biological. The deep sea is home to bizarre creatures, gigantic squids, bioluminescent jellyfish, and species not yet catalogued. Could a hitherto unknown deep-sea organism be responsible? Perhaps a creature that communicates with low-frequency pulses, echoing through the subterranean canyons of the trench. But then, why the unpredictability? Why were these sounds not made consistently, and why did they sometimes abruptly stop even when cameras observed movement? Adding to the mystery was the fact that on several occasions, submarine expeditions using remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, reported unusual electrical interference during the recordings. The interference would not only disrupt communication back to surface vessels, but would sometimes cause brief blackouts in visual feeds, as if some electromagnetic anomaly was present miles beneath the waves. These disruptions coincided with peaks in the phantom sounds, suggesting a connection. Among the most baffling accounts was from a 2007 expedition led by Japanese researchers, when their high-tech deep-sea submersible, designed to withstand extreme pressure, recorded a sudden crescendo of low rhythmic pulses. The crew described feeling as if they had entered a different world, something alive yet ancient. Their instruments fluctuated wildly as the pulses intensified, scenes from the trench flickering on their monitors before the noise abruptly ceased and systems stabilized. The moment passed like a dream, leaving them shaken but with no explanation. Many science fiction enthusiasts and fringe commentators speculated on extraterrestrial or paranormal origins, pointing to the trench's isolation and extreme environment as an ideal place for unknown phenomena to occur. However, the leading scientific approach favors a more grounded but still elusive phenomenon, perhaps a unique geological process involving slow shifts of rock layers coupled with trapped methane gas releases, or electric discharges within the trench's mineral-rich crust. What history does the trench's steep slopes and narrow valleys hide? Near the nearby Pacific Islands, legends speak of strange noises that seem to emanate from under the sea, a persistent hum, sometimes rising like a song or a chant, reported by fishermen and sailors who avoid this part of the ocean out of superstition and fear. Some cultures refer to it as the ocean's breath, a mystical pulse that connects land and sea, alive with ancient spirits. The persistence of these phantom sounds is a reminder of how much remains unknown in the depths. The ocean, vast and unyielding, hosts mysteries that challenge human perception and technology. Even in an age of satellites, submarines, and complex marine labs, places like the Mariana Trench remind us that silence is often only broken by whispers that resist easy understanding, soft, enigmatic signals from the deep that invite contemplation and curiosity. For now, the silent abyss keeps its secrets close, humming softly beneath crushing pressure, inviting us to listen closely, to wonder, and perhaps to dream. Part 39. The Whispering Depths of the Baltic Sea, Anomaly. Beneath the cold, dark waters of the Baltic Sea lies a mysterious formation that has baffled explorers, scientists, and enthusiasts for years, a structure known simply as the Baltic Sea Anomaly. Discovered in June 2011 by a team of Swedish treasure hunters using advanced sonar mapping technology, the anomaly quickly drew attention for its bizarre shape and eerie resemblance to a crashed UFO resting silently on the seabed, nearly 90 meters below the surface. The story of this underwater enigma begins with the Ocean X team, a commercial diving group dedicated to investigating shipwrecks and underwater oddities. During a routine sonar scan, their equipment picked up an unusual object, sharing a rough outline not unlike a giant disc, around 60 meters in diameter, with features that defied typical oceanic geology. Unlike natural rock formations or shipwreck debris, the anomaly exhibited what appeared to be smooth curves combined with sharp edges, strange linear marks, and mysterious runways lines stretching off its sides. Over the ensuing months, various dives brought back images and data that intensified the mystery. Divers reported strange magnetic disturbances around the anomaly, compasses would spin wildly, and electronic equipment displayed erratic behavior, something rarely encountered in the open sea. Some even spoke of eerie, almost otherworldly sounds carried by the currents, whispers, and low-frequency hums that seemed out of place in the vast, empty ocean. Scientific explanations abound for what this formation might be. Some experts suggest it is a glacial deposit left behind during the Ice Age, a natural rock formation shaped by shifting ice sheets and smoothing waters. Others argue that the shape's geometric qualities and unusually flat surfaces hint at intelligent design, fueling speculation about ancient civilizations lost beneath the waves, or even extraterrestrial origin. Yet, it is the psychological and cultural impact of the Baltic Sea anomaly that deepens its dark allure. Over the years, the spot has become a magnet for thrill seekers and paranormal hunters who believe the formation emits strange energies, like a portal to another realm hidden beneath the ocean's shadowed depths. There are accounts from divers who felt a sudden overwhelming dread when near the site, describing sensations of being watched or a heavy cloaking silence that unsettles even the most experienced explorers. Local fishermen tell tales dating back generations about this part of the Baltic Sea, stories of vessels disappearing without trace, of sudden storms that arise spontaneously around the location, and strange lights flickering just above the waves on moonless nights. Some say these occurrences are related to what lies hidden beneath, a presence that prefers to remain concealed, guarding its secrets jealously against prying eyes. Adding to the mystery, attempts to collect samples or conduct detailed scans often run into inexplicable technical difficulties. Equipment malfunctions, data corruption, and sudden weather shifts have repeatedly stalled research endeavors. These recurring setbacks have led some to believe that the Baltic Sea anomaly is not merely a remnant of the natural world, but a sentinel guarding a dark secret, possibly a relic from prehistoric times, a lost artifact of otherworldly origin, or even a remnant from an era long before human history was written. What makes the Baltic Sea anomaly so captivating is not just its strange shape or the unexplained phenomena surrounding it, but how it embodies the ocean's immense capacity to hide stories that challenge our understanding of reality. It reminds us that beneath tranquil waves and endless horizons lie shadows and whispers that defy explanation, a submerged world of secrets so profound and ancient that even today we can only sense their dim outlines below the black-blue depths. As night settles over the Baltic Sea and the surface calms into a glassy stillness, the anomaly remains motionless, an unsettling silhouette frozen in place beneath the water's surface. Whether natural or supernatural, the formation speaks to a timeless truth, that the ocean is a boundary not only between lands but between the known and the unknowable, a realm where darkness holds stories waiting patiently for the brave, the curious, and sometimes the foolhardy to discover and perhaps understand. In the end, the Baltic Sea anomaly stands as a quiet guardian of mysteries too deep for words, holding tight to its secrets beneath the crushing weight of water and time, whispering to those who listen that some places on Earth are better left unexplored, where the depths do not just conceal the past, but hint at something older, darker, and infinitely more complex. Part 40. The veiled depths of the Mariana Trench's Challenger Deep. Far beneath the swirling surface waves of the Pacific Ocean lies a place so deep, so remote, and so forbidding that it has inspired awe, speculation, and profound mystery for decades. The Challenger Deep, nestled within the Mariana Trench. It is here, at nearly 11,000 meters below sea level, where the pressure crushes and the sunlight never reaches, that some of the ocean's darkest secrets remain hidden, guarded by crushing darkness and an environment so alien it challenges our very understanding of life on Earth. The story begins in the mid-20th century, during the height of oceanic exploration following World War II. Humanity had mapped the surface of the Earth almost entirely, traversed the towering mountains, and even sent pilots soaring into the skies, but the deep ocean remained an uncharted frontier. It was in 1951 that the British survey ship HMS Challenger II, a namesake tribute to the original HMS Challenger expedition from the 1870s that laid the foundation for oceanography, undertook a mission to measure and explore the deepest parts of the ocean. When the Challenger II's expedition cast weighted lines into the Mariana Trench, swimmers at the time could hardly imagine the sheer scale of that chasm. The deepest core recorded was, astonishingly, over 10,900 meters. But it wasn't just about measurements. Mariners and scientists alike whispered of strange encounters near the Challenger Deep. Ghostly echoes and unexplained sonar blips seemed to suggest unknown structures or vast organic masses lurking in the inky blackness. One such story raced through the ranks of naval officers stationed in the Pacific during the Cold War, an entire Soviet submarine that vanished without a trace, while allegedly probing the trench's depths in the 1960s. The official records remain sealed, but rumors persist of a mission that never returned, swallowed by an environment far harsher than the submarine was equipped to endure. Some speculate the immense water pressure and crushing darkness concealed more than geological mystery. It could have silenced a vessel attempting to breach the ocean's most secretive boundary. Even more curious was the singular, ghostly signal picked up intermittently on naval sonar for years afterward, a rhythmic tapping or thumping that defied all logical explanation. Was it a geological process of tectonic shifting and undersea quakes, or, as some oceanographers secretly pondered, evidence of an enigmatic creature or ancient massive formations yet undiscovered? The depths revealed no answers. The silence remained absolute between those faint pulses. The Challenger Deep also draws intrigue because of the bizarre life forms that adapt to its hostile conditions. Over the last few decades, submersible vehicles and robotic probes have uncovered extremophiles, tiny creatures that defy the crushing pressure and near-freezing temperatures. These organisms thrive where sunlight is absent, surviving on chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis, a startling testament to life's resilience. Yet many biologists believe that the deeper they explore, the more secrets they might uncover about ancient evolutionary branches, possibly revealing life forms unlike anything seen before. Hidden genetic codes that could rewrite biology itself perhaps exist, lying dormant under the seafloor's layers of mud and mineral deposits, locked away beneath miles of water. Yet the true darkness of the Challenger Deep seems not just a matter of biology or geology, but also a haunting reminder of humanity's limitations. In 2012, filmmaker and explorer James Cameron made history by piloting the deep-sea Challenger submersible on a solo dive to the bottom, a journey that lasted nearly 3 hours down and 3 hours back up. As he descended, the outside world disappeared. No sunlight, no horizon, only the immense crushing pressure against the vessel's hull and the cold embrace of the abyss. His descent was silent, eerie, a journey into the void. He described the silence down there as absolute, a heavy stillness, something impossible yet overwhelming. For all the technology and human curiosity that drives such missions, the Challenger Deep remains a place largely untouched, what Cameron called a world truly alien, a frontier for humanity's last discovery. But most of the public will never explore this profound trench firsthand. Instead, it is the silent question of what might dwell there or what ancient secrets the smashed rocks and drifting mud may conceal, that turns the ocean's deepest abyss into a source of both dread and wonder. As we let this image linger, the darkness 10 kilometers beneath the ocean, vast, cold, and unforgiving, we recognize that the ocean's most forbidden zones like the Challenger Deep represent a veil between us and the unknown. It is a reminder that despite all our advances, the planet's heart still holds mysteries that defy human understanding and inspire our dreams while coaxing us towards sleep in a tranquil embrace. The abyss holds its secrets close, undisturbed in the endless dark, waiting patiently for the day when we are ready to listen, to explore, and perhaps to truly understand. Until then, the Challenger Deep remains a shadowy enigma deep beneath the ocean's surface, vast, silent, and forever forbidden.